thought I fixed that. Guess not. Hardly matters. Easily fixed. Easily remedied, so it doesn't really matter. Still not sure why the iTunes window flickers sometimes. Currently, the way that it's set up in OBS is literally just that it, it literally just is, like, capturing a portion of the iTunes window. And it didn't flicker for, the first 2 years or whatever that we used it this way. Longer than that, probably. So I don't know why it's doing it now. I tried, like, undoing it and redoing it. Didn't help. Someday I need to learn how to use proper, like, streaming plugins and just have, like, instead of capturing part of a window, have, like, a nice formatted thing that just receives the information but isn't actually like a capture from the window. Hold on 1 second. Better. Especially because once I pull up the window where I'm looking at the stream stuff, it's YouTube dark mode. And I don't think you can change the live streaming interface to not be dark mode, because right now what you guys were seeing a second ago is the bright white iTunes interface completely filling up my entire screen and thus casting much of bright light on me. However, once I have OBS and YouTube up, suddenly I become, my complexion becomes much darker. It's gonna kill my eyes? Nah, it's fine. It's way brighter on than it looks. I mean, sorry, or rather, it's brighter. It isn't as bright as it looks. Didn't come out the way that was meant to. Oh well. How's everybody doing this evening? We're gonna watch more of this video, hypothetically. I do have some notes of things from the previous streams written down, things that I wanted to talk about, if I can find them. Got them here somewhere. I got a document here somewhere. Well, those aren't for this discussion. Those are things that I jotted down for the reviews that I'll never make. Yeah, I know. I saw you guys were arguing about Persona again. What do we got here? I wrote all these like 2 weeks ago now, because also, by the way, I'm going to be eating a little bit at the beginning of this, because I have some food here down below me. I didn't quite finish my dinner. Or rather, I finished a plate of dinner, and then I was like, I'm still hungry, and I'm going to be doing this for 4 hours, so I'm going to get more food. So, if you guys are eating, don't feel guilty about it, because I'm eating. And I'm doing it on camera. So, who else's Halloween plans fell through? I'm just kidding. I did hypothetically have something I was going to be doing this evening, but didn't happen. Got rained out. Which is fine. Because it means we get to do this. After we tried to do it last week and it didn't work. Or earlier this week, at least. G. Willikers, 2 donations. Adam Davis with a $5 donation, thank you very much, says, what did you mean in one of the 2 prior streams when you said reality has plot holes? I'll answer your question in a second. Ian Waffles, $20. Coming back to the Ansem twist in KH2, I wanted to say that I think what KH2 gets right are Sora Donaguvi's reactions, which make the scene fun. I think their chemistry is the highlight of KH2 cutscenes in general. Thoughts? I will answer both of these questions. Thank you very much for your donation, Ian Waffles, and for your donation, Adam Davis. So, I'll start with the plot holes in reality one. Adam Davis, what I mean by that is that the type of stuff that we get onto fiction writers about plot holes and mistakes, are, I find, sometimes unreasonable because reality is not always as consistent as perhaps it ought to be. Now, we do have, immutable laws of physics and science of how the world, generally speaking, functions, though even then, we tend to, every couple hundred years or so, find out that a lot of things we thought we understood about the world were wrong. But disregarding that, what I mean is more so that often we will get really upset in fiction about characters forgetting something, like characters, like, people will argue, like, that, sometimes even in media criticism, we get too harsh on what counts as a plot hole and what doesn't. We'll say, this character behaved illogically, this character made a bad decision. That's not a plot hole. That can be a character decision, right? But you can have characters explicitly forget information that they should have had, or like the author forgets something they established previously. And I find that this is unfair because in real life, people have there are massive historical blunders and major issues with the world where it's literally just people forgot really important stuff that they shouldn't have forgotten, where people made decisions that were out of character, that didn't make sense, that don't track logically. I was talking with Joshua, my brother, who's even more of a history buff than I am, about this concept a while ago. We started putting together a list of kind of decent examples of this concept, if I can find the list again. I'm only going to look for a few seconds, because while I could potentially spend a huge amount of time answering this question really robustly, and I am going to look for this list, especially since you donated, we don't need to spend an hour of the stream on this concept, so give me just a second. I think I have it here somewhere. Okay. No, I think we made the good list over the phone, unfortunately. He texted me some stuff, but it was not quite what we were looking for. Yeah, no. We had a better conversation about this over the phone, and we didn't write the stuff down, which is my mistake. But generally speaking, I make that point not to describe literal breaks in reality, like world building. Well, I guess that is the thing. The things that we consider world building errors often in literature are the types of mistakes that happen in real life with our examination of history, that happen in real life with the mistakes that individuals make. When I say something like even the real life has plot holes, I mean that primarily to discuss the way that we treat writers and the standards that we hold them to in terms of, not getting too mad about plot holes, because reality has enough going on that we can't keep track of, that expecting somebody to create an entire fictional universe from the ground up and keep everything 100% consistent is unreasonable, because things are often inconsistent and don't make logical sense and don't track in the real world. That's my general point. Joshua and I had a longer discussion about this that I wish I'd written more of down when we talked about it over the phone a while ago. This is something I've talked about in the past, but I don't have amazing examples off the top of my head. But that's what I'm talking about. It has more to do with the for me it's more a way of saying let's cut writers some slack when it comes to this type of stuff, because the world is full of illogical things. I don't know about nice stash, Hyperami Nanashi. I just didn't shave today. I haven't shaved, and when I was on last time, when we tried doing this and it failed, the technical stuff didn't work, people were joking, oh my god, what happened? It's only been 2 days since we'd done the previous stream. And I thought it's kind of a funny progression between these 3 streams of me, now I'm in dark clothes. I put this on anyway when I thought I was going to be going out for other stuff this evening. Not I just put on dark clothes. But I was like, if I'm doing this stream, maybe I'll leave on the dark outfit, maybe I don't shave, and maybe that's the funny joke of the progression of going through this 3-hour-long video across 12 hours of streaming or whatever is destroying him. Just thought maybe that was funny. So here we are. Ansem Twisted KH2. I wanted to say that I think what KH2 gets right is that Sora, Donald, and Goofy's reactions. Anyway, and Adam Davis, I hope that answered your question sufficiently, by the way. Sorry I don't have a better list of examples to run through. Ian Waffles with the $20 donation again. Thank you. Calling back to Ansem Twisted KH2. I wanted to say that I think what KH2 gets right is Sora, Donald, and Goofy's reactions, which make the scene fun. I think their chemistry is the highlight of KH2 cutscenes in general. Thoughts? I agree with you in some regards. I think that I guess that's what the scene gets right, is that our main characters are somewhat confused and bemused with the situation, but I'm not sure if you watched the previous streams, because we talked about that scene at some length. The main problem with it from a writing standpoint is that it's written in a deliberately confusing, obtuse way. And the way that our characters discuss it is deliberately confusing and obtuse. And, the character's going, so this Ansem, who isn't the real Ansem, but another Ansem, sure, that's kind of like a Sora, Donald, and Goofy way of talking, but it is really not very useful to us as the audience, and it's indicative of larger dramatic problems about the way that game is structured. But I'm not going to repeat all my points about that, because I talked about it in previous streams. Oops. And unfortunately, at this point, this is very much becoming a serialized event. I'm gonna take another bite of my food because it's getting cold now. There is a, with regards to Sora, Donald, and Goofy's chemistry, I would agree that it's a strong component of what makes the games work. However, I personally feel it's not strong enough. I have a pretty lengthy thing written up in one of my documents of notes for reviews of these games, which is on my laptop, which I don't have here, so I can't share it. Something that I feel, this is a little bit difficult to explain. Comedy is often very difficult to get across a language barrier, right? I can't claim to be an expert on this, but as I understand it, stand-up comedy in Japan is very different from what our concept of stand-up comedy is in the English-speaking world. However, one thing that translates across all language barriers is physical and situational comedy. Now, granted, Mickey Mouse is famous for being the first ever talkie cartoon, but the Mickey Mouse, Donald, and Goofy cartoons are all situational and physical comedy. There's not dialogue-driven comedy in the works that made those characters global phenomenons and so iconic, right? I find it really, really weird that we have a Japanese game which stars two of the biggest stars of physical and situational comedy in the world, and there is almost no physical or situational comedy in the entire series. Like Kingdom Hearts 1, we get Sora, like Donald being slammed by the door and getting squished like a pancake. And it doesn't get any better than that. There's 6 intentional jokes in Kingdom Hearts 1. And that's the most you get in the whole series. To me, the chemistry between Donald, Goofy, and Sora is fun, but consistently let down by a refusal to commit to a higher animation budget, refusing to commit to interestingly constructed and framed scenes. There's very little situational comedy in Kingdom Hearts. What comedy is primarily dialogue-driven, which is not good most of the time. There's very little physical comedy either. One of the original trailers for Kingdom Hearts 2 had a bit of physical comedy in it, where it was a cut scene that isn't in the final game, where it shows before getting Sora out of his pod, Donald and Goofy are coming out of their little pods in the underground area underneath the mansion in Twilight Town, right? And Goofy's kind of groggy and not responding to Donald's incensed "where are we" demands. He's upset. So he rears back just like in Kingdom Hearts 1 to shoot a spell at Goofy, right? He shoots ice at him, but Goofy's doing the finish him animation. Oh, and he lolls back, and the ice shoots past him, bounces off the ceiling, ricochets, comes back, hits Donald, and Donald is frozen solid in a block of ice. And Goofy's like, what happened? I don't know if that's like comedy gold or whatever, but that's funnier than anything else that those guys do in Kingdom Hearts 2. And their jokes are like weird selections. Like, I'm sure we've talked about this. There's like a running gag in Kingdom Hearts. No, I shouldn't say we've. I don't think we've talked about it much, but like in the Kingdom Hearts community, you guys are probably familiar with this. It's practically a running gag that like Goofy is smarter than Donald and Sora. Like, he notices things before they do. Like, he figures out that Mulan is a girl immediately. There's other stuff like that, and it's like, what a weird usage of these characters. That like, that's your joke. And like, how rarely does Donald get to be a dick? How rarely does Donald actually get to be, like, mean to the other characters, right? Donald never has one of his signature, like, rage freakouts where his skin turns red. And in Ian Waffles, I'm not saying that, because your question is still valid. Yes, their chemistry is strong. But my point is that, like, I feel like it's way more diluted than it should be because their personalities become very homogenized. Sora's kind of this, like, middle ground between the two of them, maybe. Goofy doesn't ever say anything with any kind of edge to it, and Donald occasionally slips into kind of showboating edge territory, right? But, like, not as much as I would like. Maybe this is a bit silly, because, again, I was just talking about how much I would want to emphasize, like, the situational comedy and physical comedy, but, like, to me, if you are writing dialogue-driven comedy for those three, or for, I started noticing this watching the new Mickey Mouse shorts. To me, I'm looking at, you need like some kind of straight man, usually. Not always, but usually. And to me, I look at that whole setup, and I've got, like, I see Sora / Mickey Mouse as Jerry Seinfeld, Goofy as Kramer, and Donald as George. And like, that type of setup, those, like, in my head, if I'm writing dialogue-driven comedy for those characters, which I feel is not the starting place for them at all. Our kilobytes per second dove, but it's back up. I'm going to ignore it. I feel like you shouldn't be writing dialogue-driven comedy for those characters in the first place. The dialogue is entirely supplemental. Like in like, for example, a Goofy movie, a lot of drama is dialogue-driven, but most of the comedy is physical or situational. I don't really like a Goofy movie. I feel there's a significant, like, I feel there's a lot of missed opportunities with how those characters are handled in Kingdom Hearts. I will not disagree that that their chemistry is good, that it works, and that it does a lot of work supporting what would otherwise sometimes be weak material. But I think it could be much. I feel like it could be much stronger. Thank you for the donation and the question. That was a good opportunity to talk about some other stuff. I wish I'd had my notes here so that I could have talked about it a little bit more easily, but it's something I've thought about a lot. Yeah, to play that new Dragon card game RPG demo. No, honestly, I was thinking I might play that Dungeon Encounters and that, like, Isle of the Dragon thing, because they both seem like they're pretty short, and they're both made by people who, like, I would want, yes, like, give these people more games. So I was thinking I might play those sometime, but I don't really have the time right now. Joey Perez says, do Persona characters ever say Persona, or is it never mentioned like Final Fantasy? Joey Perez, characters in Persona say Persona like every time. Every time that they use their Persona, they say Persona. Every single main character has at least like 3 variations on the line. Persona! Persona! Purse-owner. Purse-owner. Now. Good to know. I was just thinking about regular Pat saying no one in FF ever says, this is my Final Fantasy. That would be weird. Hold on. Now I have to... What the heck? Why are you so small? Why are you above me? strange. This is Best Guy Ever's video on uncovered Final Fantasy 15 and Evening in Hell. But I want a specific part. Yeah, here it is.
Master, infringing upon the territory of God. However.
Oh no, ads. Never mind. I would give him the ad. I would support him, but we got things to do tonight.
What happens when we shatter that illusion, that hubris, and introduce the law of the jungle?
They see me rolling.
Uh-oh. Don't get me taken down. Don't get me taken down, mate.
Whoa. Do you feel that? There's an incredible spiritual pressure coming from beyond this door. I've never felt anything like it. It makes me feel like all the foes I've faced over the years have just been preparing me for this one moment. It's time for me to face my ultimate illusion, my finishing fiction, my Dragon Quest!
Alright, sorry. That video is good. Go watch it sometime, but not right now. Eating waffles. Well, yes, that makes sense. I mean, more that it makes the scene still somewhat enjoyable to me despite the narrative issues, just as a moment-to-moment experience. No, I understood what you were saying. I understood what you were saying. And I agree. It does make that scene more tolerable than if it was all being communicated with, like, dry exposition. And there was no character life of any kind supporting it. I agree. It's stronger than the alternative where it's just them talking in circles about identities. But it was a good opportunity for talk about kind of a larger issue that I have with the way those characters are handled. Joy Perez says, Goofy getting bouldered is funny because you would think a slapstick character could survive that. I mean, he does, but still. See, here's the thing, though. We have to ask ourselves, is that intended to be funny? Or was that intended as the 12-year-olds playing this game will take this as a straightforward dramatic moment? And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they thought that the child audience would take that seriously or if they did it as a joke. And even if it was an intended joke, it's like one of 3 in Kingdom Hearts 2 then. Like, ooh, wow. What a batting average. Didn't Pixar animators work on KH3 and then KH3 had the best physical comedy of the whole series even though that was only for like 3 scenes? Lol, yeah. And even that Yeetus Vanitas scene is like edited really weird. You get the idea that like maybe they came up with the maybe the Pixar guys came up with the idea for it, and then I don't know. I guess I shouldn't be like editing in KH3 in general is just bad. It's just cut weird. Hold on. I haven't actually done the edit yet. I'm gonna do this someday. Where is it? Some dance. Wanna put you in a trance. I'll go to mine. Hopefully we don't pause during it. What am I talking about? Of course we pause during it. I was trying to go to a scene from KH3. It was like I went to my Let's Play and I'm like, no, we will. I won't be able to demonstrate this because we'll be pausing nonstop throughout the scene. That's correct. Yeah, let me just go to Everglow. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Watch this, everybody. Do my best to explain this to everyone. We're gonna watch a scene from Kingdom Hearts 3. Everybody ready?
Sora, somebody's...
Watch this.
Oh. Sora, somebody's calling us on the Gummy Phone.
We got bad news.
Now, watch this.
Oh.
We got bad news.
I just removed 10 seconds from the scene. And the game is full of crap like that. Let's watch it again normal.
Oh. Sora, somebody's calling us on the Gummy Phone.
Do we need that? Do we need, after we've had at least one conversation on the Gummy Phone after every single world in this game, do we need reaction shot? Sora, someone's calling us on the Gummy Phone. Wide of our two other characters walking up, then answer the phone. Additionally, do we need
We got bad news.
Oh.
this?
We've totally lost contact with the king and Riku. They're all on their own in the realm of darkness.
What?
That's fine. You can have that, sure.
I knew I should have gone.
Crap! How do we get to him?
Now we can ask?
It's not like we can use that big old door anymore. It's completely gone.
And why are we having this conversation at this point 30 hours into the game? Why are we wasting our time with this? Why are we having dialogue about, like, what should we do? Now can we ask? Well, we can't use the thing that we used before. Wouldn't this conversation have already happened? Why isn't it just, what do we do? Now, remember this as well.
Yeah, we closed it after beating Ansem.
I know! This is a scene where we are being told, oh my god, Mickey and Riku are in trouble, and we need to do something about it ASAP. We are wasting so much. This should be a tense scene. There's no tension, because we're wasting so much time.
And we certainly can't ask the king or Riku.
I know!
Because you wouldn't let me ask.
Only King Mickey can open a door to the realm of darkness.
Huh?
It's because he has a special Keyblade of darkness. He figured out how to make it open the way.
Now, is this really the time, writer, to be giving us exposition on how Riku and Mickey are getting in and out of the realm of darkness 30 hours after we first saw them going into the realm of darkness in the middle of this tense scene? Why are you telling us now? The reason they're telling us now, of course, is because I think the writers realized that this was a bad explanation, so they buried it in the middle of this other scene 30 hours in, sandwiched to put it immediately before rescuing Aqua, so they're hoping you don't think about it.
Gorge, what'll we do then?
May my heart be our guiding key. It'll show us the way.
All on their own in the realm of darkness.
What? See? I knew I should have gone. Guiding key.
That's another minute. We just removed like a minute and 10 seconds from that cutscene. Play a little urgent action music in the background. What do we accomplish here?
Okay. But where does it lead?
It doesn't matter.
Hurry, Sora.
So you can still leave that on the end, that's fine. Everything else was useless and unimportant. Like, honestly, why did they give us exposition on how the Kingdom Key D works in the last scene after they've been in the realm of darkness for a whole game, and when we're not even going to use that information to get in, and where that information makes understanding everything that's happened in the entire series like way dumber? Anyway, that was fun, wasn't it? What a rollicking good time. Not as funny as your face, Sora Cage 3. Jacob, that's funny physical comedy. I assume you mean referring to Chip and Dale fighting with each other? Exactly, right? It's so funny in this scene about how Mickey and Riku are dying and we need to go help them. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum, 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 bum. I knew I should have gone. Sora stands and points his Keyblade. I need to go follow them. There you go. Exactly. Precisely. I don't actually have, like, I don't have this stuff on a hard drive that's plugged in right now, so I can't, like, pull it up and edit it live. But, like, exactly. So much faster. Slap a little action music in the background. So easy. Silvercore says, gives an explanation why only Mickey's Keyblade can go to the Realm of Darkness just for Sora to use his to do the same thing. No, the Silvercore. You're forgetting what happens next in this game. In this excellent video game. Actually, we don't even need to hear it. We'll keep playing fun music because I don't want to listen to Kingdom Hearts 3. You're forgetting what happens next in this excellent video game, all right? Sora doesn't use his Keyblade to go to the Realm of Darkness. He uses the Keyblade Aqua had in the Realm of Darkness. Don't you feel foolish? What an idiot. What a fool you are. Bam. Sucks to be Aqua, I guess. I wonder. When they made the trailer for KH3, and it was this shot, right? Do you think they knew they were going to do it in this way? Do you think that when they made that the teaser trailer, do you think that they were thinking in their mind's eye, this is going to be the scene where Sora finds this and picks this up and uses it to go to the Realm of Darkness? Or do you think they just did that as like a cool, cute visual to show this is Kingdom Hearts 3? Like, this is him interacting with Aqua stuff, right? And they didn't know what it was going to be. But then when it came time to make the game, they had to incorporate it somehow. I do wonder. Because this doesn't feel like something that they'd planned. This doesn't feel like something that they, like, worked out ahead of time. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misjudging Mr. Nomura and the other writers on Kingdom Hearts 3. You're not using, it's not called the Kingdom Key D, it's called the Kingdom Key W. I don't care. And also, it's not called that. It's called the Starlight. I think the Kingdom Key W was like an initial, or no, the Starlight's is the Union Chi Keyblade. Hold on, what's it called? The Star Cluster, that's what it's called. The Star Cluster. Also known as the Kingdom Key W and the King's Keyblade, is a combination of Mickey's other two keychains, Star Seeker and Kingdom Key D, the Star Cluster. And also, it doesn't matter that it's called the Kingdom Key W, because Mickey used the Kingdom Key D to get into the Realm of Darkness at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 3 before he upgraded it. So the Kingdom Key D was capable of doing this as well. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter one bit. Kingdom Key F for the Realm of Fiction. That's probably what Yozora... Well, no, that's not what Yozora currently has. By the end of the story, Yozora will become a Keyblade wielder because no one's allowed to not be a Keyblade wielder. He will acquire the Kingdom Key F for the fictional realm. Ninja Bunny, you just sniped it, dude. You just absolutely sniped it. Little Prince Kane says, and how did he combine keychains? Literally doesn't matter, dude. Literally doesn't matter. New merchandise... New Figma, or the Play Arts Kai, new cool stuff. He needed a new Keyblade because merchandise and toys and I really don't know why they gave him the new Keyblade. It's really dumb. Like, after we went out of our way to, like, imply Kingdom Hearts, like, to say, like, Kingdom Key D is not special. The Kingdom Key and the Kingdom Key D are special, then they're not special. Then Kingdom Hearts 0.2 goes out of its way to again emphasize that the Kingdom Key D and the Kingdom Key are special, and then immediately is like, but just rub some crafting elements onto it and make it a new one. It's so clean. It's so clean, man. It's so good. At least Mickey's new Keyblade isn't as ugly as the Kingdom Key D was. I actually didn't think the Kingdom Key D was that ugly. You're saying that, what? You're saying they just put random things that look cool, and when it comes to the actual game, they just try to incorporate it randomly? I never knew that. I know, right? It's wild. What a mind blow, right? No, the, Sorry, folks. I'm pranking a friend right now. Okay, so there's another thing. I actually should go get my laptop at this rate. No, I have other notes to talk about for the last videos. Let me have to watch the damn video. We'll talk about this another day. But I wrote down a really lengthy thing about, like, the whole, like, getting in and out of the Realm of Darkness situation in Cage 3. And it's like, okay, so we have a real problem in all of Kingdom Hearts now, right? Where, like, Riku and Mickey get out of the Realm of Darkness in Chain of Memories because Diz sent them a card, right? So how'd Diz get out? In Cage 2 Secret Reports, Diz says he got out just through being so angry that he learned to use the Realm of Darkness and make a corridor of darkness, right? He hypothesizes that Riku and Mickey affected their escape in the same manner. But he shouldn't have to hypothesize about how they got out because he got them out by sending them cards through FedEx. So, one would say perhaps 2 overwrites calm and canonicity, but it's just a document versus a thing that happened on screen, and then recoded. God, Chain of Memories just has them escape in the same manner. So whatever, a card can get you out. Kingdom Hearts 2, right? Sora and Riku are stranded in the Realm of Darkness. Sora receives a letter from Kairi, and the door to the light opens and lets them back through. This is an unexplained phenomenon, as discussed in Kingdom Hearts 2. I prefer to believe it is literally the power of love, because why not, right? The light in the hearts of Sora and Kairi made a connection and opened a portal because of their deep desire to be together, right? Whatever. Literally, who cares? Then Aqua gets trapped in the Realm of Darkness and can't get out. Every single other character who's ever been trapped in the Realm of Darkness, including Ansem, who was not a Keyblade wielder and didn't know any magic, has been able to get out of the Realm of Darkness, and yet Aqua is stuck here for 10 years. Literally, she gets stuck there before Ansem, right? Because at the ending of Birth by Sleep, Ansem's still on Radiant Garden. Aqua is in the Realm of Darkness for so long that Ansem gets sent there, escapes, and gets sent back there before they meet up. So, Aqua looks a little bit silly for not being able to get out at this point, because previously, the series had really not made a big deal about getting in and out of the Realm of Darkness. It was never a big deal. Every time a character got trapped there, they escaped very quickly. So suddenly using it as a decade-long storytelling prison, and I don't mean decade in the universe, I mean decade for us, of like, how's Aqua getting out of the Realm of Darkness? And then needing that to be a crisis in Kingdom Hearts 3 was always a problem. And having in 0.2, Mickey and Yense run through all these excuses of, we didn't want to tell you because you would have staged a ill-suited rescue attempt, but now we can go help. And it's like, but if getting in is so impossible that the only way to get in is to blow up a world, like, telling Riku and Sora about this wouldn't have changed anything because apparently it's impossible to get in. Like, the whole scene in 0.2 where they're discussing it is like, it's impossible to get in. You can't get in and out. We don't know a way to get in. But also, we didn't tell you because we didn't want you to do anything reckless and try to get in. But now we can help her. What's changed? What has changed? Why can we go help now? Kingdom Hearts 3 does not address this until almost the ending, where it says the Kingdom Key D, or the Star Cluster Kingdom Key W, is capable of opening a portal to the Realm of Darkness. Okay, fine. When did Mickey figure this out? Because if he's known this since Chain of Memories, why did he not immediately attempt to go back and save her? Did he, between appearing as a hologram to help Riku out, did he Skype call Yen Sid? And Yen Sid he was like, hey, by the way, I found Aqua in the Realm of Darkness. And Yen Sid was like, don't tell Riku about Aqua being there, because he would stage a foolish attempt at rescue. Did Mickey not know during days? Because surely during the year between Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2, I mean, surely he was doing stuff, but surely he had a little bit of free time. And Riku was not only extremely powerful, but Riku literally could use the power of darkness and had the ability to open dark corridors, which can move you between realms. They had a decent amount of free time. It seems to me like it would have been a good opportunity to go and save Aqua. So why didn't they? Did Mickey not know that the Kingdom Key D could do this yet? It wouldn't have mattered, because Riku had the ability to get in and out of the Realm of Darkness for free, and they had the cloaks which protect them from the darkness in the Realm of Darkness and dark corridors. But perhaps he just didn't think about it. Arrive in 0.2, we can go help now. So what has changed about the situation? Well, Riku has the power of waking now, I guess, but he never uses it in Kingdom Hearts 3. And he is infinitely less equipped to go on this mission because he doesn't have, he's not equipped with instant escape dark portals, right? So because the video game says Sora's strong enough, he reached the level requirement to enter because the Realm of Darkness is that dangerous, as KH3 showed him and Riku getting whopped by Heartless there 2 times. Yeah, Aqua's been there for 10 years. Now, let's be clear. Silly Jacob, Aqua didn't exist at the time. I know! I'm well aware of this. This is the thing, right? I don't mind that she wasn't mentioned in previous games because they hadn't come up with the idea for Aqua being stranded in the Realm of Darkness. That's fine! That's fine! One of the ways to try to explain it is that she just lost her key, I think, says Ruby Knights. You mean that, like, she couldn't get out because she didn't have the Master's Keeper? Why didn't she use it at any point while she did have it, though? And also, if the Realm of Darkness is so dangerous, how did Aqua continue to be alive for the entire time between 0.2 and Kingdom Hearts 3 with no Keyblade? If it's so dangerous. Unless she wandered onto the beach with Ansem 5 minutes after 0.2 and just didn't do anything after that, which I guess maybe she did. I don't know. Here's the problem, right? No, Ali W, there haven't been any more worlds destroyed since the defeat of Ansem. That's not a problem anymore. Worlds having keyholes that can be destroyed by Heartless is no longer a plot point and does not occur after Kingdom Hearts 1. But anyway, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I don't mind Aqua not being mentioned or these things not being addressed in earlier entries in the series because it's fine. They didn't have the plan. They didn't know that the story was going to go there, and that's fine. I don't care. But it is the responsibility of a writer to then come up with clever solutions for these problems. The fact that Aqua wasn't mentioned and we didn't go and rescue her, why not? It is now the responsibility of a writer who is writing a world with crazy lore where they can do anything they want to come up with a decent reason to have not done these things, right? So, how about... Let's even stick with the current explanation, right? The Kingdom Key D can open a portal to the Realm of Darkness, all right? But let's say, stick with me on this, all right? Not only the Kingdom Key D can open a portal to the Realm of Darkness, but the normal Kingdom Key can open a portal to the Realm of Darkness, all right? Watch what I'm about to do here. I'm about to take some lore that already exists, combine it with our new lore, create the exact same scenario where Mickey's not a weirdo who spent a year not rescuing Aqua, and where no one's going like, you would have staged a reckless attempt at rescue, getting into the dimension that no one can get into. Sorry, Ninja Buddy's making me laugh. You remember that KH1 concept art where Sora was like a lion boy with a chainsaw or whatever? Simpler times. Even back then, Nomura knew exactly who Aqua was in her entire story. Video City 1, the windmill track goes on for that long because area themes on the, in A Hat in Time progress as you move through them. So that the windmill theme there plays like every variation of the theme as you progress up the windmill. But anyway, Words. Kingdom Hearts 2. Sora reads the message from Kairi, and a portal opens to the Realm of Light, right? They go through it. Okay. Circa 0.2. The whole Aqua flashback happens. We're back in the office. Why didn't you tell us about this, Mickey? And Mickey says there was nothing we could do about it. We didn't know how to go and get to her, because without any more worlds being destroyed by the Heartless, and with the Door to Darkness gone, I thought there was no way back and forth between the Realm of Darkness. Until the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2, when you and Sora miraculously returned from the Realm of Darkness. I discussed this with Yen Sid because we didn't... Obviously, we had other stuff going on. I had the whole coded situation. We had the, and other stuff going on. We gave you guys the Mark of Mastery as prep because Yen Sid and I have been talking about something. He says, we think. He says this while Riku and Kairi are in the room and not Sora. We think the Kingdom Key and the Kingdom Key D have the ability to open a portal from the Realm of Light and the Realm of Darkness at will. I've tested it. I've opened a portal. I didn't go through, but I can open one with my Kingdom Key D. Uh-oh. Kilobytes per second are diving. They're back up. We're going to keep going. I think that the Kingdom Key and the Kingdom Key D... Oh my god, now it's diving again. I think the Kingdom Key and the Kingdom Key D can be used to open a portal to the Realm of Darkness at will anytime the user wants to. I did not know this was an ability until Sora's unconscious desire, or his desire to return to the Realm of Light and see Kairi again, after you guys found that letter, sparked a force of will inside of him where he subconsciously used this ability that the Kingdom Key just has to open a portal to the Realm of Light, right? Okay? Maybe we don't even tell the audience this. Maybe it cuts to, we do that thing where the lips move and it fades to, and like the sound ducks out and then Riku goes, oh, wow, right? But we don't get to hear about it. That's fine. But for the purposes of our understanding, this is what happened. We explain that Mickey realized that the Kingdom Key and the Kingdom Key D are capable of doing this specifically because of this incident in Kingdom Hearts 2, using our pre-established lore. Mickey did not realize this was possible until after Kingdom Hearts 2, hence why he did not attempt to rescue Aqua at any point previously in the canon. He and Riku are now going to use this ability and the Kingdom Key D to venture into the Realm of Darkness and save Aqua. However, since Sora was just drained of all of his abilities, but he should still be able to do this because it's an innate ability that the Kingdom Key has, we can't tell Sora, because he will try and go after Aqua himself and try to save her if he knows about this, even though he's not ready. So we're not telling him about Aqua, and we're not telling him about the ability the Kingdom Key has. Then, at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, Chip and Dale call, they lost contact. We don't know how to get in, Sora. From what we understand, Mickey's using the Kingdom Key D to open a portal to the Realm of Darkness. Sora goes, well, if the Kingdom Key D can do it, maybe I can do it too. And he uses it, and the little portal like the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2 appears, and he's like, oh, that makes sense now. Done! Writers can make up anything they want, guys, and they literally have the tools already there. They literally already have the setup in place. You can do anything. You can do anything. Having the characters having the characters talk in circles to explain something does not accomplish necessarily explaining something. And the whole thing where they're like, the Keyblade is we didn't want Sora and you to attempt this reckless rescue, but now we can do. What's changed? What's changed? It's in like people get upset about the whole Mickey didn't abandon her. He had to wait for the right time. You're the writer. You can do whatever you want. You can invent anything. Little Prince Cain, that can lead to character development for Sora. Friends don't trust him with basic information. He's afraid he's too stupid to think. Maybe that's not quite the right way to come at it, but it would certainly contribute to, if we were trying to write something like Sora being upset about losing all of his power, like the very beginning of Kingdom Hearts 3 implies and then immediately drops. You could have at the ending of the thing realizing I could have gotten in the whole time and they thought I was so weak that they didn't trust me to do it. Maybe not too stupid to think that, but yeah, no. Anyway, it's easy. not easy. Writing isn't easy necessarily, but like the way that 0.2's ending is handled is like no thought, no effort of like, why didn't we go rescue Aqua at any point previously in the canon? Didn't feel like it, and the reason we didn't tell you is because we didn't want you to try doing something impossible, but now we can, let's go. Wait, what? Hold on, why can we do it now? We haven't thought of it yet. We'll explain it in Kingdom Hearts 3 maybe. And instead they explain it at the end, after it doesn't matter, and then Sora gets in by picking up the Keyblade that Aqua had to get into, that she had when it was in there. It's insane. You can write anything you want. Write anything you want. But they didn't want to have to write. So they wrote one draft where the characters say, we couldn't do it before, but we can do it now. And they just write in a circle about that. They can make up any lore they want to justify anything. They can do anything they want, you guys. Instead, they choose nothing. What are some notes that I have written down here? So I was rewatching the previous streams, some stuff that we were talking about here. So last time around, we had a discussion at the end talking about Vanitas, right? About how Vanitas is not the darkness from Ven's heart. Vanitas is in actuality darkness from antiquity, and Ven maybe always had a pure heart or something, not sure, right? But the point is that we establish, I always felt that after Ven re-merged with Vanitas, that then meant he had darkness in his heart again, right? But now we're implying that Vanitas was a separate entity who was not actually truly a part of Ven's heart. And then when he died at the ending of Birth by Sleep, he simply ceased to exist. And Ven still had a pure heart of light. We had a whole discussion about this in the last stream. We're not going to loop back around to it now. However, I realized something. I thought that if Ven was his own person again, who had darkness in his heart, then, if Ven is his own person, and he reintegrated Vanitas, then he has no longer a pure heart, right? He no longer has a pure heart of light. Ads. Vanitas in Kingdom Hearts 3, as we explored exhaustively on a previous stream, is time. Well, we didn't really talk about him, but in the scene that we watched 10,000 times, he is established to be a time traveler. He, we can assume, is still pure darkness. Now, this scene made sense to me when I thought that Ven had reintegrated the darkness that was Vanitas, and he now had a normal, non-Prince of heart. But we are apparently saying that Ven canonically just has no darkness in his heart, and that Vanitas has no light in his heart, which means, why didn't the Keyblade just form? Where's the Keyblade, you guys? Where's the Keyblade? Why didn't it appear? That was a clash between perfect light and perfect darkness. Literally the same perfect light and perfect darkness who clashed 10 years ago and caused the Keyblade to appear. So where's the Keyblade at? You see why sometimes deciding you're just going to shove other stuff into the continuity for no reason that contributes nothing except muddling what was happening previously in the story is not necessarily beneficial? What else have I got here? Oh, we looked at Xehanort's final speech in KH3 from the perspective of auteur theory. In one of the previous streams, we talked at length about how maybe this is Nomura, if he relates to this character, trying to write about a guy who had good intentions and felt that circumstances got away from him and is quitting, right? And is laying down arms, right? Now let's examine it through hack theory. He's just Thanos from Infinity War. His motivation, his stated motivation, is the same thing as Thanos, except that Thanos is like, yeah, so like, here's my home planet, and it blew up because of this imbalance that I'm now trying to correct. And Xehanort just has like a theory about how he thinks maybe things would be better if he did this. But like, it's the same. It's the if we go with the hack theory of the entire ending of Kingdom Hearts 3 was rewritten in the summer of 2018 following the release of Infinity War, because, to be fair, games have to be finished many months before they're released, so, like, all the writing would have had to be done by, like, the end of summer, beginning of fall 2018 to be able to launch in January of 2019. If we function under the assumption that the entire ending of Kingdom Hearts 3 was rewritten in response to Infinity War, then that means that we can then look at Xehanort's motivation not from the perspective of Nomura writing a villain who he relates to and who wants to give a happy ending, and from the perspective of, you know, Thanos was pretty cool. I could just do that for my character. Also, the imperfect Keyblade didn't form because they never mixed, just clashed, says Durox Zero. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Durox Zero, why you say the Vanitas has a pure heart of light? Because in 0.2 and the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, and especially Remind, it is established that Xehanort did not actually extract the darkness out of Ventus's heart in that flashback in Birth by Sleep. He attempted to do that, and completely by coincidence, Ventus was already a person with a pure heart of light who also had an evil dark demon residing inside of him. This is established in Union Cross. We talked about this at some length on a previous stream. I'm not going to go into it again because we've been going for an hour already. We got other things to do. Also got my notes here. Anything worth talking about? This is a note more for me of, like, to write something more complicated at a later date for a review, like review notes. In stream number 2, we talk about how all agency is removed from most of the characters because they don't know what's going on, and the characters who do are operating on godlike foresight levels. They've either got books of prophecy, or they're 5 dimensions ahead of everybody else, or, you know, or they time travel or whatever else, right? Like we have one branch of characters who has absolutely no clue of what their reality is and what's happening, and another branch of characters who know everything. Now, do we want to get all auteur theory and say that that's the point, that the story is about being out of control of your life? And then we've talked a lot about how Tetsuya Nomura's career has been kind of outside of his own control a lot in the last, like, 15 years, right? He's been getting batted around. Maybe the artistic intent is to write a story about characters who feel completely out of control of and lost in their own existences, being battered around by outside forces who have complete control over the game, right? Okay, cool. Why is the story an extremely tightly structured video game about venturing to Disney worlds and occasionally having breaks to have orderly boardroom meetings in our clubhouse to discuss lore? Even if the writers deliberately, intentionally want to make a story about feeling out of control of your life, they're doing a bad job and painting on the wrong canvas. Like, compare this to the Metal Gear games, especially Metal Gear Solid 2, games about feeling completely out of control, where the main character knows nothing, has no idea what's going on, and the other characters are all operating on, like, supernatural levels of control and knowledge over the plot. Or, even better yet, compared to the opening sequence of Kingdom Hearts 2 with Roxas, right? These are infinitely better ways of exploring these ideas. It's been done better in Kingdom Hearts, in another game where the characters had more agency. These themes have been explored. So even if we want to argue that the writing choice of none of the characters have any idea what's going on, none of this makes any sense to me. Like, even if we want to argue that that's the point, that it's a reflection of the author's experience of feeling out of control of his life, he's like, it's still doing a bad job of communicating that experience, because it is exclusively in, like, there are some characters who know what's going on and some characters who don't, and there's nothing being done anywhere in the structure of the plot to reinforce that, because the structure of the plot is extremely orderly, and even though the characters don't know what they're doing, they're following a linear path of progression very easily and defeating all the bad guys, so it doesn't really matter. Maybe Nomura just wants to make the bouncer too, and his pitch for it keeps getting rejected by the higher-ups, and that's what all this stems for. You know, it's possible. Yeah, that's it. I'm not going to talk about that tonight. I'm going to, again, issue a sincere request. I did this in one of the other streams. I'm going to do this again. If anyone out there knows, like, some really good writing on, like, why Union Cross is good, if so, like, I've seen a lot of posts about, like, you know, I like this character, the story's so fun, I was so invested, I love these characters. Oh, it's so dark. Oh, it's so sad that all the characters die. Oh, it all came together so well in the end. But I haven't really seen, and I'm not being sarcastic, I haven't really seen any like lengthy write-ups on like why the story's genius. If anyone can direct me to some Tumblr posts or whatever else about why people think that Union Cross is super duper smart and well put together, please direct me to these posts because I feel like I'm missing something. I don't know that my opinion on the series is necessarily going to be turned around, but with other entries in the series, like KH3 and Dream Drop, I at least I feel that I have a firm grasp of what the people who love those games love about them. I don't understand the love for Union Cross, and if someone could help me out with that, I greatly appreciate it. I feel like I need to see somebody else's perspective on that game because it doesn't track for me. I need Keyblade 61. Yeah, why not? They kind of look like scissors, don't they? The Keyblade. It kind of looks like a big pair of scissors. Snip, snip. Yeah, I like that. Oh boy, I have a huge thing here. We're not going to talk about this today. Okay, some responses to some comments. Some folks have argued that Xigbar slash Lushu, should have been recompleted into the original Lushu. That, like, if he was actually defeated at the ending of... No, not even. Like, that Xigbar at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2 should have been recompleted into Lushu, not into Braig's body. But no, that wouldn't make sense because the recompletion process uses the body and heart, which were originally used in the Heartless and Nobody transaction. The whole point is that when the body, because the Nobody, despite its naming, is a body. The whole point is that when the body is destroyed, if the heart is out there somewhere, then they recomplete, right? So no, Lushu's body has been gone for centuries. He's been body hopping for ages. Braig's is the latest. Reusing Braig's old body makes sense for the recompletion process. But then Xehanort recompletes into his own body, and Terra's body also recompletes, so who cares? There's no rules. In fact, yeah, Terra's body comes back, but his heart is still lost, and they comment in the scene where they explain, what's going on. But if the heart isn't around to return to the body, then the body disappears. That's the established rules. If the heart isn't around, then the body just goes away. Why didn't they just make him a replica or have him age? I don't understand. I'm reading my notes. So this isn't like, this stuff that I just jotted down. So this probably isn't the best performance. I'm just following where I have all caps. Someone in the comments said that Xehanort repossessed Terra's body before it faded away into nothingness. What's the window of opportunity on that? One would assume the body fades away as soon as the Nobody is defeated if the heart is not out there. So you're telling me that the second that Sora and Riku beat Xemnas in KH2, Xehanort, who didn't exist, swooped in and shoved a fragment of his heart into the body and de-aged it by 10 years? I don't know what's going on there. Oh, I've got a bunch of other stuff here that I wrote down. We're probably gonna wind up doing a fourth one of these streams anyway, so let's just forget it. Let's just move. Let me check and make sure there's nothing else here that I really want to talk about. That's a discussion for another day. Comments are on a previous video. Connor Burris suggests that the organization could have drawn late-game data on Xion from Hollow missions, like to reconstruct her. They could have used late-game data, not like, you know, Vexen's initial data on her, right? I think that's kind of lame. It loops back around, and it loops back around to the discussion we had about how data is meaningless if it's just another branch of even more loosely defined magic, right? Though I will grant that if the script had referenced Xion's participation in Hollow missions as a source of data, I would have at least thought that that was cute. I'll freely admit that. Then again, I'd be just as likely to get upset that they were using non-canon multiplayer modes to justify what was still a weak excuse for Xion's revival. again, my real problem is that Xion was the deadest bitch who ever died, and she is revived without any effort on the part of the heroes or cleverness on the part of the writers. Connor Barres also points out that they could have been used the draining devices at the ending of 358 Days Over 2, which I would probably accept more than I would accept Hollow missions. But my broader problem remains. This was a game entirely sold on, we're gonna save the other heroes. Sora doesn't save them. The heroes wave a magic wand and get the other heroes back for free. And then friendship fixes any lingering problems. It's lame, it's cheap, it's anticlimactic, it's lazy. Also notes, Vexen was aware of a memory leak re Xion. I admit I haven't read the secret reports in a hot minute, so I'll believe that. I suppose it was intentional, and he simply removed the design flaw, which would mean the new version of Xion doesn't have that issue. But then I'd almost argue that she's not Xion at that point. I don't know, man. The whole situation is so lame. Maybe I'm wrong, but I remember making a big deal when watching Days with Joey about how almost everything happening with Xion was treated as a happy accident by Xemnas and the crew. So I don't remember if the game did or did not present that as intentional with Xion. Because I don't know, it's been a while since I've watched that stuff, and even longer since I've read the secret reports for Days. But I seem to recall that there were a ton of scenes in even the movie version of 358 where like Xemnas and Syax are sitting around talking about how Xion is behaving wildly outside of their expected parameters, but they're just gonna roll with it. So I wouldn't think that Vexen's notes would necessarily have like accurate data on creating exactly weird mutation late game Xion. But again, the canonicity of how they got her back and whether or not it's viable doesn't mean anything because the villains got her back and then the heroes got her back for free. And that's not the game was supposed to be about saving everybody. So it's lame. It's lame. The lore doesn't matter. It's lame. Video City 1 previously commented, you say KH3 didn't get the Paopu scene right because they're not sharing one fruit, but at the ending of KH1, doesn't Kairi add to Sora's drawing in the cave when they're both giving each other Paopu fruits? And in BBS, they have 3 wayfinders. They're supposed to bond. There's supposed to be a bond based on the fruit. Maybe they should have each had a piece of the charm. When they put them together, it makes one wayfinder like Kairi's good luck charm. So I guess Riku's the only person in the universe who actually knows how the Paopu fruit works, accusing me of saying that Riku's the only guy like everybody else. I had to, hold on a second. I'm not going to go pull up the KH1 cutscenes. I did this a little bit ago. I went and checked it out because I wanted to make sure. I mean, frickin' why not? Frickin' we'll pull up the cutscenes from Kingdom Hearts 1. Who cares?
Wanted one, didn't you?
A Paopu fruit?
If two people share one, their destinies become intertwined. They'll remain a part of each other's lives, no matter what. Come on, I know you want to try it.
What are you talking about?
Video City 1, I knew you weren't accusing me. It's just you make a valid point because I made a quick comment about how they messed up the Paopu fruit thing, but I didn't fully explain myself on the previous stream, so we're examining it again. I understand you weren't accusing. Curious how Riku explains it at the beginning, then no one else, no one does it exactly how he says it, so in universe, who's wrong? Well, technically, other people do explain it that way, including but not limited to Selfie. But I don't think her scene is in this cutscene compilation. What the heck? These people, oh, they make me angry. I will go to a source that I trust. that sensational feeling. That is the quickening. Let's do it. The usual. You guys at it again? All right.
Will I be able to? Oh.
Now, I freely admit, if someone says like, "Let's get a drink," right? That doesn't mean that each person will get one drink to share between all of them, right? But every single reference to the Paopu is singular, including Riku saying share when they share the Paopu fruit, they share one. Winner gets to share a Paopu with Kairi, right? I get to share. The way he says the Paopu almost seems like he's referring to literally the one that he picked yesterday, right? I don't think she's in this episode. I think she's in the previous episode. Selfie. Where is she? Where is Selfie at? Where is that lady at? I think, oh, where is she? Where's she at? Maybe I do talk to her in the next episode. Oh yeah, she's at the beginning, right before I went to go see Riku. It. Cool story, bro. Now, yes, admittedly, Sora draws himself handing a Paopu to Kairi. Because that's the thing he can draw. That's the image that he can create on the wall. And then at the end, Kairi draws handing one back as a visual indication of reciprocation, because at that point, we're not using dialogue anymore. We're strictly visual storytelling and Udata songs. I don't think that, like, we were meant to take that literally. And to me, KH3 deciding that's, like, that we have to ape that visual over, like, I don't, like, maybe I'm wrong. I think if you've invented a fruit that's shaped like a star, and you're like, you share it with somebody, right? How does everybody in the world not think of, like, how does every single person in the world not perceive that in their mind's eye as a Lady and the Tramp situation where each person's taking a bite of one of the corners, right? I don't think anybody, even with the illustration ever, was like, here's the thing, right? Hold on. How do you do, like, I know I looked this up before. How does one do it? All right, hold on. How's this damn thing spelled? I did this the other day. I tested it. I don't want to timestamp this. This doesn't give me the results I wanted. I got a bunch of fan art of these two, and there's always one. I knew some people in college who had look at this tattoo split in two. I knew some people in college who had they had this thing. They had this thing exactly. These little matching necklaces that go together, right? Before we got to the new game, it was all one of these damn things. Nobody was drawing it as two, okay? This is a new thing. Nobody in their right mind was pitching it as they were literally doing this before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. Anybody who says, oh, I always imagined it that way is a damn liar. The implication is that's as close as they're getting to kissing. Jacob's memory can't be trusted after the smooch lie. It is true. Kyrie should have erased Sora's drawing and corrected it. Yeah, that would have been so much more romantic and quick and clean visual storytelling, right, guys? Like, I never thought the drawing was accurate. It's a visual storytelling shorthand for us as the audience to quickly show that she reciprocates her feelings. Did some people tie it to the whole sleeping realm theory? I never read the sleeping realm theory, so I don't know. Adam Davis, in your opinion, could all the resurrections in KH have been a good idea if written better, or do they thematically or emotionally undercut the games so the characters die? Adam Davis, do you mean like reviving the heroes permanently, or do you mean bringing the villains back? Either way, I guess, I don't know. I don't think either of them is an inherently bad idea. I think the villains do essentially nothing to serve the... I was about to say they do nothing to serve the story Kingdom Hearts 3 is trying to tell, but Kingdom Hearts 3 isn't trying to tell a story, so maybe that's not fair. To me, I look at the entire thing as like... Yeah, you know, it could, yeah, I don't think that like bringing Xion back to life thematically or emotionally completely destroys Days or whatever, right? I think it's a bit silly, but at this point, I'm well past it. Like, sure, we're gonna bring the character back and everybody's gonna get a happy ending, right? That's fine. I don't begrudge that reality, but I really do think it comes down to execution and writing. I think it just could have and should have been written different, and that's fine. Meaning specifically saying Xion, Aqua, etc. Yeah, I don't think it's like thematically completely messed up. Like, Ven and Aqua and Terra were, not Terra so much, but like Ven and Aqua were deliberately written in Birth by Sleep to be set up as like savable. Only Xion was like the, oh my god, how are we gonna solve this? And if they'd had a clever solution in their back pocket for bringing her back, then I wouldn't have cared, but they didn't, so it's a bit silly. Just a moment. I finally finished my food. Yeah, I don't have anything else from that I wanted to read today. I mean, stuff I could, but we're just gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Let's break into this son of a gun. I'm backing it up by a few minutes from where we were, but just like kind of the beginning of the segment we were on, just for more continuity. That's what those two characters were created to do, so what else do you do with them now? You gotta invent new stuff from scratch, and then you risk character, you know, sorry, the audience saying, okay, but where were these traits before now? Why are they suddenly having these new issues and these new flaws that they have to overcome, even though they didn't exist previously? Now, all of that being said, I do have to try and express, at minimum, my opinion and impression of the situation here. I don't think Tetsuya Nomura is a particularly good, stick with me, screenwriter or story organizer. Oh, right, I forgot. Hold on. Let's speed this son of a gun up. I'm gonna put this at 1.5 times speed.
Nomura, I think he's a good artist. I think he's a good director. I think he has clear visions for strong imagery and cutscenes and contrasting colors and ideas and themes and all these different things. But I don't think he's a very good writer. And that's not just writing dialogue. That's everything that goes into writing. And we found out relatively recently in the Kingdom Hearts 3 Ultimania interviews and stuff that he has essentially been ghostwriting every game in the series since days. Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2 were handled by other writers. And he's essentially been writing the actual scripts and dialogue for every game since then, with some other writers helping to proofread his work and punch it up a little bit here and there, is if I'm understanding the interviews that he's conducted correctly, but he's kind of intentionally vague about exactly how the whole process has worked behind the scenes. But when I actually look at the games that he's written from Days onward, the only games, or really game, that has a bunch of scenes where the characters, where like the friendship characters we're supposed to care about, sit around and talk with each other about their relationship, and we just get a feel for who these people are, is Days. And I think that Days has all of those scenes where the characters talk because they were structurally imposed upon Nomura, because that entire game is essentially an allegory for working a crappy office job and then after work every day going to the bar and knocking back a couple of beers with your only friends from the office and talking about how bogus your job is, how much you hate your boss, and how much you wish you could leave Tokyo and move out to the countryside.
And that's a great example to me of Nomura taking the themes that the series is about, really, and continuing to explore them in an interesting and new avenue, right? We talked last time about how Roxas is an interesting and valuable character because he reacts to things very differently from how Sora does or from many of our other protagonists do at that point, right? He gets more angry about stuff than other characters, including even Riku do. Because Riku, especially after KH1, is more of a depressive character than he is of like an outwardly angry, reactionary character. And looking at the Fidelio, I commented on the previous video, but I hope in the future you consider talking with regular Pat about KH3. Would be interesting conversation since you agree on so much, but not that. On what in part? I'm not sure what that is in part. Oh, about KH3? I don't know. I honestly do not know who regular Pat is. So, that doesn't mean I'm like fundamentally opposed to talking to the guy, but I don't know who he is. So, I don't know who that gentleman is. Anyway, but it's to me, like, we're talking about. Thank you for the recommendation, though, Fidelia. I mean, it's one more thing to think about, at least. Somebody to maybe go look into and maybe reach out to at some point. I don't know. But anyway, we talked about on previous streams about how really, if we tunnel down to the core of what these games are about, they are really about these characters being sad. They're about teenagers having separation anxiety and the darkness being offset by a driving adventure, fun Disney adventures, fun Disney characters, etc., right? But really, when you bore down to it, the emotional core of the games are about the characters being sad, right? Characters being sad that they're separated from their friends. Or being sad about their situation in general, right? And to me, what's so interesting about the first several Kingdom Hearts games is that they managed to explore that kind of central idea in different ways. Kingdom Hearts 1 is examining Sora's relationship with his friends and his sadness in a very different way than the more anger and confusion-driven Chain of Memories. There's kind of there's different stuff going on in Kingdom Hearts 2. And Days is a completely different ballgame, again, where our characters are not separated from one another, but instead are driven apart very slowly over the course of an entire runtime of a game. Birth by Sleep, I feel, is a game that's very non-committal, because it instead of setting up very specific character traits for our leads in the beginning of that game, it piggybacks off of previously established character traits for other characters. Didn't want to spend time establishing these characters as new people, and moves on, and then wants to tell a story about them being driven apart, but doesn't put them on screen with each other at all, right? It's a bit interesting to me that you have this storyline that is exploring a lot of the same themes and is fairly deliberately put together. It's pretty intelligent in what it's trying to do. I'm not sure how many 12-year-olds playing Days for the first time realized that it was just Office Space, but with swords and magic, right? But that's essentially what it is. And I think that's kind of really cool, if I'm being honest. But I look at the games after that, and their thematic intent is just so much murkier. I mean, I don't hate Birth by Sleep or anything. I like that game. I know you guys may think I don't because of the way that I talk about it when I'm playing it, but when I'm not playing it, I feel much more positive about it because it's not wasting my time in the present tense, right? But even though I like Birth by, it just feels very non-committal and unfocused, and doesn't do a very good job of communicating who its characters are or what their situation is or what the emotional core of the experience is and what we're supposed to feel about what's happening. It's a very generic feel sad story, right? Where there's no real point being made, there's no specific idea being explored, there's no relationship dynamic being examined. With Days, there's something very particular going on, which is basically we have a main character, Roxas, and to a lesser extent Xion, share the same two goals: be friends and discover the truth. These are their two core objectives throughout Days, right? And the entire tension of the game comes from those two threads pulling at each other and eventually becoming incompatible. What's the final scene of Roxas and Axel in Days, right? Is him finally to Axel's face demanding, no more bullshit. What's going on? What do you know about me and Xion? What's the situation? And Axel, who is afraid that if the information comes out, will mess up their friendship, who is afraid that if the information comes out, his position within the organization will be compromised. Finally, when Roxas draws a hard line in the sand, Axel again refuses to budge. Throughout the entire game, there's been this push and pull of Axel telling me what's going on, but not pushing that hard because they're still valuing that friendship. Axel resisting allowing Xion and Roxas too much information because he's afraid that it'll pull apart the fabric of their group. Finally, when Axel says, no more, tell me what's going on now, Axel cannot bring himself to do it. And at this point, Roxas, it is the straw that broke the camel's back. He finally says, I am now finding out the truth has superseded the being friends thing. And it is a specifically character-created tension that causes this to come out, and which is explored throughout, basically from beginning to end of the entire game, is the tension between Roxas wanting to find out who he is and wanting to have friends. At the beginning of these games, these things don't conflict, because Roxas discovering himself is a much more conventional real-world sense of learning who he is, like, as a person, not literally his lore backstory, right, at the beginning of the game. And the same thing goes for Xion. Throughout the entire game, it's the tension between self-exploration and friendship. And the beginning is saying friendship goes hand in hand with self-exploration, that Roxas and Xion and Axel being friends is helping all of them to understand themselves and each other more and more and more. But eventually we get to that point where these two tensions start to pull the group apart, because there are these secrets that Axel is not willing to compromise because he's afraid that it will compromise their relationship and his position within the organization. And then that then turns to what I'm talking about in this video, which is the idea of you're special, you're very important to this organization, you're the most important person here, you're being groomed for greatness, you're going to be very important, and all the while really, and this is happening in a literal context at the ending of Days, you are being worked to the bone and pushed and pushed and pushed by your boss until eventually you're no good anymore, you're burnt out, you are let go and replaced with the newer, fresher, younger employee who was, your intern, who was the person that you were teaching before, and your friend, and now you're shoved out, and now that person is replaced, and probably they'll be churned out and replaced somewhere along the line too. Xion is literally a recreatable, disposable entity, right? It's really strong. So what you're saying is that Days is just P4, says Ninja Bunny. I'm saying that 358 Days Over 2 is a crappy version of Persona 4, yes. Relatively speaking, because Persona 4 is, of course, the greatest video game ever made. Can you really accurately be said that you like a piece of media only when... You can really be said that you like a piece of media if you only like it when you're not experiencing it, or do you mean that you like watching BBS but not playing it, says Adam Davis. To be clear, what I mean is that, I have a lot of respect for a lot of what Birth by Sleep is trying to do, and I could acknowledge that when I originally played it, I had a good time. Returning to it and going through it again, when I'm going through it linearly, too many of the minute-to-minute writing choices, the way the characters talk to each other, and my foreknowledge of which plot points do and don't go anywhere, and what certain plot points do and don't lead to, means that my minute-to-minute experience is being drawn, attention is being drawn to things that I don't care for. When I'm not directly exposed to Birth by Sleep and watching its cutscenes linearly, my mind primarily when I think of Birth by Sleep in my mind's eye, it bubbles up the more positive aspects of the game. That's what I mean about that, is that when I'm not playing it, it's easier for my mind to isolate the things that are working about the game, the things that are interesting about the game, the things that I can sense in its intent that are valuable. When I'm playing it, I can't just experience the parts that are good, if that makes sense. Golden's better, says Ruby Knights. Yes, Golden is better. Demon King says, Birth by Sleep, incompatible people trying to force a relationship but meet other people they actually seem to like. But that's not the intent. I've seen, when we played Birth by Sleep, there were so many people in the comments talking about, I think that the point of the game is that these guys actually aren't, or at least I read the game. I shouldn't be using a sarcastic voice, because most of these people didn't mean that the game was doing this deliberately, just that they enjoyed it on the level of, these characters don't have anything in common, but they're the only people they've ever known, so there's this relationship that they're not actually very good at navigating. But I don't think that's the intent of Birth by Sleep at all. I don't think it was written that way deliberately at all. Yeah, Fidelio says, Fidelio, you're one of the people who during Birth by Sleep talked about this reading of the game a lot. They talk to each other like people who do not know how to talk to each other. They have no frame of reference for real relationships. Watching that play out awkwardly is kind of interesting. But I'm not saying that you think it's deliberate. I know that most of you guys are saying that that you interpret it that way, and that's fine. But to me, like, it's just an indication of, like, still maintain that Birth by Sleep works as a story people don't fundamentally understand friendship is, latching onto a flawed idea of it. No, see, I don't, and listen, and I'm not going to tell you that that's the wrong way to read it, because I think that could be an interesting thing. I think that probably could have been, that could have been, if we're talking about how Days takes a different angle from some of the previous games, that could have been a take. People who have this kind of childish, we've been friends since we were in kindergarten type relationship, right? But then when they get to high school or to college or whatever, they start rolling with different groups and drifting apart, and the tensions that are created by that, right? That could be an interesting take that could be a legitimately really deeply interesting take for a Kingdom Hearts game. And that could have a little bit of that melancholy that Kingdom Hearts wants, of friends being drawn apart, right? Of drifting apart. And you could have, through the course of the adventure, they come to a better understanding and appreciation of each other, so that by the end, they're better friends than they ever were, if you want it to have a happy ending, right? That could be something for them to work on after they get saved in Kingdom Hearts 3, right? Is now these three have really got to kind of figure themselves out and what's going on with their relationship. But it's a weird situation where, like, those characters are just written in such a bizarre way that when I think about it, isolated from the game and intellectually, like, it's fine. It works kind of sometimes. But when you get into the minute of it, you're like, this is a mess. This is an absolute mess. Like I think about the opening where where Ven runs out to see the stars and falls asleep, and then they just almost word for word recreate the opening of Kingdom Hearts 1, and it's like if you actually watch, like, okay, let's not get, we don't need to spend all day on this doing all this crap, but let's just do a head-to-head comparison. I already have it here. I'll just open my own. Probably should have just gone to Everglow's. Where is it? Is it here? Whatever. We'll just open this one. I don't care. It's fine.
Just this one time.
Shush! Shut up. Go away. Oh my god. So many ads! I saw somebody earlier say ad blocker. How dare you? How dare you? Are you using ad blocker right now watching my video? How dare you? I'll watch ads. I'll give YouTubers I like money. We're going to do a comparison of these two scenes. We're gonna bump the speed, though, so we're not here all night. This is probably gonna be quiet, because I used to mix these videos way too quiet, but that's fine. You guys all know what they talk about.
Whoa! Give me a break, Irie.
Sorry, you lazy bum. I knew that I'd find you snoozing down here.
Okay, so right away, right? Kari's laughing about this, like, ha ha, gotcha, bitch. Ah. So she's got a little bit of a funny bone to her. She likes pranking a little bit. She's throwing some insults. She's throwing some barbs at Sora here, right?
No, this huge black thing swallowed me up. I couldn't breathe. Ow.
Are you still dreaming?
It was.
Kari's really like bonk, bam. We got some characterization coming in here, hot off the presses for Kairi, right? Sora had that big nightmare, so we're understanding that that weird tutorial we just played was diegetic. That was something that at least Sora experienced. It wasn't just some abstract gameplay tutorial that we saw, right? So far, every single line of dialogue has been telling us something about the situation or about the characters.
In a dream. Or was it? I don't know. What was that place? So bizarre.
All right, so we understand people having weird dreams of stained glass windows is not normal in this world. It's just as weird to us as it is to him. But he doesn't know, he didn't say what were those Disney princesses doing on it, so he hasn't watched the Disney movies. We're getting info here.
Yeah, sure.
Kairi does not give a crap about his visions, about his weird dreams.
Kari's like, yeah, I'm not listening to any of your crap.
What was your hometown like? You know, where you grew up?
I told you before. I don't remember.
Kairi's from somewhere else. She has partial amnesia about it.
Nothing at all?
Nothing.
Never want to go back.
Well, I'm happy here.
Kairi likes where she's living right now.
Really?
But you know, I wouldn't mind going to see it.
I'd like to see it too. Along with any other worlds out there. I want to see them all.
Our characters are adventurous. They have an adventurous, pioneering spirit.
So what are we waiting for?
Hey, aren't you guys forgetting about me?
No, not just ignoring you.
I guess I'm the only one working on the raft.
They're working on some kind of group project to further their adventurous spirit. Riku is strong. Sora is not.
And you're just
Or at least not as strong as he is.
lazy as he is.
So you noticed? Okay, we'll finish it together.
All these guys are sarcastic weirdos. And you can tell they've been friends for a long time because almost everything they say to each other is an insult, but none of them react to it. Because that's how friends talk to each other.
I'll race you.
Huh? What? Are you kidding?
Ready? Go!
These two will not be one-upped by the other. They have a competitive streak. But we observe
Run fast.
from their playful smiles
Handle it for you. We're
that it's all a joke. They're all just having fun.
establishing characters.
These guys,
And Kari laughs like an idiot in that part.
they live life carefree and
Camera
easy.
swoops over them as they're running off.
We have established so much about these guys in like 2 minutes. Let's watch Birth by Sleep. Oh, hold on, I'm muted.
Give me a break, Aqua.
Then, you hopeless sleepyhead. You know, you should have at least brought a blanket.
So, Ven falls asleep a lot, I guess? Okay, all right. Ven dozes off easily. I guess that's a character trait. Aqua's kind of motherly. Should have brought a blanket with you. All right.
But did I dream that place up?
Huh? Dream what place up? We didn't see a dream. We saw him lay down to look at the stars and then cut to here.
It really felt like I'd been there before, looking up at the stars.
Is this talking about the cutscene from the beginning where we already saw... We already saw the cutscene earlier of Ven looking up. Okay, so he doesn't remember that. He has a vague memory of it. Okay, got it. All right. Aqua kind of sees Ven as like a kid. She's not bonking him. She's rubbing him on his little child head. She thinks he's cute.
Except you've
Not like romantically, just like that he's small.
always lived here with us.
Yeah.
Okay, so Aqua's lying to Ven about something. We already know right away if that scene of him on Destiny Islands was maybe that scene on Destiny Islands was a vision. Maybe it's the future, and she's and so how are we supposed to? Was that a lie, or does she not know, or was that a future vision? Was that the past? It seemed like the past because his heart was busted and he's fixed. Okay, whatever. Well, maybe we'll find out later.
I know.
You know what?
Except you've always lived here with us.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, Ven thinks at least that he's lived here forever. All right. So is that the way that that was written feels like gaslighting. So Aqua's lying to him about something. All right.
Hey, Aqua. You ever wonder what stars are? Where light comes from?
All right.
Well, they say.
That every star up there is another world.
Now, how does Ven, living at a Keyblade Academy for the last 4 years, not know that? How does anybody playing the video game, Birth by Sleep, not have that exposition? That seems a little redundant for our characters and for the audience. Is Ven like a dumbass? Is Ven like an idiot? Does he not know basic things about? They're at a Keyblade Academy. 5 minutes from now, he's gonna bonk a shoulder and ride a little motorcycle, not a motorcycle, little skateboard out to outer space. Is he like an idiot? What's going on?
Terra.
Yep. Hard to believe there's so many worlds out there besides our own.
Is it? But they aren't you at a Keyblade Academy? So they're at a school for learning how to do Keyblades, but they don't know about the. Yes, well, Ven is an idiot, says Ninja Bunny. It is correct. Ven is an idiot. Okay, so there's a lot of worlds out there. There's a lot of worlds out there. All right, okay, cool. So Terra shows up and says there are many worlds. That's his character establishment.
The light is their hearts, and it's shining down on us like a million lanterns.
The light is worlds. He just said the same thing again.
What? I don't get it.
I don't understand. You're saying worlds are stars and their hearts have light, and what? I'm an idiot.
In other words, they're just like you, Ven.
What? He's saying that he has a lot, like has a lot of light in him?
What does that mean?
You'll find out someday, I'm sure.
I want to know now.
Why are these guys negging Ven? One of them is lying to him. The other one's like messing with. Are these guys negging Ven? What's going on here? Why is Ven such a dumbass? Is he supposed to be stupid? Like what's going on here?
You're too young to know now.
Quit treating me like a kid.
Okay, all right, there it is again. We've reinforced. All right, he's younger than they are, and they view him as like someone to protect. All right, okay. And I guess that Terra feels similarly about that to how Aqua does. So these two are older than he is. All right, got it.
Hey, what are you laughing at?
I can't help it. You two would make the weirdest brothers.
Huh?
So they're not related. They're not blood related. Okay, got it. All right. Uh-huh. Okay. So we got a lot of valuable character information so far. And the scene isn't over yet. I'm pretty sure because these characters talk so lethargically, we probably spent more time on this already. By this point, I think the others were already sprinting off the beach, but I could be wrong. Maybe it just feels longer to me.
Oh, yeah. Terra, you and I have our Mark of Mastery exams tomorrow.
Oh, okay, so they're taking tests. They're taking an exam for fighting. Got it. Okay.
I made us good luck charms.
Ooh, Aqua's crafty. I mean, literally, that she makes little arts and crafts. Though she's also crafty because she's lying to Ven. But I don't think that's an intended characterization detail. So Aqua does little arts and crafts things. That's a cool character trait. I can't wait to see more of her little arts and crafts things, and maybe she made her costume herself. Maybe that's an important character trait for her, is that she's, nominated as, her drawings and stuff. Maybe this is, a character trait for Aqua. Okay, all right. Of course, this never comes up again, but we're pretending that this opening scene is actually telling us something about the characters.
Whoa.
Here.
I get one too?
Of course. One for each of us.
Yeah.
Somewhere out there, there's this tree with star-shaped fruit.
What?
And the fruit represents an unbreakable connection. So as long as you and your friends carry good luck charms shaped like it, nothing can ever drive you apart.
Okay, so the three of them are friends. I got it. I got it!
You will always find your way back to each other. Technically, I think you're supposed to make them with seashells, but I did the best with what I had.
Well, sometimes you are such a girl.
Hey, what do you mean sometimes?
What? I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that made more sense in Japanese. But it was like Terra said, "I don't appreciate your gift," and Aqua did not like laugh at it. She was like, "Are you negging me now? I thought this was a thing we did with Ven."
So this isn't a real good luck charm?
Well, that's yet to be seen. But I did work a little magic on it.
Oh, okay. Aqua's like a mage. All right, cool. She does like charms and spell weaving and stuff. That's cool. All right. That does technically come up again because she does the little charm on Kyrie's necklace, right? So that's one of the only things we've established in this scene that comes back later.
Really? What?
An unbreakable connection.
Well,
And it's a gameplay mechanic. It's D-Link.
tomorrow's the exam. Anybody want to spar?
I can take you.
All right, so all three of our characters, yeah, we already could have gathered they're at some kind of combat Keyblade Academy, but yeah, all right, so these guys are all training to be warriors. Got it. All right.
Yeah. Quit going easy on him. You're not gonna win unless you stay on the offensive.
Oh yeah, the characters treat Ven like a kid and are protective of him. I got it.
What's on that?
Well, that works fine if you're fighting one-on-one. But you need to know.
What's on that?
That's right on her ass.
Well, that works fine if you're fighting one-on-one. But you need to know how to handle a crowd, too.
Aqua's good at magic. We already know this.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Hey, we're gonna head back.
Yeah, me too.
Together. Always.
Maybe we could read that as Aqua having a little bit of anxiety about the future and their relationship, which would be the first character trait other than motherly and liar we've gotten about her. I'll allow it. I'll be generous and I'll allow it.
That would be the last night we ever spent beneath the same stars.
And that was plot. So what did we get from all of that? We got way more screen time that was mostly just devoted to them following the exact same speech patterns of the original cutscene, right? Original cutscene, we got every character's personality laid out. We got power dynamic established. Riku's the strongest, all right? We get lore. We get world building. We understand. Weird monsters and magic is not normal. That's something that Sora dreamed about and found weird even in his dreams. Oh, swirly glasses. That is only when you are asleep and thinking about things while you are sleeping. We find out that Kyrie has partial amnesia and is from another planet, and our characters want to travel to other planets. What do we learn about the personalities and plot and world building of Birth by Sleep? We learn that Ven is younger than the other two, and they are protective of him. We learn that Aqua's good at magic. Aqua's kind of motherly. We find out that Ven has narcolepsy and can fall asleep anywhere. The only one who gets any character traits is maybe Aqua, is a little bit motherly towards Ven. We learn that she knows magic. We learn that they're probably lying to Ven about his origins, but he doesn't know that. And we learn that they've got a test tomorrow. I think that's about it. We don't get a firm grip on, and we waste a ton of dialogue on stuff that we already know. The very few ideas the scene is trying to communicate are repeated several times. I mean, it's trying to directly ape the editing and pacing of the original scene, and yet it's way less efficient. It's just a mess. And like, you know, when I think about theoretically what's happening in that game, like, it's kind of fun, but it's not. See, Frog Jam says Ventus is child, Aqua is mom, Terra is dad, but like Terra as dad isn't even established. He has one line where it's further established that he is older than Ven, but his personality and relationship to Ven isn't really told to us, unless we are to interpret that he is negging Ven and then negging Aqua, but hard to know for sure. Demon King says, I mean, their base characterization comes from the gameplay. If this is your first game, then you do need explanation. The first game doesn't need to do it much. It's sequel syndrome. I understand if somebody's playing Birth by Sleep for the first time, yes, they need to have worlds explained to them. But the characters don't. And as the writer, you can provide that exposition in any millions of ways. And having your character establishing scene spent on non-character related lore that the characters should already know is not good. You've got like 3 scenes in the whole game where all 3 of these characters are on screen together. And we learn almost nothing about their personalities or relationships, and we waste time on exposizing that there are other worlds in this video game about traveling to other worlds. Wherein we will, a few scenes from now, have a character give the other characters a mission to go to other worlds. So it's a waste of time.
And then at the end, it turns out that the boss is actually, even though he's been telling you this whole time that you're special and you're being groomed for greatness and leadership and you're very important to this organization, it turns out actually you're just another cog in the machine and we're going to replace you with a younger, more useful worker after we've worked you to the bone and you're no longer capable of going on anymore and you've outlived your usefulness. The whole thing is this really on the nose, and not in a bad way, corporate allegory, but I think that the scenes where they sit around and eat ice cream are just because the structure of that game was do missions, then the characters will sit down and talk with each other. And that game has a quality to it that a lot of older JRPGs have, which is that the characters are not really all that well written, but you spend so much time with them that you kind of get over a curve and you start to get really into them. A lot of older JRPGs, the characters are not exactly stellar, but you spend so much time with them that you really get to like these people and you like their dynamic. And with Days, not every single mission, but there are so many scenes where it's just the characters sitting around and talking about nothing that you really do get. You start vibing with them. You know what I mean? You just kind of start vibing with Roxas and Axel and Shion by the end of the whole thing. But then you move on to the other games, and it kind of seems like Nomura just doesn't have the interest to write these scenes or doesn't know how to work them dynamically into a script. If you watch a good movie or read a good book or watch a good TV show, usually you'll have scenes that we talk about doing 2 things at once or doing multiple things at once. You'll have characters going about the business of doing the plot, of sneaking into a place, of solving a puzzle, of going somewhere and getting into a thing. But there will also be conversation between the characters, or we'll observe things in their actions that tell us about them and about their relationships or whatever else. Kingdom Hearts doesn't really have these scenes, at least not anymore. Days has scenes where the characters are doing missions, and it has the scenes where it is time for characters to sit down and talk. And it doesn't have many scenes in between this. It has some, but not a lot. Now let's move on to Birth by Sleep, which is a game about 3 good friends, and how are the relationship scenes in this game written? Well, the first scene, what to do? I guess I could just...
Love Terra and Riku fist bumping even though they've met once. No, Allie, they have a deep personal relationship. What are you talking about? Because one of them is the older guy from one group, and the other one's the older guy from the other group.
Take this dialogue that someone else already wrote to introduce the characters from Kingdom Hearts 1, and I can just copy paste it into this script and change the proper nouns around, and that'll tell the audience that these people are friends, and also that they are like the characters that they already like, so they should like these characters too. Even though I am actively distracting the audience from learning important information about these new characters and just reminding them of the old characters.
It's like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Because again, Nomura's not the only guy writing these new games. It's a little bit unclear. He said, I've been basically ghostwriting all of them, and then Oka, or whatever the guy's name is, has been like revising it. So, I mean, it's possible that a given scene wasn't written by him, but I look at like the opening scene of Kingdom Hearts 1 and the opening scene of BBS, and I'd say to myself, the one from Kingdom Hearts 1 was probably written by Jun Akiyama or like Watanabe or something. Let me remind myself who the writers were on Kingdom Hearts 1. Jun Akiyama, Daisuke Watanabe, and Kazushige Nojima, right? That scene was probably written by one of them. I wonder if Tetsuya Nomura understands why it works and what the scene is doing. Because he doesn't use the same scene. You could use the same format to tell us something about the new characters, right? Let's say, Masaru Oka. Like, let's take the beginning of Birth by Sleep, right? Screw it. Let's rewrite the opening of Birth by Sleep. What do we want to know? What do we want to know about these characters? Let's say Aqua's, because this makes sense. Aqua's kind of like a Hermione, right? She's very like, she's a little motherly and controlling. She's a big nerd. She's like a master of magic, right? And Terra's primary mastery is perhaps in Keyblade transformations. Like, he's a weapons master. He's not just good with the sword, he's good with a whip, with a cannon, with gauntlets, with bow and arrow. And so he is trained to be able to transform Keyblades into other weapons, right? Maybe Aqua's emphasis is in other realms, right? So let's say we have Ven has run out in the middle of the night to get a good look at the meteor shower, right? Okay. Then runs up to the summit of the place to see the meteor shower. He comes upon Aqua, who is already there watching the meteor shower. And he's like, did you come out here to see the meteor shower too? How did you beat me up here? Did you teleport past me or something? Maybe he doesn't say that, because it's the opening scene that would make it sound like she can teleport, and she can't. How did you beat me up here? We need to keep Terra's revulsion at all things perceived as feminine. God, I was Cosmonaut Variety Hour. They do their Cosmonaut picture shows where they watch movies and whatchamacallit, they just the original, the one for the first Twilight got taken down, but it just got put back up. Thank God, because I love those videos. And Marcus keeps joking around. He's like, I wish that Edward talked like he still had the mindset that he did when he was turned into a vampire. They'd be like, Bella, I wish you wouldn't wear pants. It'd be like, milady. No, Bella, we can't hang out with them. They have colored friends. So good. Yeah, we should write Terra that way. He wears a skirt. He doesn't think women should wear pants. Anyway, no. So like he walks up and he's like, Aqua, are you already out here watching the meteor shower? Or did you couldn't have beat me? She says, no, I was already up here. She waves a textbook. She waves a book around, right? Studying. And he's like, Aqua, the exam's tomorrow, and you're still cramming? I figured you would have wanted to get a good night's sleep. And she says, well, not studying so much as just kind of getting in some final practice, just getting the details of the technique figured out. I wanted to surprise you tomorrow, but she stands up and she does a couple katas with her Keyblade, and then suddenly, the Keyblade leaves her hand and keeps spinning. She guides it around her. She's doing her Spellweaver like move set, right, for a couple of moves, and she summons it back to her hand, right? It's like, Aqua, holy crap, you figured it out? You figured out that you can do the Spellweaver technique? You've been working on that for ages. And she's like, yeah, I finally got the basics of it down a couple of weeks ago, but I wanted to keep it a secret so I could surprise you guys and Ericus at the exam. I finally figured out how to do it. It's still difficult. I'm only just now kind of getting, I can move it telekinetically. I'm only really getting to the point where it's efficient, where I'm actually kind of figuring out combos and stuff with it. And I can't, he's like, can you move anything with your mind now? She's like, no. Telekinesis is really difficult. The only reason I'm able to do this is because of the inherent magical connection that I have with my Keyblade. Like, I couldn't do this if I was using your Keyblade, right? So, we're establishing exam tomorrow. Aqua's been training for it for a long time. She's very good at magical techniques. She cares about impressing her friends a little bit and surprising them. We've got we're establishing the importance of Keyblades. There's special magical essences that let you do certain things. She couldn't do this with a normal sword. I can't do this with your Keyblade or with a normal sword. It has to be my Keyblade because of the intrinsic magical connection between me. We're establishing now in a universe where there are 10 million Keyblades. What's so special about Keyblades? Personal magical reactivity. So Ven's talking about this with her, and don't forget, it also has to translate to gameplay purposes as well if you're going to offer that up. I don't know, it sounds so outlandish. Yeah, this sounds really not that good. I'm not sure what? Huh? Maybe I'm not following what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm riffing right now, right? Like, establish that she's got this different focus, right? And then maybe Terra shows up. She's like, come on, Terra. Crap. I was showing Ben. I didn't want you to see this. Or alternatively, he shows them and says, what are you guys talking about? I came up to see the meteor shower. What are you guys doing? And they're like, nothing. And he's like, what? And he's like, you'll see tomorrow during the exam or something. And they're doing little jokes. They're doing little jokes with each other. They're kind of messing around. I don't know. There's like a million ways you can do this. I don't know what you would establish about Ven, because Ven's just like this happy-go-lucky guy. But you're already doing character establishment, that he's like running out to see a meteor shower, right? That he sprinted up to the top of the mountain to get a look at this, right? But it never made sense that Ven like got to the top of the mountain to see the meteor shower and then fell asleep, except as like cinematic parallels to Sora being asleep, right? Like it's just not very... It's not very useful. I don't know. Like, you had characterization of, like, he ran up there to see he got super excited to go see the meteor shower, but then he fell asleep going to see the meteor shower. Like, well, clearly he wasn't that excited. I don't know, and it makes Spellweaver, like, this cool thing that Aqua learned. And, like, we can go back later on, like, you know that scene later on in Birth by Sleep where we cut back to Ven and Terra sparring, and Terra knocks Ven down and goes, "Come on, Ven, giving up already? I thought you were stronger than that." And he's just saying a Riku line again. And Aqua's like, "Ven, you almost had him." And it's like, no, don't lie. Is she negging him? Because he still has the dead eyes, and Terra's been training for longer, like his whole life. Is she negging Ven when she says that? And then they're like over in the corner, and Terra gives a weird speech about like how like, hey, each of the little nicks and dents in that sword means you're improving, right? And he's like, you don't need to, you're worrying too much about how to move your body. You should let your body move you, right? What lame. If you're gonna bother to write a story about characters who are master swordsmen, learning how to be swordsmen and talking with each other, let's dig into this a little bit, right? Like, let's have them sitting off to the side, right? And they're talking about it. And Ven's like, I don't know. I can't seem to move my body the way that you do, Terra. And Terra's like, wait, what? Hold on a second. You're trying to fight the same way that I fight? And Aqua's like, you seriously didn't pick up on that? So let's see. Ven's got a big brother Oni-san with Terra, right? Terra's a little bit like, he's not as observant as someone like Aqua is, right? And he's like, yeah, I don't know, I can't move and fight the way that you do, Terra. And Terra's like, oh, hold on a second, Ven. But then we get a moment of Terra showing his intelligence at sword fighting, because he's a good sword fighter, and Ven, summon your Keyblade for a second. Ven summons his Keyblade. He summons his own. All right, you give me yours. He takes it. Now you take mine. And Ven takes it. Whoa! This is so much heavier than mine. He's like, yeah, exactly, because it's made for me. Now, the way that I fight, I'm a lot bigger than you, Ven. I swing really hard, right? Because I have all this weight behind my blade, I can't move it that fast, but I can absorb heavier blows, and I can swing it very hard and bring it down on people. Now, if I had this sword, and he's holding up Ven's, right? Now, I can move so much faster with this one, but I would never be able to hit the way that I hit. I would never be able to move quite the way that I do with that heavy Keyblade. It wouldn't be efficient because I can move like this. You shouldn't be trying to copy my style, Ven, or Aqua's for that matter. You should have your own thing. Aqua's over there, she's learning magic and stuff. She's trying to learn all these cool ways to mix magic into her conventional fighting style, this now being a retroactive establishment of she's been trying to learn how to do Spellweaver for years, right? And I'm very much focused on, direct getting in somebody's face encounter with a Keyblade, right? But you shouldn't be trying to fight like us. You're lightweight, you're agile, you've got this cool in fact, let's go even further, right? We see a little bit of the fight with Terra and Ven, right? And Ven isn't holding his Keyblade backhanded. He's holding it like a normal sword, right? And in this scene, Terra's like, you shouldn't try to fight like me. You should try to fight like yourself. And he hands the Keyblade, and they switch Keyblades back again. And says, do you want to go again? And Ven goes, yeah, I think so. And they fight for a second. He's like, hold on. And then he flips his Keyblade back the other way. And Terra goes, okay, let's. And then the fight starts. We don't have to see the rest of it, right? But we just established this moment of like Ven, like Terra helping him to come out of his shell a little bit and giving him some big brotherly swordsmanly advice or whatever, right? Like the scene as it previously existed was just for Terra to go like, you, me, and Ven all have the same dream. We all want to be Keyblade masters. And like he did like a nice thing for Ven. Like the purpose of the scene was to go, we all want to learn swords, and Terra was nice to Ven that one time, and gave him the little toy Keyblade, right? If the purpose of the scene is just the characters are nice to each other and all want to be Keyblade masters, let's use it to actually explore something about the characters and give them some damn traits instead of reducing them all to the same damn person who all have the same goals and stuff. I don't know. This is like basic writing stuff, but just I don't think Nomura cares because he's like, Nomura has big picture ideas of what he wants to be writing, of how he wants you to feel at the ending of the game. At the ending of the game, all the characters die and you're sad. That's what he's got. And then he just needs to build all of the scenes that get you there. And I don't think he cares about the details. I need a scene where Ven is sad and Terra says something nice to establish that they like each other. Okay, Ven is sad and Terra says, Ven, I like you and you keep trying. And that's like the end of that's like the end of his creative process. That's the Oh, Bobcat says, just had an idea from this pitch. Maybe Ventus holds his Keyblade the same way as Terra does, and when Ven is told to fight his own way, he changes his stance. Yeah, great minds think alike. This to me is like, can this rewrite be Terra just actually be stupid enough to go to Sleeping Beauty World? I think Maleficent is a good guy. That's not in BBS, but it's basically fanon at this point and is the best. Nah, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could write the story where he's a huge meathead muscle idiot, and that's what makes him distinct from the others. But like, even like, in Harry Potter, even in the movie Harry Potter where Ron's a dumbass, like he's not that stupid. And I don't believe that Hermione Aqua would like Ron Terra if he's that dumb. But I don't know. I look at the whole situation as just like I look at the big picture of what each of the games is wanting you to feel and the general. It's the Yoko Taro approach to writing, but worse, says Brad P. Yeah, because for those who are not familiar, Yoko Taro starts from, the sad ending or the big twist first, and then works backward. And this is not a bad approach to writing. Plenty of writers start with their ending and then try to figure out how to get there, or they start with a decision and try to get there. This is not uncommon. The problem is that Nomura has an idea of how he wants the audience to feel, but I don't think he particularly cares for the nuance of character work. I mean, it's very similar to George Lucas. George Lucas has stated many times, I don't care about story and plot and characters and dialogue. I find all of that deeply uninteresting. I want vibes. I like interesting cinema. I like special effects. I like the myth, the larger scale stuff, right? And that doesn't mean he's consistently a bad writer, because he wrote the original Star Wars, and even though a lot of it got fixed in editing, it was, still functional as a movie. And there are bits of the prequels that work briefly. There's some other stuff he worked on that I liked. But, you look at the prequels, and it's like, I understand that Lucas has a very specific vision of what he wants the films to look like, of what he kind of wants the vibes to be, of the essence of the material he's trying to communicate to us, of how he broadly wants us to feel in each scene, but he does not have the writing chops to actually deliver that. The only reason it gets there half the time in the prequels is because of the John Williams score making you feel that way, or because of the special effects and art design making you feel that way. The characters are never contributing to getting you to where you're supposed to, the way you're supposed to feel in those scenes. And people, I'm not going to have an argument about The Last Jedi right now. I'm not going to have an argument about The Last Jedi. I like The Last Jedi, and I'm not going to derail this conversation any further by talking about The Last Jedi. He cared only about making his movie and about the continuity or continuation or setup or pay-up of Star Wars? He absolutely not. He absolutely cared about, he was specifically following up all the threads that freaking JJ established. He was absolutely continuing and telling a story. He was exploring those characters. I can't have this discussion about Last Jedi right now. I'm sorry. That's fine. I don't care if you don't like The Last Jedi or whatever, but saying that Ryan doesn't give a shit about Star Wars, he were only making his movie, is insane to me. Anyway.
That first scene in Birth by Sleep, where all the characters are talking with each other, is borderline useless. We don't
here I'm
learn
talking about the same thing we were already talking
the
about.
The next scene, where all three characters are together, is the Mark of Mastery exam, where nobody has any dialogue other than Ven hitting a ball and Aqua going, no, Ven, stay back, and him going, no, I'm not gonna listen to you. And Terra saying he can take care of himself, and Aqua saying, okay. Then after that, there's like a couple of brief scenes where two of them interact, where like, there's the Cinderella world where Terra is like, hey Aqua, I got some information. Also, do you still have the dream of being a Keyblade wielder? And she says yes, and he says cool, and then they go their separate ways. There's the scene where Ven and Aqua meet on Enchanted Dominion, where she's like, go home, Ven, and he says no, and they go their separate ways. And then you get to the second scene in the game, the second real scene in the game, where all three of them are together, and it's a conflict scene where they're all like, I hate you, you lied, you're spying on me, you're the worst, Aqua, so now you know the truth. And it's like, who are these people? Why do they like each other? What are their traits? How does this relationship function? It's so bizarre. And while I think that Birth by Sleep is at least partially able to circumnavigate this issue, because at minimum, the plot lines that each of the three characters are involved in individually work pretty well and are engaging, it's very hard for me to buy into these three as friends, and for me to buy into the emotion.
Guys, cease Last Jedi discourse, please. Nobody's opinion on The Last Jedi is going to change tonight, so let us cease discourse on The Last Jedi and talk about Kingdom Hearts.
Of why they are sad at the ending of the game and why they take the actions that they do at the ending of the game, you have to buy into them really loving each other this much. And the game just doesn't get you there because it expects you to take the friendship and the relationship stuff for granted. The stuff that got people into these games in the first place, the stuff that made them engage with these characters, it just kind of expects you to just believe that it's there already instead of giving you a reason to care about these people and how they feel about each other. And then Dream Drop this. That's where I think these problems are most apparent, because the only relationship and character writing in that game is Sora or Riku in a room where the other one isn't there, talking to camera about how much they love the other character, and each of them gets 6 opportunities throughout the game to say the same thing about how much they love the other person, and that's basically it. And then moving on to Kingdom Hearts 3, just to continue to focus on Sora and Riku because it's an easy example, they don't have any scenes together. The only times that they share screen space is when they are in Yensid's office to receive or deliver exposition to the other characters. They just meet up for these boardroom meetings, because Tetsuya Nomura's scripts are extremely utilitarian, is the way that I would describe them, which is bizarre to me because as a director, as an artist, it always seems to me like his strength is in creating these unexpected contrasting images and ideas. Taking, Versus 13, guys in armor with machine guns fighting a guy in a suit who uses magic in an environment that looks like Tokyo. Kingdom Hearts 1 Secret Ending, we had this, this bright and colorful world of Kingdom Hearts, but all of a sudden we're in this dark, gloomy, rain-swept city with evil or heartless than we've ever seen before. Kingdom Hearts 2 Secret Ending, how on earth did the world of Kingdom Hearts look like this with guys in armor and thousands of Keyblades when up until this moment we were under the impression that there were like maybe 5 or 6 tops in the universe? I think that his strengths really lie in taking these things, these unexpected elements, and smashing them together to create exciting results. That's part of why Kingdom Hearts is so neat. There's a great interview out there somewhere. I haven't been able to re-find it for forever, but I know that I read it, where when he was talking with Yoko Shimomura about composing a piece of music for the first Kingdom Hearts trailer, she was going to make something light and bubbly and Kingdom Heartsy, and he told her, no, do what wound up being Destati, the Dive into Heart theme, the bum 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 da 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 ba, like the really dark, heavy, choir stuff, right? And that's not what people were expecting out of a Disney game. That's not what people were expecting this Kingdom Hearts thing to be. And Kingdom Hearts as a series is a series that is bright and colorful, but confronts really deep, true evil and death and these.
I haven't played Remind, says Little Prince Kane. What's with the excessive reaction commands now? Because they realized after designing an entire game without reaction commands that reaction commands are really useful, and they did not want to have to create 20 new playable characters, but they wanted to create cool, flashy gameplay sequences. So they needed to use reaction commands to be able to give the player a modicum of interactivity in these extremely cinematic sequences.
Social issues that Sora and Riku are dealing with in the first game and all this other stuff that you wouldn't quite expect, and it's because they take all these things and smash them together that Kingdom Hearts is so interesting and enduring. But then you get to the more recent games where it actually comes time for him to write the scripts, and everything is so dry and so expository and so straightforward that the spark that made the earlier Kingdom Hearts games interesting, that grabbed people by the balls when they saw the trailers for Versus, it's not there anymore. And I mean, anybody who enjoys Kingdom Hearts 3 or Dream Drop Distance or any of these other games that I have mixed feelings on or that I don't enjoy all that much, that's totally fine. I'm not here to try and tell anybody that they're wrong or anything. That's not how opinions work. And there's certainly enjoyable aspects of all of these different products, but I should say enjoyable aspects even to me, and aspects that I can see that, maybe aren't that appealing to me, but I get why they're appealing to other people. But this thing that I'm talking about right here with Nomura's actual writing style once he's in charge of the scripts. Again, I'm making assumptions about this. We don't know who wrote what exact words and made what exact creative decisions. And even beyond that, there's the Walt Disney Company, there's Square Enix, there's a million different places that interference and creative decisions can come from. I was just reminded the other day of the fact that the reason that the summons in Kingdom Hearts 3 are these weird transparent elemental things instead of actual actually appearing is because the Walt Disney Company said that they were not allowed to put any Disney characters other than like Donald and Goofy from another movie into the setting of another movie. So they're no longer summons. We're linking with the essence of these things.
This sequence was so terrible. Just playing it was so awful.
Because they can't actually come here, and that's just a raw, stupid decision on the Walt Disney's part, made by people who don't understand the product at all. So I guess my point is,
keep in mind for anybody who's watching this for the first time, I have sped up the footage. Here, I'll put it at normal speed for you guys for a second, so you can see what this actually looks and plays
another
like.
movie. So they're no longer summons. We're linking with the essence of these things because they can't actually come here, and that's just a raw, stupid decision on the Walt Disney's part, made by people who don't understand the product at all. So I guess my point is, I want to make sure that as I continue with this discussion, understand I can't judge where.
I haven't replayed this, so I don't know if that's intentional or not. I think you're supposed to magically know the exact timing of this attack and stagger your swings to hit them all.
Don't understand the product at all. So I guess my point is, I want.
See, I think I wasn't supposed to hit X. I was supposed to stagger and wait to hit it again to hit these guys, because now I use the third hit in my 3-hit combo to get them, and I cannot block this final attack. I don't know if I screwed up there, or if that was an intentional design that Mickey's supposed to get knocked back there and you're supposed to mash triangle again. I'm not sure. And I've never replayed it, and I don't intend to, so I'm never going to find out.
Says yes or no to any various things within the whole system. Understand that my criticisms of the product are just criticisms of the product, and I'm trying my best to identify interviews or patterns in the stylistic presentation of the series to maybe explain why certain things happen. I'm not laying the...
Rubenites, I'll say this about KH3. I really don't like that Sora is the only one who can do literally anything in the game. It's like Sonic. It's not like Sonic and Sonic Forces, where the second that Sonic is down, everyone else just loses. Oh yeah, no, I mean, we talked about that a little bit during the playthrough. It's a huge problem with like this, with his big team-up finale game, that Sora's the only one who does anything. And Terra gets one cool moment, and I guess Roxas gets a cool entrance that, to me, I was so distracted by the insanity of it that I didn't appreciate it as cool. Yeah, you're supposed to hard read them, says Bobcat? Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Remind. But like, so you know what? We're going to keep talking about Marvel, because I know that Tetsuya Nomura likes Marvel. It's I know that he likes it. Even if I didn't have the evidence of the hackery of the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. But that's a bit mean. But, like, the guy wants to do Avengers Infinity War. He wants to kill everybody. And I don't even mean that in terms of killing everybody in the Keyblade graveyard. I mean ending the game with Sora vanishing into dust. Oh, God. It's the same thing. He wants to end this game with our hero vanishing, and then in a follow-up game about rescuing, right? Okay, he's doing the same thing again. It's everywhere. It's not just the Keyblade Graveyard stuff. The ending is also Endgame, or is also Infinity War. But like the problem that he's set himself up with here is he ends Kingdom Hearts 2. I understand killing Sora. We talked about this a lot in previous streams. Tetsuya Nomura wants to write a game about our characters being split up and spread out, right? He wants to write stories about our main characters all being sad and separated from one another. That's why Sora doesn't go home with Kairi at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 1. That's why he and Naminé can't be together, and why he forgets about the events of Castle Oblivion. It's why Riku is intentionally distancing himself in Kingdom Hearts 2. It's why Days ends the way that it does and is structured the way that it is. It's why Birth by ends the way that it does. It's even why Coded is written the way that it is. Problem. Kingdom Hearts 2 ends saying, and next time, our heroes will all go on an adventure together. Birth by Sleep ends with, and next time, our heroes will save everybody. Dream Drop Distance can't be a team-up game, because Kingdom Hearts 3 is going to be the team-up game, I assume was his thought at the time. And then he never wrote the team-up game. He wrote Iron Man and Thor and Captain America the First Avenger and Incredible Hulk. That was Roxas. You know, he's written the one-offs. We never got the Avengers. We never got Captain America Civil War. We never got the team-up movie. right? We never got the characters all coming together. We never got Guardians of the Galaxy. So when you get, and now he wants to go straight to everybody dying. He wants to go straight to Thanos snapping his fingers, and he wants to get there. He never did the team up first. He gets to KH3 and he doesn't have the, either for his own purposes as a writer, doesn't want to or can't, or because of Disney interference, can't. For whatever reason, doesn't want to or can't, Kingdom Hearts 3 is not a team-up game. It deliberately says, Riku and Mickey are over there in that dungeon. Kairi's over here in that dungeon. None of the characters come back until the end, and when they do, none of them do anything. They all suck. Sora's the only one who does anything, right? And part of the problem with Sora dying at the end is that because we haven't spent time with these characters, because we haven't spent time on the team-up, because everything was going the way that they all wanted it to go until they died, there is no, like, I mean, this may sound odd because obviously a character would regret dying, right? Obviously Sora would probably prefer to be alive. Don't worry, Sora. Don't worry, Jacob. KH4 will be a team-up game. Please buy KH4, says 8 Shadow 4. Yeah, absolutely. I believe it. That's why at the ending of Melody of Memory, it separates Riku and Kairi again. He skipped a step in terms of establishing the tone that he wants. He wrote stories about people being separated. Then he ended Kingdom Hearts 2 with the characters getting back together. And then he made a game about getting characters back together. But he never gave us the together energy. He wanted to go straight to Captain America saying, oh God. He wanted to get straight to there because he doesn't care about writing the Avengers. He doesn't care about writing that's uninteresting to him. He wants to write Endgame. That's fine. But he doesn't understand that there's a dramatic, or again, I shouldn't say he doesn't understand. This is completely unfair to Tetsuya Nomura. This is completely, I need to back way up. This is completely unfair to propose that he doesn't understand something or doesn't want to write something some way. Maybe he really, really wanted to write a massive team-up game that was super complicated and all of the characters were going to come together across the entire experience, and Disney said no. Maybe he had that version of the game written, and it was too ambitious for Osaka team to handle for their first console game. Maybe he had all that stuff written, and then something happened at the last minute where Disney said no, and the entire game had to be rewritten in 3 months. You know, I have no idea, so I shouldn't say what Tetsuya Nomura did or did not want. I can only say what happened. What happened was, we skipped straight to the ending of Endgame, and we populated the entirety of KH3 with nothing. In order to get to the ending of Infinity War, I mean. The only reason Infinity War hits the way that it does is because we've spent 2 hours of Star-Lord and Gamora's relationship, of Peter and Tony's relationship, of Thor losing all of his people, or most of them, and his determination to get revenge and to stop this son of a bitch, right? Captain America coming back to everybody else and them all having to get over their I mean, they don't really get over their differences, quotation marks. Not enough time in the movie for them to really confront what happened in Civil War, but all having to get together and work together again, right? And why would Disney say no to Kairi and Riku, says Little Prince Kane? Because Disney doesn't know who Kairi and Riku are. They barely know who Sora is. There's some parallels with Sora and the Goku in the Name arc. Toriyama had to keep the main hero away just as Sora has to be occupied. No, yeah, see, that's the thing, right? Is that maybe Nomura's cleaning the slate to have all of our other characters do something while Sora's off doing his own adventure, right? Like, I would agree with you if, the reason he has to do that with Goku is because Goku's so much more ludicrously powerful than all the other characters, that he has to be removed from the story for them to have any relevance. And Sora isn't that character. But the other issue with that is that at the ending of Melody of Memory, Kairi finds a what am I talking? Kairi doesn't do anything. Forget it. Kairi gets a tiny bit of information, and then the fairy godmother from Cinderella proves to be the most powerful character in the entire universe, and she knows how to get to Versus 13. And she says, here is a portal to Versus 13. And Terra and Riku and Aqua, Riku and Kairi are both standing there. And Riku says, I'm going in, and you're staying here, Kairi. And she says, sure, that's fair, because I suck at fighting. I'll go train some more. If we were resetting the board for Sora to be dealing with Yozora stuff in the other realm, and maybe the Master of Masters, because it seems like the Master of Masters is probably in Verum Rex world. And for the other main characters to deal with maybe the Foretellers and Lushu. And across both perspectives, we as the audience get more information, and then everything dovetails into one final, climax of these two disparate plot threads, 2 games, 3 games down the line, right? If that happened, then sure, I'd be into that. But I don't think that's going to happen. Because I think Tetsuya Nomura is fundamentally uninterested in writing team-ups, because he wants to cut to the good stuff, which in his opinion is all the characters being separate. It's easier to write if there are fewer characters to write for in the first place, and it's the stuff that he wants to write about, which is characters being sad that they're not together. But he's been doing that for too long now. He needed the opportunity for the characters to be together, to sell the sadness of Sora dying. As it stands, it's barely even a reset of the status quo because nothing changed. It's a big problem, I think. And I guess I shouldn't say it's what Tetsuya Nomura is interested in, but when I look at his work, broadly speaking, as I said here, I feel like in Days, the structure of the characters being together was imposed upon him by what that game was. At every other turn, he does not want to put the characters together any more than they have to be because he's interested in writing about characters being separate and being sad about the fact that they are separate. And that's totally fine. But he sold a big team-up game with no team-up. And then he separated the characters again after not letting them be together at all. You need that time. You need your Spider-Man Homecoming to establish Tony and Peter's relationship before you kill Peter, He didn't do that. Be that his decision or Disney's decision or whatever, I don't know and I don't care. Because I firmly believe that the Walt Disney Company is also massively screwing up whatever this game was supposed to be. But that's maybe a whole other story. Blame or responsibility at anybody's feet. I don't care if something was the creative decision of Tetsuya Nomura and he had complete and total control and it was what he decided to do. I don't care if there was a decision of something that they wanted to do but they couldn't because of time constraints or whatever else. I don't care if the Walt... Ninja Bunny says, what if KH4 is like a returning to basics KH game, like it's just Sora and Riku in the realm of fiction doing friend stuff? I'll eat my hat, but yeah, maybe, I don't know. Look, KH4, at minimum, as I've said before, has more potential to be interesting than KH3, because I've been saying this since Dream Drop Distance, before I even had a YouTube channel. The fundamental problem with Dream Drop Distance and with Blank Points is that we have scenes that explicitly outline this is what's going to happen next time, which for us as audience members harshly limits the amount of surprise of what's going to happen, because now we got to wait for, it turned out, like 7 years to actually get Kingdom Hearts 3, but we knew what was going to happen. We knew what was going to happen in Kingdom Hearts 3 because it had been outlined to us explicitly by the villains at the ending of Dream Drop Distance. So it cuts down on a lot of excitement for us as the audience. But the other big problem is that you're Tetsuya Nomura, and you're a creative guy, and you're writing, and you basically wrote an outline of a story in 2010, right? And then you went off and were busy with Versus 13, and you were writing DDD as like a side project from 2010 to 2012, and you reiterated that outline that you'd written, right? Then a lot of life happened. Many years passed, he lost Versus. He probably wasn't enthusiastic about that outline anymore, because I think we can all kind of agree it was a crappy outline. Maybe he didn't really process, oh man, I've really written myself into a box here, haven't I? And the problem was, since he publicly published this is what's going to happen in the next game, he had to write that. And maybe he lost interest in writing this in like 2013 or 2014, and he wanted to do something else, At minimum, he hasn't told us what Verum Rex is going to be, except that there will be some Tokyo stuff, and Yozora will be there, I guess, and the Master of Masters and Foretellers will come up somehow. Unlike with DDD, only with KH3, I should say, which everything was outlined for us ahead of time, we have no idea what the structure of the plot of the later games is going to be, and we have only vague ideas about what the Master wants and what Braig wants, Lushu wants. This means that Nomura can do what if he had an idea when he wrote Kingdom Hearts 3 of what he wanted KH4 to be, and then moved on to development of KH4 and decides to himself, I've changed my mind, I want to do something completely differently. He can do that, and we'll never know. So, if nothing else, I firmly believe that KH4 will be... I think that Nomura is infinitely more interested in whatever that game is. And I think that however it comes out, it will have been something Nomura wanted to write. Whereas, more so than any other game in the series, except maybe Dream Drop Distance, this game, KH3, to me, exudes an air of complete disinterest in the material. Which even for other KH games that I don't like a ton, like or rather that I have issues with, like Birth by Sleep, I do not get that sense. I don't get the sense of disinterest, even in some of the more mixed bag games. Except, I don't know, I haven't played Original Coded, so I probably shouldn't judge it. There's no sense of passion, artistic intent, or feeling behind the writing of KH3. It all feels perfunctory, obligatory, and yes, as the section of the video was titled, utilitarian. KH4 probably won't have that problem. I'm not exactly excited for it. I don't think I'll be in line day one, because I have no interest in going and spending $60 to be disappointed again, when the track record at this point is that I'm generally uninterested in the new games coming out in this series. But, I liked 0.2 well enough, so who knows? I was way too hard on 0.2 when it first came out. I respect that game a lot more now with a bit more passage of time. KH4 has infinitely more potential to be interesting than this game, absolutely. Disney company told them to do one thing or told them that they couldn't do the other thing. I only care about what was in the final product. And the fact of the matter is, honestly, the people who make this game are Japanese. I'm not speaking Japanese. Anybody associated with, of the people associated with the Kingdom Hearts series who are likely to see anything that I create, it's probably more likely to be someone from the Walt Disney Company. So, if I can convince them that the decisions that they're in... Coda does have some of that passion, but a lot more relaxed. I believe you, Ninja Bunny. I haven't played it, so I really couldn't say. Forcing upon the development of the series are poor, then all the better, because, Tetsuya Nomura's not going to watch any of the stuff that I'm making. But anyway, now that I've distracted myself in this whole thing talking about all of that, like I was saying, there are people who appreciate aspects of the more recent games that I'm not really into, and I get that, and that's totally fine. But when I look at the creative direction of the more recent entries in the series, the thing that I don't get is when I see people talking about the things that they like about the more recent games, is I see people who, when challenged with the writing isn't that great, the stories aren't that good, or whatever else, their response, and this is not an invalid response, is, I don't really care about that. I enjoy how wacky it is, how silly it is, how nonsensical it is. I enjoy the... Here's another example of this game's Terra. We were talking earlier about this game's awful editing. Watch this. Wacky it is, how silly it is, how nonsensical it is. I enjoy the... Huh? Wacky it is, how silly it is, how nonsensical it is. I enjoy the... It's like they watched that Every Frame a Painting video about cutting action that was show the hit twice, but they didn't understand that it was no, you cut immediately after the hit and then show it happening immediately again. You don't show the swing, linger on it for a full second, then cut to a wide of the whole ass swing happening again. What's going on there? It doesn't even have that classic, I don't know what the instrument is, that Japanese kind of percussion thing, that boom, boom, dum, 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 that you hear, in anime and whatever. If it had some kind of dramatic music sting to indicate, no, we are showing this to you twice, but it's just poorly edited. It's so weird. The weirdness. I enjoy the wackiness, the over-the-topness, right? And I get that. The idea of turning it on and kind of just... MP Bro says, do you remember the build-up in KH2 to Mickey? So hype. I never felt that in KH2. Yeah, precisely, right? There's no sense of any of the characters having any kind of specialness or screen time or opportunities to shine, and that includes Mickey. They gave him this big epic moment in Remind, but it comes completely out of nowhere, and it's all of these characters just get nothing to do and are all treated as these weird obligatory presences. This is why when people talked about, oh, what's the point of having the FF characters in Kingdom Hearts? They're not important, right? And my whole argument was not that that they needed to be in there for some kind of obligation, right? It was that KH3 is Zaldan and Lexius are back. And I'm why? Those characters who are nothing and who KH3 proved they were nothing because they didn't even have voice actors. They just kind of showed up in the background of a couple of scenes. It's why were they there? Squall could have easily been standing there and not saying anything. I'm not saying Squall should have been standing there and saying anything. I'm saying that putting any other character in that position would have fulfilled the same role. You're shoving and going, oh, the FF characters don't have anything to do in KH3. There's too much going on, right? It's like, you could make something for them, and I'm not saying you have to, because yeah, writing some nonsense for them to do that is unimportant would not necessarily be useful either. But then the same thing with those superfluous organization members, right? And it's like, really, if you think about it, in terms of active contribution to the plot, the collective Final Fantasy cast do more in Kingdom Hearts 1 than Riku does in the entirety of Kingdom Hearts 3. They actually move the plot forward. They provide important exposition. They tell us basically everything that we know about the makeup of the world of Kingdom Hearts at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1. Cloud is directly involved in the forward progression of the plot on Olympus Coliseum. We have them telling us about who Ansem is. We have them explaining the concept of a keyhole. We have them eventually being involved in, like, hey, yeah, Hollow Bastion was originally our home. This is where we were originally from. They have a little emotional arc with, like, Sora, you need to go do this mission, but we'll never see each other again afterwards. And it's like Riku he goes to the Realm of Darkness and doesn't do anything. He recaps the plot of the old games with Mickey. He's in a boardroom meeting with Sora where he's like, Sora, you suck. Yensid's really got you pegged. Then he goes to the Realm of Darkness and gets his ass kicked again and doesn't do anything. He forms the Keyblade with Sora in an unnecessary scene. Not because gay representation is unnecessary, but just because, like, it didn't mean anything. Like, it got rid of the Heartless. Ooh, wow. And then why didn't they use the Keyblade to fight? Because clearly it's not a realm of, like, a dream realm power, because they use it in the Realm of Darkness. Why didn't they use the Keyblade to fight the big tornado that kills everybody? They probably could have defeated they bothered to establish that they can use the Keyblade anytime they want to fight the Swarm of Darkness in the Realm of Darkness. Why didn't they use the Keyblade to fight the Xehanorts or to fight the tornado? Why did they put that in there? Anyway. And then Riku encourages Sora when the Heartless appear, but he just dies. And then he doesn't do anything for the rest of the game. Like, he could have been cut from the game entirely. And the forward progression of the plot of KH3 would not be impacted whatsoever. If you cut Squall, Yuffie, and Aerith from Traverse Town, Sora, Donald, and Goofy meet up and are like, what are we doing? I don't know. The key, well, I guess we're supposed to go to other worlds and fight monsters, I guess. Okay. No one would ever tell them what a keyhole is. No one would ever explain who Ansem was. And Riku gets nothing. Riku gets absolutely nothing. So talking about all the FF characters don't have they don't belong in KH anymore. They were just cameos, right? Like, you can give any character any utility at any time, and no one in KH3 has anything to do. Now, that doesn't mean that they should have added the FF characters in, because they also would have had nothing to do, and then they would have created more useless screen time, which they do in Remind, by the way, because they don't have anything to do in Remind, and they get shoved in there because Nomura realized retroactively, oh, people like the FF characters? Oops. I guess I better put those guys back in there. Laughing with... I believe Nomura said the reason why no FF characters in 3 is because there's a bit of a tier list with characters like KH are a bit above Disney characters, and they are a bit above FF characters. Now, specifically what Nomura talked about, let's be very clear. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's another interview I haven't read. That's possible that you're referencing Ruby Knights. But in interviews at E3 2018, many people asked Nomura, where's the FF characters? And his response was basically, we haven't shown any FF characters yet. You know, we haven't shown any right now. But maybe in the full game. He literally said, but who knows what'll be in the full game. Then, like, in, like, the 10th interview where he was asked this question, I'm serious, because I read all the interviews. He was asked this question, like, 10 times and gave the same answer. In, like, the 10th interview, he said, you know, it's funny. Everybody's been asking me this. Everybody's been asking me. You know, I really felt like, you know, in the early days of Kingdom Hearts, their presence was important. But I felt like nowadays, because, you know, we're post compilation of Final Fantasy VII and Dissidia and World of Final Fantasy. Like, I felt like their presence was really unnecessary because we see them in other areas. But I guess maybe people do want to see the characters in Kingdom Hearts. He said that. He said, well, there's other spin-offs, so they don't need to be there anymore, I guess. And he was surprised that everybody at E3 kept asking him where are the FF characters in Kingdom Hearts. I don't want to act like Tetsuya Nomura is completely out of touch with what the fan base wants or whatever, but like he didn't even process that anybody cared about. Like, I don't think that he ever processed the FF characters in Kingdom Hearts as characters. I think in his mind, because he didn't write any of them, he's never written, other than Zack in Birth by Sleep, he hasn't written any of them. I think in his mind, he didn't process any of them as characters. The people writing them maybe did. But I think about the interview where he talked about in one of the Ultimanias for 2, it was like, Nojima developed a whole story for what Cloud and Sephiroth and Tifa's deal was in KH2. And I went in and told him, no, don't do that. Make it so that we don't understand what's going on. Make it like maybe she's maybe Tifa is like an illusion that only Cloud can see. She's a figment of his imagination, and like he's the dark side of Cloud, and they fight, and that was the tier of like he was just. I just want them to be there and like be cool and don't put any detail in. I don't think he processed them as anything other than cool props to put in the marketing and to fill a bit of time. Whereas like there are people like Aiden has not played any Final Fantasy games, but to her, like Squall, Leon, and Aerith and Yuffie are as much Kingdom Hearts characters as Sora, Riku, and Kairi. And I think Nomura's too... I think he's too in there. I think he, as someone who helped create a lot of those characters, can't see them that way. I don't think he can see them as Kingdom Hearts characters. I think he sees them exclusively as props for marketing. I don't think he understands that people like care about them as like people and are invested in their backstories. But anyway, with it and rolling with the punches, and I would just want to see what crazy thing Mr. Nomura is going to do next, right? Like, I understand that appeal, but when I look at the more recent games, I don't really know what they're talking about, because they're very, very straightforward in their plotting and even in their twists. I mean, like, Dream Drop Distance backloads a bunch of twists into it, but in terms of their overall plotting, and Kingdom Hearts 3, pretty much in its entirety, is constructed of scenes where the characters say, this is what we have to do now, and then they do it. And if that isn't what happens, and they say, this is what we have to do now, and then there's an indeterminate amount of space where they wring their hands over how are we going to do this thing, and then the thing miraculously happens without any problem solving or creative solution to make it happen. We talked about this a lot earlier in these streams while watching this video. This is why this video is such a mess, because there's a little bit of redundancy in here. But yeah, that's the thing to me, really, is like that you know, I enjoy the wackiness of Kingdom Hearts is what this segment is about, right? I'm going to back up a bit because we interrupted it so much, talking about just Mickey's presence in this scene. We didn't really listen to what I was saying in the old video. Like, the I enjoy the wackiness argument doesn't make sense to me because there's no action. Like, there's plenty of wacky, off-the-wall, zany stories that don't make any sense, but that wackiness and zaniness is used to drive action and wacky, zany experiences. The characters standing in Yensid's office with theme of busy work playing and discussing how replicas work is not fun. It's deeply boring. All of that, like I was saying, there are people who appreciate aspects of the more recent games that I'm not really into, and I get that, and that's totally fine. But when I look at the creative direction of the more recent entries in the series, the thing that I don't get is when I see people talking about the things that they like about the more recent games, is I see people who, when challenged with the writing isn't that great, the stories aren't that good, or whatever else, their response, and this is not an invalid response, is I don't really care about that. I enjoy how wacky it is, how silly it is, how nonsensical it is. I enjoy the weirdness. I enjoy the wackiness, the over-the-topness, right? Like, and I get that. The idea of turning it on and kind of just laughing with it and rolling with the punches, and I just want to see what crazy thing Mr. Nomura is going to do next, right? Like, I understand that appeal. But when I look at the more recent games, the secret ending of KH3 and the Verum Rex stuff, like, okay, I could see getting excited about that. But again, that's a tease for another product. You haven't been sold wackiness yet. You just paid $60 for characters standing in a boardroom having boring conversations, and you were promised wackiness later. And Melody of Memory has no wackiness. So, like, I listen. You have fun on your Tumblr talking about how wacky the next game will be, but anyway.
I don't really know what they're talking about, because they're very, very straightforward in their plotting and even in their twists. I mean, like, Dream Drop Distance backloads a bunch of twists into it, but in terms of their overall plotting, and Kingdom Hearts 3, pretty much in its entirety, is constructed of scenes where the characters say, this is what we have to do now, and then they do it. And if that isn't what happens, and they say, this is what we have to do now, and then there's an indeterminate amount of space where they wring their hands over how are we going to do this thing, and then the thing miraculously happens without any problem-solving or creative solution to make it happen. I mean, like, I want you to legitimately try to think about how you, if you're a Kingdom Hearts fan, think about how you felt when you first saw the Kingdom Hearts 1 secret ending, or the Kingdom Hearts 2 secret ending, or when you first saw the secret boss fight against Lingering Will, and he transformed his Keyblade into a whip and a hovercraft, or if you're just a fan of the works of Mr. Nomura in general, how you first felt when you saw the Versus 13 trailers or whatever, right? I want you to tap into that feeling of excitement of seeing a setting or tropes or aesthetics that you're used to getting mutated, and how exciting that was when you first saw it, right? Because I really think that's where Tetsuya Nomura's strengths are. That's where a lot of the more exciting moments in Kingdom Hearts come from, of, oh, fake out, Maleficent is dead, game isn't even over yet, she wasn't the main antagonist, it was actually the scientist from the reports, by the way, he's possessed Riku, we're going there now, also, Kairi is a princess of heart, not any of the other Disney people, she's important to the plot, also, Sora just killed himself, and you're playing as a Heartless now, oh, also, later on, this girl Naminé, this cute little angel girl in this white dress, she's kind of a little bit morally gray, actually, there's all these weird dudes in black outfits, these weird anime characters who all have special powers, we're playing as this Roxas guy, we don't know anything about him, where did he come from, oh, I guess he's living in a computer, oh, I guess he's maybe dead now, the way that all this stuff gets thrown at you, and all these wild ideas that you get taken off of, and that most of them have at least some kind of emotional through line beyond just being there to weird you out. Obviously, in trailers like Secret Endings, the trailers for Versus 13, you just have the surface level of being weirded out and seeing these exciting ideas, which is, generally speaking, I find something that often artists have a hard time translating into writing. There's a lot of extremely talented artists on the internet nowadays. You see so much really cool, interesting concept art on the internet, but then often when these people try to tell you the story behind the art or translate it into something larger, it's like, you're not really sure what it actually is. Or when you even try to just imagine for yourself a larger narrative behind this image, oftentimes it's just the excitement of the image itself, and there isn't really a whole lot backing it up.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say something like Birth by Sleep. Like, I understand what the game wants me to feel. I understand how Birth by Sleep wants me to feel. But the script does not support getting you there. The sequencing of events and music kind of does. Dialogue and character writing is not helping, and on a scene-by-scene-by-scene level, the game is not, for the most part, accomplishing what I think it's trying to accomplish. In Kingdom Hearts 3, I feel, was all just Tetsuya Nomura wanted to kill Sora, but he had to save the other characters first, and there had to be Disney worlds. So, I don't know. I wouldn't say Kingdom Hearts 3 is entirely uninteresting, but it's mostly interesting to me in a metatextual sense, not that there's any, like, buried interesting text in it for the most part, but anyway.
But the thing is that if you're into Kingdom Hearts, I have to imagine that you're at least, I know I'm rambling, I know this is all over the place, this video is a disaster, which is why I got shelved for months, and now I'm back recording more. If you're a nerd, if you're into Kingdom Hearts, you're probably a nerd and you're into other nerdy things. So I want you to think about other nerdy franchises that you're into and general nerdy ideas that you're into, and how cool it is to see those ideas get played around with. It's hard for me to pick out examples because I never know if people will know the specific examples that I'm talking about. But like, I was recently rewatching the first couple of seasons of Red vs. Blue, actually, and there is an amazing episode in Season 3 of that about time travel that plays into all of those things that if you're a nerd and you think about time travel and you're like, well, that doesn't really make sense, would it work this way, would it work that way? And there's this whole episode that's just making all of these jokes about how little sense time travel narratives make.
Now I'm thinking about Tarzan World from KH1, but if X-Death in evil tree form was the main villain of that world, it kinda sucks, but I'm into it. Yeah, you know what? I like that idea, Ninja Bunny. Let's go with it. That's fan fiction material. When we do our collective rewrite of Kingdom Hearts 1, we're gonna include that as a major plot point. X-Death, of course, will be half Lushu.
In general, playing into all of the logical extremes of how far you could take a time travel narrative and all the weird things that you could do with multiple versions of one person.
Or would X-Death be one of the darknesses? One of the darknesses from Union Cross times, right? That could work. We could do that.
Traveling through the same sequence of events over and over and over again. And it's really funny. And it might not be funny to someone who isn't the type of person who's watched Back to the Future and Steins Gate and other weirdo stuff and just thought about time travel, you know, like me or like other people. There's all kinds of times. Steins Gate is just a particularly weird time travel story, so it's easier for me to throw that one out there. A more recent example that perhaps more people have seen, you know, Into the Spider-Verse, you introduce, okay, now we have a cartoon character in here, Peter Porker, who gets to operate on cartoon logic. We have an anime girl in here with a robot. You have different people with different powers, right? And different art styles coming in that movie, and that's kind of the fun of that, is bringing all those different people in with different animation styles, different art styles, different fighting styles.
Ninja Bunny says, we have an FF character that's like a magical lion and yet wasn't in Prideland's world. Oh yeah, no, Ninja Bunny, you're late to the party on the Where Was Red 13 in Pridelands. That's old news. I've been thinking about that one for a long time.
My problem is that where Kingdom Hearts is now, I imagine Tetsuya Nomura writing Spider-Verse, and I think he would cut a cool trailer for it. He would have a couple of really cool visual ideas, but then when again, I don't want to be too presumptive. We don't actually know who wrote individual story ideas and stuff again, so I shouldn't say Tetsuya Nomura. The narrative trajectory of the Kingdom Hearts series, if the people responsible for it sat down to write Spider-Verse, I think they would create a neat trailer for it, and I think the movie would have Spider-Noir and Peter Porker and Penny and Gwen show up, and they would spend 30 minutes explaining how Kingpin's interdimensional device works, which the original version of the movie doesn't explain at all, because it doesn't matter. And then after those 30 minutes of explanation, they would forget to let Noir and Peter Porker and Penny and Gwen do anything, and the only people we would see fight would be Miles and Peter. And maybe like each of those other characters would get like one cool shot that could go in the trailer, and would use their art style for like a flashback that lasts for, like the little flashbacks that we see where they explain their timelines that last for like 20 seconds, that would be it. And that would all be in the trailers, because that's all that they have, and they don't know how to use these ideas. And like, you know, in the actual movie, they don't explain how Kingpin's machine works because it doesn't matter, so the solution to beating it is, oh, we have to stick this flash drive into it because it doesn't matter. In the Kingdom Hearts writing staff version of Spider-Verse, they'd spend 30 minutes explaining how Kingpin's interdimensional machine of mystery works. They'd spend an hour wringing their hands over, oh no, oh, how do we stop it? And then during the final fight, there'd be a moment where Miles is looking at the machine and he goes, wait, hold on, if...
That's why I hate people who are like, KH is just really cool fan fiction. Like, no, it isn't, says Ninja Bunny. Yeah, cool fan fiction would be so much zanier and wackier than this. I mean, I don't know, the earlier ones maybe, but like, you can make way cooler Disney FF fanfics than KH. They're not licensed, though. But no, it really is just like that, you know, I don't know, KH1 and Calm and 2 and Days and even Birth by Sleep to some extent are eventful, at least. Nothing happens in DDD and nothing happens in KH2. They're boring stories. That's why the video is called on modern storytelling in Kingdom Hearts, you know, because it's recent games is where this primarily comes in. They're just boring.
Then that means that's it. And he would shoot a web into the machine, and the machine would stop working. To me. Stop it. And then during the final fight, there'd be a moment where Miles is looking at the machine and he goes, wait, hold on, if... then that means that's it. And he would shoot a web into the machine, and the machine would stop working. That's the most frustrating thing to me. If all of this zany, wacky, weirdo lore was in service of a zany, wacky, weirdo story, it'd be great. But, or I don't know, it wouldn't be great, but it would at least have the potential to be great. But the version of the story that we have now is crazy, wacky, weirdo rules that take 30 minutes to explain that are just the good guys have to fight the bad guys, which they were gonna do anyway, I'm pretty sure. They really don't need that much of an excuse, I think, at this point. Like, okay, so let's, you know, at the beginning of this, I was talking about how Remind is really straightforward because the opening scene is Sora talking to Chirithy, and he says, I need to save Kairi. Chirithy says, if you do that, you'll die. And Sora says, I don't care. And then Sora goes on a mission, he saves Kairi, and he dies, and he doesn't care. That's the whole thing, right? And people talk about, oh, dream drop distance, time travel, bad, blah, and I've gone on at length about how things about the lore don't really make sense, and time travel stuff, they break their own rules, blah, 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 blah. Imagine, if you will, that Remind was instead a time travel battle between Sora and Xehanort, where the two of them both had time travel powers, and they were both trying to constantly outwit each other by changing the events of the final hours of the game or whatever. I don't know if this is a good idea or a bad idea. I have no idea how it would be executed. But imagine if Xehanort was popping out of time here and popping out of time over there, and Sora was trying to figure out how to counteract what he was doing, and he was like, I can't keep just repairing what he's doing. I need to try and figure out a way to beat him and stop him from doing all of this and change what he's doing with time. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm making this up off the top of my head. But imagine if all these wacky rules that you have to spend 16 hours of your life learning led to some really wacky, cool conflicts where the characters used the rules that they live in to their advantage. Like, when people criticize the Kingdom Hearts series, and I'm guilty of this too, and they say that Kingdom Hearts is just too complicated. This is just, in general, when people praise and criticize things, this is just human nature. We sometimes latch on to surface level elements that are actually symptoms of the thing that we're really responding to. When people say, Kingdom Hearts is too complicated, it's not that complex stories are bad. It's that the complexity of Kingdom Hearts is not in service of anything. It's not making the story itself more complicated. It's not building into this big, amazing, super intricate thing. Because Kingdom Hearts is really straightforward and linear in terms of its actual action. When people say that Kingdom Hearts is illogical, Kingdom Hearts doesn't make sense. I mean, it's true that sometimes it doesn't, but oftentimes the things that don't make sense is not that the lore itself doesn't make sense. You'll say something doesn't make sense in Kingdom Hearts. I'll talk about this, and people will say, it doesn't make sense, you just don't understand it, and they'll try to explain the rules to me. And I already understood the rules. The rules make sense. The problem is that the characters are not responding to the rules intelligently.
Jason says, since you enjoyed FF7 Remake Trajectory, would you say that's where Nomura is the strongest as a creative director role? Like he was technically before he took over fully for BBS Onward. Oh, 100%. I mean, I think Nomura is really sharp. I think Nomura is a really sharp, smart guy, a really creative guy. And the fact of the matter is that what problems people may have with some of his games, other than Versus 13, which had major extenuating circumstances, he's mostly, when he's been in the director's chair, he has shipped complete, robust games on time. I think he's a good video game director. I think he's a really smart guy. I think he tends to have a very clear vision about what he wants to accomplish with any given video game. I just think that he's better in that seat of pulling together really talented people and asking them to help him achieve those goals, because I don't think he likes writing. I think he said in an interview with Days back in the day where he said, I actually did some writing for this one, and I really didn't like it very much. It was very hard. I'm not used to it. And then later on, he confessed he'd been writing everything. Even in that, he was like, yeah, normally I wouldn't write everything, but Kingdom Hearts is becoming so complicated that I'm afraid I'm the only one who can keep track of it, and I didn't want to... That's why I felt like I was the one who had to handle everything, right? He's not doing it because... I mean, I guess I shouldn't assume. He doesn't talk about it as if like, oh man, I just want to write so much. Deep in my heart, I know that I have the voices of these characters, and I need to be the one to steer the script of these stories. He's saying it as like this, like, I gotta do it. I don't really like it, but I kind of have to. And I don't know when he got that in his mind's eye. I don't know. I think Nomura's a really sharp guy. I think he's very talented. I got a lot of respect for Tetsuya Nomura. I think he's a bad writer, and it's not even a matter of like not giving fans what they want, quotation marks or whatever, or like not understanding what the fan base wants, because I don't think that doing what the fan base wants is necessarily a hyper important thing. I think that it's important to have a clear artistic vision and to have something you want to create. To say, this is what I want to communicate today with this piece of art. I think that's important. But I think that Nomura often fails when he's the one asked to write an entire script to communicate. If only he understands it, how can any player of the game... Yeah, NP Bro, we've talked about this previously. Like, this is the complete wrong reaction to have, right? Like, if you're sitting down writing something and you say to yourself, this has gotten so complicated that only I can understand it, your two immediate follow-ups should be, if only I can understand it, how is the audience going to understand it? And then I should probably get a really good writer to work with me, and if they understand, if I can explain it to them to their satisfaction to where they understand it, then they will probably, if they're a really good writer, be able to help communicate it to the audience. Like, there are two really easy, if you were writing anything and you came to the realization of, I'm the only one who can understand this, those should be your two follow-ups. And instead, his idea was, nobody else is allowed to write this except for me. It's bizarre. And see, I don't even say, like, I think that Kingdom Hearts 3 should have been a team-up game because that's what I feel I was owed as a fan, right? I'm not saying that from, like, the perspective of KH1 ended with God, I said every wrong game. KH2 ended with the scene where Riku and Kairi and Sora were all together. I'm owed a team-up game, old man! I'm not even saying that. I'm saying that, as far as I understand them, Tetsuya Nomura's dramatic intent of what he wants you to feel in Kingdom Hearts 3 would be stronger if there had been team-up adventures in Kingdom Hearts 3, if we had had the opportunity to see the other characters shine, if we had had the opportunity for Sora to interact with them, if we had had scenes where they discussed their future goals and their desires, and we got to see how well they worked as a unit, and we had a desire for more of that, and then that was taken away from us. I think that everything he was trying to accomplish with the game would have been much firmer that way and would have been communicated to the audience more clearly that way. I don't say that out of a personal desire for the things to be one way or the other. Certainly, I would have liked those things. There's certain things that I would have liked. But examining everything that I can extract out of Tetsuya Nomura's artistic intent for KH3, I feel that there's just things he could have done to support what he was trying to accomplish that he didn't. And I don't know if it's out of Disney restrictions. I don't know if it's out of an urgent last-minute rewrite because a lot of material had to be scrapped. I don't know if it's out of a disinterest in writing team-up material. I don't know if it's out of an inability, a discomfort with writing eventful scripts with a ton of stuff going on, so it becomes this very utilitarian character standing in a room exchanging exposition structure. I don't know what the cause is. What I know is that I look at Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2, and Days, and I think I understand what Tetsuya Nomura was going for. One thing I didn't talk about much in KH1 playthrough because I hadn't quite articulated it yet, and that I'm going to talk about a lot when and if I ever review that game, is Kingdom Hearts 1 is one of the most confident, deliberate games I've ever played. The game has a lot of problems, but almost everything in it, even shoddily executed stuff, I look at and I say, that was done. Maybe it was a poor decision, but it was done earnestly with the deliberate intent of supporting the way that they want you to feel while you are playing this part of the game and supporting the overall message of the game. And though I feel that Kingdom Hearts 2 and Days have stumbling blocks in that territory and Birth by Sleep has straight up roadblocks in that territory, I feel a great abundance of creative decisions that are leaning directly towards a clear artistic intent. And I look at Kingdom Hearts 3 and I see a game devoid of decision-making and artistic intent. I see a game that is full of design obligations of, we go to Disney Worlds, we play mini games, every now and then the characters talk about matters of the plot. What should they talk about? Well, I'm not putting them out on adventures and there's no like conflict happening. So the only thing they can talk about is what replicas are. Okay, fine. So then that's what they talk about. And then at the ending of the game, they fight, because that's what I said was going to happen. And then there's one scene where Sora talks to a bunch of dead souls who all talk about the feeling of dying and being regretful when you pass away. And then I kill Sora at the end. The scene with the souls, the reason I, like if you look at my freaking, the playlist for Kingdom Hearts 3, if you want to know how I feel about a game that I've played on the channel, good way to find out is to read my episode titles. This isn't always the case, but you can often figure out how seriously I'm taking the content of an episode by the way that I've named the episode. One of the only things that I did to really screw with people is this: 7 Hearts to Save is the name of episode 1, right? Which is what appears in the text, like the dive into the heart voice at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1. I put that as the title kind of as a troll to draw attention to it. I don't know if anybody's noticed this. You don't save 7 Hearts in Kingdom Hearts 3. You don't save 7 Hearts. I feel like we had a debate about this, and we did very similar to like the which sleeping keyholes were the 7 sleeping keyholes in DDD. People were like, well, maybe the 7 was referring to this and that, and blah blah blah. But it's like the numbers wrong. But anyway, let's look at like the surrounding names here, right? Okay, Ascend from Darkness is a joke about Call of Duty. Strong Woman is a joke about Aqua getting her crap pushed in. Calm Before the Storm is a joke both about Joey and I having a calm discussion on the Gummy menu about the things we've liked about the game so far and our hopes for how it will end, and then it turning into a disaster very quickly. And also a joke for all of our main characters having complete non-reactions to a literal giant heartless storm which kills all of them. Too Cool to Die is a joke that I make in that video. Deus Ex Minima Impeto is bastardized Latin for God from the microtransaction, God from the tiny purchase, because the Keyblades all come out, and I'm making a joke about the mobile phone game saved them. Secrets and Selfies is a joke about we getting selfies with all the bosses, and then Tetsuya Nomura said Roxas is the biggest secret of this game, but he came back because somebody made a robot. Oh wow, much secret, many surprise. And then episode 41 is called The Final Clash because I didn't know what else to name it. And then the final episode is Freedom, which is a Call of Duty joke and about us being finally done and Sora dying. But this episode is called The Distant Voices of Nameless Stars. There's no joke. It is completely earnest what's in the episode and me being poetic about what's in the episode. Because that stuff is good. It's so good. And for one shining moment, the clear artistic intent and voice of Tetsuya Nomura comes through when he is allowed to have a scene that is completely stripped of all context and all character, and he's just allowed to write some random episodic excerpts centered around a theme. And suddenly you're like, oh, this game is supposed to be about, like, characters dying with things left unsaid and regrets. And then Sora dies at the ending of the game. Got it. Okay. Sora doesn't regret anything. He literally got to eat a Paopu fruit with Kairi. Like, we're done. He saved everybody. He beat the bad guy. He made the deliberate choice to go and save his woman, and he dies peacefully. You messed it up. You didn't do anything to build to and support this theme that you're going for. Boy. Anyway, yeah, I've told you guys the secret to identifying my naming convention in these things too, right? Like the best level in Titanfall 2 is just named Effect and Cause, which is the name of the level. Though I guess there aren't really joking names in Titanfall 2 because I like the whole game. Let's see if there's some other decent examples of this. Kingdom Hearts 2. Let's have a look. False start, joke. Couldn't come up with a good name. Joke and contents, serious, kind of a joke, kind of serious, just the content of the episode, joke, and also reference to me having a long rambling thing about something, joke, because I have a long rambling rant, joke, sarcastic about the tone of the game, talking about failure to accurately represent the Disney scenes, joke, because I couldn't think of anything else to call the episode, quoting a joke from Joey, content of the episode because I couldn't think of anything else to call it, joke, content of the episode, not because it's particularly serious, probably because I couldn't come up with anything else to say, next evolution of clickbait because that is the worst episode of the entire playthrough, nothing happens in it, it's boring, that was one decent joke we made, so I made it the thing, content of the episode, joke about things not making sense, joke, that's both a joke about us having, That's both literally a joke about the contents of we go to the past and things go black and white, and also a joke about a conversation that we had in the episode. Serious statement about the content of the episode. Serious statement about the joking content of the episode. Joke. Serious statement about the content of the episode. Joke. Aiden shows up in the episode. Mechanical statement. Here's what the episode's about. Joke. Utilitarian statement. Joke. Statement of the content of the episode and joke about long-winded rants. Content of episode. Joke. Content of episode, because I couldn't think of anything else to damn call it. Kind of a joke, I guess. That was a retroactive joke about our E3 predictions. By the time that episode had come out, E3 had already happened. Joke, making fun of the bad content of the episode. Joke, good stuff, good material. A true crossover because we're seriously discussing the execution of the Tron stuff and how it's integrated with the overall story. Kind of a joke. Content of episode / joke. Content of episode. Joke about content of episode because it's us hitting our head against the wall in those final encounters. Fighting optional bosses. Utilitarian statement about content of episode. Joke about the weird writing of Kingdom Hearts 2. Serious statement about the content of the episode. Both a joke about the fight that happens and a joke about I showed Joey and Aiden the parking lot Kingdom Hearts video on that. The ultimate showdown in the title of that is, in the thumbnail makes you think it's referring to Sora and Roxas. It's actually referring to parking lot Kingdom Hearts. Expect the unexpected. I didn't know what to name it. That's like a line one of us says in the episode. A reunion or whatever is both a serious statement about the scene and about the fact that it feels kind of half-assed, like it doesn't commit to its own tone. Anything could happen. Sarcastic joke about the shoddy writing. Malice and reconciliation. Me taking the material completely seriously. Stalling, that's absurd. A joke about the fact that it's a filler episode of doing extra content. Thinking of you. Taking the material completely seriously. There's a code, ladies and gentlemen, to the way that I name my episodes, and now you all know how to crack it. If the episode is just named seriously, It means that I probably respect what's happening in that episode. In fact, you know what? Screw it. We can do this again. Because I bet you we can get an even better sense of this with Birth by Sleep. Seems so familiar is both a line from the beginning of the episode and a joke about the opening scene is a rehash of KH1. Joey entertains the people. Joke, 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 joke. Serious respect for the content of the material. Respect for the content of the material and joke. Joke, joke, joke. Statement about the game design. The wrong story because we have a lengthy discussion about the structure of the game's plot in that one. Kind of a statement about what we're doing in that episode. We kind of speed run those levels. That's actually a serious statement about the content of the episode and the little adventure, that Ventus has on Neverland. Kind of a joke about Joey being like really sandbagging the Vanitas reveal. Serious. Probably I didn't have anything really good to say for that one, but that's more or less a serious, we're introducing Aqua now. Joke. Serious. Kind of like this is what the material is. Though to be fair, I probably just couldn't think of something else to call it. Joke, joke, joke. Serious, one last adventure, because I talk about in Birth by Sleep about how I really respect how Aqua's Neverland adventure is structured and that it's kind of one lighthearted thing before it wraps up, right? Fix your childhood in post, joke, for the future and the path and the path forward. Serious take on the ending material there. Don't make sense. It's not that the lore itself doesn't make sense. You'll say something doesn't make sense in Kingdom Hearts. I'll talk about this, and people will say, it doesn't make sense. You just don't understand it, and they'll try to explain the rules to me. And I already understood the rules. The rules make sense. The problem is that the characters are not responding to the rules intelligently. It's like the Xehanort thing in the Keyblade War, right? We explain all the mechanics of how the Keyblade War works, and it's like, there are so many ways that we could have responded to this. There are 100 different ways, 100 different at least countermeasures the heroes could have attempted to stop Xehanort from winning. There are 100 ways that Xehanort could have manipulated the rules to win faster. So all of the characters have this set of rules that has been explained to the audience. So the audience says, okay, the villains have this plan. I, as a person who likes the protagonist, I want to push back against this plan. How are we going to stop the villains from succeeding? So you start thinking of ways that you can manipulate the mechanics of the world to defeat the villains. And the heroes just say, oh no, we got to follow along with the mechanics of the world that are really, really loosey-goosey, and we could do whatever we want with them. This is lagging out for you guys, isn't it? My kilobytes per second keep diving and coming back up. Can you guys still hear it? Like, is the video lagging up, but you guys can still hear everything without interruptions? Because if you can still hear everything, we can keep going. But if this is freaking out... Oh, hold on. And the rules... There, thumbnail. That's the thumbnail for the video. If you guys can still hear me, we can keep going. But if this is getting completely cut out, I may just wait for a few minutes for this to maybe sort itself out. Because last time when we had issues, it did sort itself out after a few minutes. You know what? Honestly, you know what? Because it keeps going up and down. You guys are saying you can hear audio's fine. That's good. However, I think, ladies and gentlemen, if you do not mind, I need to run to the restroom anyway. So I think when we did this last time, we had these fluctuations, but it stabilized after a few minutes usually. I'm going to run to the restroom because I need to anyway. And hopefully by the time I get back, this will have finished having whatever problems it's having. So I'll leave you guys with some music for a few minutes and we will return in a moment. I'm glad it's still working and you guys can still hear me, but I need to go to the bathroom anyway. I was going to need to pause at some point to go to the bathroom anyway, so this is as good an opportunity as any. Hey guys, I will be back in just a minute, but I just need to go check on something really quickly. It shouldn't take me that long. I'll be right back. Sorry, I am still here. Just give me like 4 or 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry for the delay, folks. We continue. We're going to go for like another maybe 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. I don't think we're going to finish the video tonight. Well, yeah, we're definitely not, because there's more. There's still like an hour of the video left. So even at increased speed, we're not going to finish it. But we can get to the section where I start talking about Union Cross, and then like that's probably like going to be that's probably enough for another show. I'm going to back it up a bit. I think I already have this. Yeah, I only have this set for 1.25 times speed because frankly, this section what did I call this damn section? The inclination of an audience and complexity in service of nothing. Yeah, this was recorded actually kind of late in the process. Like some of the stuff that is after this section was recorded before this section was recorded. I realized that in between I enjoy the wackiness and like kind of leaping forward into like I realized that I needed to explain more of what I meant. And in some ways this section kind of became the thesis statement of the entire video. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in this video, but this is the section that where, like, you can tell I'm getting really heated because it's all just improvised and I'm just screaming into a mic, which is part of why this video's on research runs and not on the main channel because it's such a mess and it's... But I hate that I get so heated. I hate that my voice gets so high when I'm recording. I wish that I could stay more mellow and calm, but unless I'm affecting a character or a voice, if I'm just talking, even in real life, my voice, even if I'm talking about something I'm enthusiastic about, hate, neutral about, my voice just gets louder and louder. It's just kind of my inclination, and it's not very good, but it is what it is. Anyway, yeah, I'm only going to play this at 1.25 times speed because this section's pretty dense. To the rules intelligently. It's like the Xehanort thing in the Keyblade War. It's true that sometimes it doesn't. Intricate thing. Nature. Live into their advantage. Like, when people criticize the Kingdom Hearts series, and I'm guilty of this too, and they say that Kingdom Hearts is just too complicated. This is just, in general, when people praise and criticize things, this is just human nature. We sometimes latch on to surface-level elements that are actually symptoms of the thing that we're really responding to. When people say, Kingdom Hearts is too complicated, it's not that complex stories are bad. It's that the complexity of Kingdom Hearts is not in service of anything. It's not making the story itself more complicated. It's not building into this big, amazing, super intricate... You guys are talking about, I see people are talking about, like, I feel like Riku's too much, like, there's too much Riku, they wrung him dry. Ninja Bunny said, I think I've been overexposed to Sora. I've been Nomura. Sora is now my enemy. Talking about Sora's voice being, like, just kind of being wrung out by this point, yeah. Thing. Because Kingdom Hearts is really straightforward and linear in terms of its actual action. When people say that Kingdom Hearts is illogical, Kingdom Hearts doesn't make sense. I mean, it's true that sometimes it doesn't, but oftentimes the things that don't make sense is not that the lore itself doesn't make sense. You'll say something doesn't make sense in Kingdom Hearts. I'll talk about this, and people will say, it does make sense, you just don't understand it, and they'll try to explain the rules to me. And I already understood the rules. The rules make sense. The problem is that the characters are not responding to the rules intelligently. It's like the Xehanort thing in the Keyblade War, right? We explain all the mechanics of how the Keyblade War works, and it's like, there are so many ways that we could have responded to this. There are 100 different ways, 100 different, at least, countermeasures the heroes could have attempted to stop Xehanort from winning. There are 100 ways that Xehanort could have manipulated the rules to win faster. So all of the characters have this set of rules that has been explained to the audience, so the audience says, okay, the villains have this plan. I, as a person who likes the protagonists, I want to push back against this plan. How are we going to stop the villains from succeeding? So you start thinking of ways that you can manipulate the mechanics of the world to defeat the villains, and the heroes just say, oh no, we gotta follow along with the mechanics of the world that are really, really loosey-goosey, and we could do whatever we want with them. I mean, the rules aren't loosey-goosey, but like, they're so specific that we could just violate them in like a tiny fragment of a way, and doesn't that scramble the villains' plans? It's like, this is going back to the discussions we've had in the past about like how, I mean, I think we talked about it in this video in back here. How does the Keyblade War work? Now 2 streams ago. But like the rules seem so specific that surely any minor divergence of behavior would stop it. And they throw in this whole thing about, oh, the Princess of Heart, you know, they would use them instead, so now we have to fight. And it's like, couldn't you just put the Princess of Heart on a gummy ship and fly around? And then there wouldn't be a problem. Like, there's like they don't try anything other than doing exactly what the villain said, and what the villain said gets them what they want. So it's not about like the lore of the Keyblade War not making sense. It's that we're told the lore, and then every character reacts to it completely illogically. It's a mess.
if you're engaged with a story, if you're engaged with a narrative that is giving you all of this information about all of the intricate details of this world, and you're in there, you're enjoying it, then you're going to be thinking about these rules. You're going to start thinking about, okay, what do all these things mean? If the characters in a story have an objective and they're told you can't complete this objective because thing is in the way. You want to steal this thing, you want to get this girl, you want to accomplish any objective for any story, and the audience is told here is the obstacle that is preventing the characters from doing that. The audience's natural inclination is to say, okay, how are they going to get around this obstacle? If you're presenting complex rule sets and magic systems and all kinds of stuff, you're going to start saying, what tools do I know that the characters have that they can use to circumnavigate this? What holes are there in the villain's scheme or in the makeup of this world that could be manipulated to accomplish something? This is the natural inclination of an audience. The people who spend all of their, no, I shouldn't say all of their lives, that's a bit mean-spirited, but the people who spend, a lot of time on forums or whatever else theorizing about things in Kingdom Hearts, that's what they're doing. They're taking what they understand about the world and trying to craft something, trying to accomplish a better understanding of it. What could the mysterious motivation of these characters be based on what we know about them? How could this have happened based on what we know about the world? I never bothered to read the freaking Sleeping Realm theory because like looking at the 300 pages of it or whatever gave me a headache. Maybe I'm a hypocrite making this video, but I'll look at it someday, maybe, who knows. I heard that apparently Remind completely blows it out, but it's the year anniversary of this video being released. I still haven't looked at the Sleeping Realm theory. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is, if the person who wrote that, from what little I understand of it, is like, okay, I'm trying to make sense of all of the things that I see here based on my understanding of the world and the rules of this world. I'm trying to pull together all of the disparate pieces of information that I have and congeal them into a solid understanding of the situation. What may happen next, what the characters could do next, an explanation for what the things that people did along the way were. So when you're told the villains can only win if this hyper-specific thing happens, the instant reaction of the audience is, okay, how do we stop the villains from winning? Assuming that you're engaged and you want the heroes to win, like I assume most members of the audience of Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance were, hopefully, and of Kingdom Hearts 3 or whatever else. If you're laying down, this is what it is. This is what's gonna happen. These are the rules. The audience says, okay, how do we beat the rules? How do we beat the Xehanorts? They start thinking, this is the plan. How do we stop the plan from happening? And every single character in the universe of Kingdom Hearts says, oh no, this is the plan that the villains have? Oh no!
I think that last take had to be re-recorded because I'm pretty sure that in the original take I said on every effing character in Kingdom Hearts says, oh no, I don't effing know what to do. How do we stop the villains? Or something. I'm pretty sure I said an F-bomb somewhere in there. And I had to do a couple of new takes and cut other takes together.
The audience says, okay, how do we beat the rules? How do we beat the Xehanorts? They start thinking, this is the plan. How do we stop the plan from happening? And every single character in the universe of Kingdom Hearts says, oh no, this is the plan that the villains have? Oh no, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to deal with this. Well, I guess we'll just have to do exactly what the villains tell us to do and hope that it works out in the end. And then it does. Just because of the power of bad screenwriting. Young Xehanort sits you down in Dream Drop Distance and he's like, okay, let me explain to you what's happening. Here's how time travel works in this universe. You can only travel when you leave your body behind. You can go forward and once you go backwards in time, you can only go forward with the linear passage of time. You can only go to a point where another version of yourself exists. You can only move around in this way and that way. If you bring someone else with you through the time, then they forget about the things that they experienced in time when they go back to where they came from, and everyone does have to go back to where they came from in their original point of origin in the time flow stream. And so you take this information in and you say, okay, that was a lot. All right. But then why? Why did we do it? What's the reason? Hit me with some cool stuff now, Kingdom Hearts. Hit me with some cool way where the heroes are gonna manipulate the rules of this time travel to do something neat, or the villains are gonna reveal they have some super complex plan that manipulates the hyper-specific rules of this time travel, and none of that happens. They're here because we wanted to have the bosses from the older games be here. We wanted to have this guy be here, and we had to explain why, if we did this, the characters in the previous games didn't remember it. Okay, do you have a good reason for bringing these characters here to the No, we just brought them here to be boss fights. This is why people say, Dream Drop Distance, so stupid, it added in time travel. And then these people will turn around and say that they like Back to the Future or whatever else. Time travel isn't inherently bad, it's that they spent 10 minutes in a cutscene with Ben Diskin explaining to us how the time travel works, and we said, okay, Ben Diskin, I listened, I paid attention, I understand the rules, and then they immediately break their own rules, and the rules don't matter. Why did you sit me down and explain all that stuff and ask me to think about it, and then turn around and Riku's body changes depending depending on which location he's in, and they traveled through time, but they remembered, Sora and Riku remembered everything that they did when they traveled through time, and did they possess their old bodies, or what's happening? At the ending of Dream Drop Distance, when they all run out of time, what did that mean?
We talked about the running out of time thing on one of these previous streams. But to me, that's the whole thing. Is like if you're gonna is your game's I'm here for how wacky it is. Great. Don't tell me how the time travel works. Show me wacky, weird stuff happen and give me cool time compression imagery like from FF8, right? And move this son of a gun along. FF8's an extremely wacky game. It doesn't make any sense. But it's got wacky, fun characters who all do things, and relationships that change, and character arcs, and wacky, cool imagery. You know what Dream Drop Distance has? It has Ben Diskin explaining how time travel works for 10 minutes, and then the characters stand in rooms and talk, and they fight each other with Keyblades, and all the rules they spent 10 minutes explaining to you are violated in the process. It's so good. It's so good, dude.
Goes, we are out of time. Now we all must return from whence or not where, but when we came. Goodbye, everyone. See you in Kingdom Hearts 3. And I'm like, when I originally watched it, I was like, they're gonna be in Kingdom Hearts 3 though, so they're just gonna time travel again? Okay, so if there's some kind of clock out on when you time travel, you only have a certain amount of time before it runs out and you warp back to where you came from. So did Xemnas, if Xemnas was like walking around doing his 358 days over 2 business, or what did I just say? I don't think I said the title right. When he was like walking around during days or during Kingdom Hearts 2 or whatever, and then Voldemort in a robe jumped out and says, "Come with me, time travel," and grabs him and yeets him into the future for Dream Drop Distance and explains what's going on, right? And then Dream Drop Distance happens, and then they run out of time, and Xemnas gets warped back to whence he came. Does he land back in the hallway in Kingdom Hearts 2 time period? And he goes, "That was weird. I have a sense of deja vu all of a sudden. I feel like I did something, but I don't remember it. Oh well." And then he takes 2 more steps forward, and then boom, Voldemort in a robe teleports back in front of him and says, "Okay, time to time travel again."
So what's going on with the Voldemort and young Xehanort, right? Because like Kingdom Hearts, So think about this, right? So Dark Road has messed this up because Dark Road says that Robe Man showed up and told Xehanort how to get to Scala ad Caelum. And after his whole Dark Road adventure, he still has silver eyes, and he talks with the Master of Masters about his plan. Presumably after this, he time travels and has yellow eyes to do Dream Drop Distance in KH3. And why does he have to, the first Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance made it seem like so the robe goes back and brings Ben Diskin forward. But then Ben Diskin brings everybody else forward. Why is Ben Diskin picking everybody up and carrying them? And why does that matter? Not even why is he doing it. Why does it matter? Why does it matter that Ben Diskin is the one collecting people from different points in time and carrying them forward? What does that change about anything? Why is that important information that has to be reiterated to us in a multimedia slideshow presentation by Riku and Mickey in Kingdom Hearts 3. What does that matter? Because as far as I can tell, they all die the same. What's going on there? I don't know.
And then grabs him and yeets him back to Kingdom Hearts 3 timeline, where I guess you're supposed to forget everything when you time travel, but I guess if you time travel again, you remember the stuff from when you time traveled the first time, so he got his memories back from what happened to him in Dream Drop Distance. And then, of course, when he dies at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, he doesn't really die. He teleports again back to that hallway during Kingdom Hearts 2 time period and goes, "I feel like I was just in a big fight. That was weird. Okay, back to trying to get Kingdom Hearts." And then of course in Kingdom Hearts 3, it's hard confirmed that most of the people in the organization aren't even time travelers. Old Man Xehanort isn't, even though he should be. Xigbar/Braig isn't. Isa/Syax isn't. And then Larxene, Marluxia, Demnix, Vexen, Luxord, they're all not time travelers. So why did their time run out at the ending?
And also, as we have thoroughly explored, Terra somehow didn't time travel.
Of Dream Drop Distance.
So why did their time run out?
Time ran out at the ending of Dream Drop Distance because the screenwriters created a scene where Riku and Mickey and Axel and Donald and Goofy were all in a room and they were all about to get killed and they couldn't figure out how to get the characters out of that room. So they said, "Oh, and then all of the villains disappear because of the time." And then they just forgot about it for Kingdom Hearts 3. If the time juice is a thing, could Sora and friends have gotten on a spaceship with Kairi, one of the...
Don't you become a heart when you time travel? Asked Demon King 45, so maybe a guide. No, I get that. But like, why is it important that he did it? And why is he uniquely qualified to be a guide? When he becomes a heart, why is he capable of guiding other people? Why can they side time travel along with, like, again, the point is not like that it doesn't make sense. It's like, why does the game feel the need to reiterate that point several times to make sure we understand? Like, because think about, in that scene from, sorry everybody who felt like they were having a stroke when we did this previously. We're going back in, baby. We're going back to the scene. We're going back in. I don't care about this scene. Okay, hold on.
Isn't that so?
We're back in. We're back in.
Right. Well, let's just say that what he's doing will benefit us in the long run. But it's really of no importance right this second. Go on.
Playing your cards close as usual. All right. The hearts of Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and young Xehanort returned to where they came from and reassembled once more. Each of them is seeking a guardian of light.
So, the ones who turn human...
That doesn't make sense either. Does he mean like in there? Okay, so like, what's the script? Hearts of Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and young Xehanort.
Xehanort returned to where they came from and reassembled once more.
Okay, when they returned to where they came from and reassembled once more, does he mean that they reassembled in the past and they're all looking for a guardian of light in the past? Like that, you know, that Riku Replica was looking for Sora in Chain of Memories, Ansem was looking for Sora in Kingdom Hearts 1, Ansem was looking for Sora in Kingdom Hearts, Xemnas was looking for him in Kingdom Hearts 2, and Vanitas was looking for Ven in Birth by Sleep, right? Who was young Xehanort looking for? And why does he matter? Like, yes, each of them is return where they came from, and they're all doing the plot of their game? Like, what is he talking about?
Each of them is seeking a guardian of light.
So, the ones who turn human, and then back again into nobodies are me, you, Luxord, Marluxia, and Larxene, that's 5. The ones from the past transferred into replicas are Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and the old man's younger self. Then we add the old man in, the total comes up to 11. I think we're still missing 2.
Fast forward. No, stop.
Thus I was restored to what you see
Where's
now.
the part where he talks about what
For one completely disappeared,
young Xehanort's doing?
I distributed my heart into several vessels. However, my heart.
That makes 12. Then, who do we get to...
6. 5 vessels. 1 left. Vexen and Demyx are candidates, but backups at best. The plan for the last replica is to give it a heart that is connected to second its existence. While young Xehanort is occupied with transferring hearts, I must go fulfill my duty. I will go and retrieve Vexen.
Okay, so listen. When you time travel, you forget what you experienced during the time travel when you go back to where you went, right? Okay, so, because young Xehanort does not remember, once he returns to his own time, what happened in Kingdom Hearts 3 and Dream Drop Distance, right? Okay, so young Xehanort, everybody's time ran out at the ending of Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, except apparently only the time traveler's time ran out and all the other characters just left, because even though they probably... Syax Braig, Master Xehanort, Larxene, Marluxia, Demyx, Luxord, Vexen. I guess Vexen wasn't there. Demyx wasn't. Wait, was yeah. The people who were there, they could have kicked everybody's ass and grabbed Sora. Like in this, they stopped talking about like, oh, Sora's not an option anymore. They could have, like, the people who time traveled out could have time traveled out, and there's still enough people in the room to absolutely kick the asses of all of the heroes and shove a heart into Sora. So I don't know why they all just quit and left, but that's beside the point. So then the time travelers all returned when they came. including young Xehanort, who had now forgotten about everything that he did in Dream Drop Distance. And he immediately said to himself, I will now time travel to the future and collect all of the people for Kingdom Hearts 3. How did he know to do that? One would assume Voldemort in a robe told him to do it. But if Voldemort in a robe told him to do it, why didn't Voldemort in a robe just do it himself? I don't understand. I mean, you don't know if they time traveled to that room specifically. What? In this scene, they all say that we are all already present in this time. And even if they weren't, what does the time running out mean? Nobody's time ever did run out in Kingdom Hearts 3. And why would they? They're already here. Like, this scene is framed as Syax and Braig. God, it's Syax and Xigbar and Master Xehanort all teleported here immediately from the ending of Dream Drop Distance. They say that in this scene. And then they say that the other characters are present in this time. Why would they have time traveled again if they were already here forgot, did he ever have the Book of Prophecy? I don't think so. The Book of Prophecy is unaccounted for, Demon King 45. As far as I know, the Book of Prophecy is currently unaccounted for. I could be mistaken.
Reliable as always.
My point is, again, not like whether or not something makes sense. It's that, like, Dream Drop Distance, multiple recap scenes in Kingdom Hearts 3, and then another recap scene in Remind, all insist young Xehanort is traveling through time to collect the other. Why? Not from a lore reason. You are writing. Why? What does it matter that young Xehanort is doing that? How does that impact anything else happening in the story? It doesn't. As far as I can tell, why is so much emphasis being placed on this when Riku has nothing to do, when Kairi's not in the game, when Sora gets like maybe 3 or 4 cool moments in the whole thing? Like, why do we care about this? If I care about how wacky the series is and how wild it is and how out there it is, like why do I care about these characters dryly explaining things that aren't even that interesting and don't matter and don't affect anything? I mean, to say you don't know if they use time travel as a traveling device to the specific room at that specific time. No, Rubinites, I know exactly what you mean. Maybe they all used, maybe even though they were present in the present time, they time traveled to get to that specific room. I understand what you're saying, but it's also established that you need a replica to be able to manifest yourself in the present day. So imagine imagine being here in the real world, right? Okay, and you have the ability to you have the ability to teleport somewhere, and you need to get to another location right now, and you have the ability to teleport there immediately. But instead you decide, I really need to be able to catch this live broadcast of The Masked Singer. I don't want to watch it on my DVR. I would like to be able to send another version of myself to this other meeting, because I really cannot be distracted from this viewing of The Masked Singer. I don't know what any of these characters were doing that was so important that they needed to split themselves into 2 persons, but let's assume they were all watching a new episode of The Masked Singer, but they also needed to go do the ending of Dream Drop Distance, so they decided to time travel to split themselves up and go do that. Fine. Marluxia, Larxene, etc., they don't know how to time travel, but maybe they side time travel, you say to yourself. Fine. Okay, who set up all of the replicas that were sitting in the damn throne room for them to time travel into? They have a spare 13 replicas for them to all be able to time travel to at the location that they could teleport to, just in case they all need to do something at the same time as a new episode of The Masked Singer is airing. Why? Understand, I am not upset about lore making sense or not making sense. I am upset with a writer creating a scenario that is incredibly overly complicated to accomplish good guys punch bad guys, to accomplish I have a bunch of villains in the room and some heroes in the room, and logically the villains should attack all of the heroes, but I don't feel like animating a fight scene. That would be expensive. So, they ran out of time and they all teleported out. And then they never attempted to accomplish the possess Sora objective again or treated it like it was ever even important to them. Because it was only a plot point for that one game and it never mattered outside of that. And I couldn't think of a clever way to get everybody out of that room. So they all ran out of time and they teleported out of the room. That's my problem. Why was there not a fun pirate adventure where Sora, Riku, and Kairi all went to Pirates of the Caribbean world and had cool open world fun on the boat, and they all made jokes about, this feels like the old times. Remember when we thought we were going to build a little dinky raft and explore the world, and now we've explored all these galaxies, and here we are captaining a 20-gun galleon? Boy, how time flies. It is wacky. Sure is wacky. Those are the cards that life deals ya, eh? They go hunting for crabs around the town, and Kairi's like, remember when I told you to go look for mushrooms and stuff, Sora? Ha 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 ha. You remember that? And then they get a little bonding thing, and they got like scenes together and stuff, and then they're all, and we're like, oh man, they work so good as a unit together. I can't wait to see them all working together, and then they all get separated, and then Kairi dies, and then Sora dies, but no, we had to explain for the 5th time that young Xehanort is exclusively responsible for helping to teleport people through the time flow stream so they could show up for the finale of this game to be boss fights and do nothing but die. That's the problem. Is the entire conception of the priorities of the writing. It has nothing to do with whether or not the lore makes sense. Certainly, if the lore made sense, it would help. But it wouldn't even help. It would at least, there would be one less thing to complain about, I guess. But it would still be boring and unimportant and contribute nothing. Because the writers, they think it would look cool if the heroes nearly just escaped the bad guys because time ran out for them, I guess. But there's a million cool things they could have done to escape, right? Like, what if the heroes had some kind of cool plan to escape, right? Like, what if in this exact moment we establish that Mickey can use the Kingdom Key D to go into the realm of darkness, and all the villains are here, and he's like, hold on, guys! And he swings the Keyblade, and a door opens, like, everybody go through now! And they all go through. And then the villain's like, how did he do that? And then when they get back through the realm of darkness, they're like, Mickey, how did you learn to do this? And he's like, well, it's very dangerous. We'll talk about it later. And he points his Keyblade again, and they warp back out at Yensid's tower or whatever, right? And now Mickey, and that would be a cool, like, plot reveal thing, and maybe we'd ask ourselves why Mickey doesn't use that ability all the time, but like it would progress the plot forward and it'd be relevant information, and Mickey could go, yeah, I realized that this was an ability after the finale of Kingdom Hearts 2 and Sora accidentally used it. Maybe we could have, instead of having 13 darknesses in the room, we could have just had young Xehanort and Master Xehanort and Braig, and they could have been like, this is the plan for next time. Don't do the 13 thrones and the big dramatic reveal. There's no reason for them to all be there. All that matters in that scene is they're trying to put an evil heart into Sora, right? That's all that matters. We only need old man Xehanort there, and Braig and young Xehanort have already been established, so they can be there too. Have a cool, flashy fight scene where Axel shows up, and Mickey and Riku fight, and Donald and Goofy, and they're getting kind of beaten down, but they're like, what are we gonna do? We gotta get out of here. And then boom, Yensid warps in and saves them all, or freaking Kairi comes in and saves them all, or who cares? But just having the characters be in a room surrounded by every bad guy, and they do nothing except Axel blocks a heart, and then Sayax jumps up and swings a sword, and then they jump away from each other, and now what? And then the dark side thing from Ansem like punches Riku and Mickey, and it's like, oh no, these odds are insurmountable, even though Riku literally just had a boss fight against this guy like 5 minutes ago. And then Donald and Goofy, oh, they bonk into the silly heartless. There's still 12 guys in the room to attack, and they're all just sitting there. And then we're out of time, and they all leave. It's lame. It's lame. Lame! It's lame! It sucks! Oh no, there's so many goons! There's so many guys! Oh no, how do we get out of this? How do we get out of this? What do we do? Oh, there's super-powered guys who are like equal levels of power. One of them just beat Tifa up in the previous episode and now has all of her materia. Oh, she has to run away. She runs away. Ah. Freaking running on a freaking train that's going through the world that never was because it's a big empty city, right? And oh man, all the people in the dark cloaks are chasing after her. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god, it's one of the stronger guys. Oh, they can teleport around and they can catch up with us. How are we gonna escape from this situation? With a cool fight scene. We're gonna punch, I'm gonna jump, I'm gonna run away. Oh my god, oh no. They're catching up with me. Oh, they're kicking the crap out of me. Oh, this is a really dire situation. Oh man, I'm being overpowered by all of these goons. I'm already injured and beaten up from all the previous boss fights that I've had. Oh crap, oh no. I'm gonna have to fight because I can't get away. Oh, no, it's too much. I'm being overwhelmed. I'm gonna have a flashback. I'm gonna think of my friends. My friends are my power. Axel appears. Don't give up yet. I'm here to help. Oh my god. I build my resolve even as things are bad. Oh, Xehanort's still too powerful. I can't beat him. Oh, it's so hard. I am not going to give up, though. I will not give them the satisfaction. Tifa loses that fight. But you see how satisfying it is because she tried? You know what would have been way better? If freaking right here when all the goons showed up? If they were just like, ah, we're out of time! We gotta leave! By the way, in case you guys aren't familiar with this crap, get some freaking education on what was stolen from us, by the way. And I don't even mean the characters, I mean the effort. She transforms into Naminé, whatever, I don't care. We don't need to see the transformation, we just need to see the fight. This is one guy in Poser, which is not animation software. Now let's watch a riveting fight scene where all of our characters try their best. In the $60 video game.
Still before...
What?
Before you even face the 13, every last one of you will be torn heart from body.
I still don't understand this. Like, this seems counterproductive to their plan, but whatever. Now, y'all want to really break this down? Because this scene is deeply fascinating to me. Let's watch what happens here, okay? All right. So Ven gets one shot by a teleport. I'll allow it. Fine. Now, every character does not react. None of them even turn and look. Now, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1012, 1013, 1014, 1015, 1016, 1017, 1018, 1019. So it took 15 seconds for a character to react. Now, something important to note here. Watch this. Where'd Aqua go? She was standing right here. Where'd Aqua go? It's almost like, where'd Aqua go? What happened to that Aqua? Where'd she go off to there? All right, we got one threat, ladies and gentlemen. We got one guy. I will allow. Aqua is stunned by what has happened. She's so traumatized. She's frozen up. She cannot even think to stab Terra in the back while he's busy blocking the shot from Sora. Whatever. We got Goofy squared up. We got Lee squared up. Kairi has not drawn her sword because she's just useless. Donald doesn't have his weapon out yet, but he's ready to go too. Sora charges forward. His friends, his compadres, his backup, all stand there, don't draw their weapons, continue to idle. Sora has completely closed the distance to their opponent. None of them have moved. Sora's blade is now in a vice grip of magic because we cannot animate a fight scene. So simply he swings once and now it is blocked. Now, if only Sora had a sword, which he could dematerialize and rematerialize at any time, which he could simply summon in his other hand and swing. If only. If only during this moment where he's occupied with holding Sora's sword, Aqua could perhaps stab him in the back. If only. So yeah, Aqua's been deleted from the scene. She's not here. She's gone. Oh no! Sora is launched! Every other character still hasn't moved. Now watch this. All right, Axel blocks this shot. The entire rest of the cast has been deleted. There's not a single other character on the map because they realized that if you could see them all standing around doing nothing, it would look very silly. So Axel just got one shot. He's been removed from the fight. We can't have too many characters around because that would make animating the fight very hard. Now, I want to remind everybody. Riku, Mickey, Donald, Goofy are all still in commission. We're going to ignore Kairi freezing up and not fighting back. Even though that's also important, we're going to ignore it for now. We got 4 guys who are all still squared up and ready to go. Sora will get up in a moment. He's fine. Ven's out. Terra, Axel's out. We're gonna assume that Aqua has PTSD'd out or something. She's been so traumatized that she was deleted from existence. Now, I want to point out that Sora was on the ground, laid out, and he managed to get to his feet and run to support Kairi before these two did. They continue. They go, no! And stand as Donald and Goofy rush to assist. Sora goes to block in a moment, which is a reference. People have said, why doesn't he, like, he's a sword fighter. Why doesn't he block the sword? Why does he just go in to block the hit? Because, do you remember that time in Kingdom Hearts 1 when Kairi hugged Heartless Sora to turn him back into a person again? It's cinematic parallels, you guys. It doesn't matter that we previously said it was one Paopu, the visual. It doesn't matter that Sora would block or Kairi with the visual, the reference. Now, again, there is no one else in the scene anymore because if we saw Riku and Mickey just standing there, it would look pretty silly. Now, we're going to come back to the Zeta Flare in a moment. So here, right? His shot is blocked. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1012, 1013, 1014, 1000. Nobody's moved. Nobody's done anything. Axel blocks this shot, right? Okay. Now, let's have a look at this. How long does it take for Terra to swing? 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011. 11 seconds. There was a little bit of slow-mo in there, but I think we can all agree, even in real time, that was like 5 seconds of real-time normal speed footage. Okay. Goofy blocks the shot. One parry completely scrambles this guy's ball game. If a single person... Why, when Axel parried, Axel blocks with his Keyblade. Why didn't that completely shut the son of a bitch down? I don't know. Whatever. Alright, so... Now here's the problem with this scene. Wait, Jacob, go frame by frame on that Axel block? Sure, I'll bite. I'll bite. What am I supposed to see here? Other than, I guess, like, the dude's still floating, just hanging out, and Kairi's just a still model. Is that what I'm looking at? That Kairi has no reaction to this? Because that's pretty good. So here's what happens in this. Ninja Money says, it isn't even the logic that ruins this fight scene. It said it's the most slow-paced fight scene ever made. Here's what happens in this scene, right? Here's what happens in this scene realistically. We have one dude squared up against like 7 guys, right? Or like, I guess like 9 guys, right? Okay, so here's what happens. He punches one of them. It'd be easier if I have a full screen here. He punches one of them. There's another person standing right here who then out of existence. Of the other guys all squared up over there, one guy runs over. Ah! Swings, catch, stand. You punch another guy, right? All right, then. Oh no! I was blocked. Ooh no! So we have this scene where all that's really happened is a guy has punched 2 guys and spent 20 seconds of wind up on punching another person, and nobody reacted to any of this, right? Then one guy runs over. Sword trick! That's the problem with Zeta Flare. We got a scene where a guy punches 2 people, fails to punch a 3rd person, and then the next guy goes full DMC nuclear on him for no reason. Completely unjustified. And then dies. And shoots himself in the head. It sucks! It's so bad! It is the most powerful spell in all of Final Fantasy, in all of Kingdom Hearts, that anybody's ever cast ever. And it's done because a guy punched 2 people. And everyone else did nothing. It's done because they didn't want to animate a fight scene. Because they came up with this scene after seeing Avengers Infinity War, and they had to put it all together in like 3 months. And nobody wants to animate a fight scene. There's no time to animate a fight scene. But how do we make this seem appropriately epic? Well, what if Donald shoots him with a really big number? What if he knocks over a couple of guys? And then he does a really, really big... He has a big number. Like Goku. How powerful is Jiren, Plague? How big is Jiren's number? It's so big, dude. Yush says, Jacob, you forgot to slowly fall to the ground. Clearly you missed what the last bit was. The last bit was me putting a pistol to my own head and pulling the trigger. That was the last bit of the joke there. It would have been better if I'd had a prop, but oh well. I probably did it too fast. I did that bit a little bit too fast. Donald does a suicide move on a guy who punched 2 people. Why didn't he react this way when that boulder killed Goofy? Oh, hold on. Aqua has teleported to be behind Mickey and Riku over here. And Axel, who flew over here, has teleported to a new rock right next to the rest of the group. And everyone else is still squared up and has done nothing. Now Aqua teleported. I don't see Ven's corpse anywhere. What a good scene. What a good scene, dude. Oh, it's so good, man. So good. Yay, we did it! I think I did the direct comparison. You know what? I absolutely did. In this video, I did the direct comparison. But, as a point of reference, I went to Monty a minute ago, which was not correct. Here's a scene about a villain who needs to kill a bunch of heroes. Imagine that's Terra. He's using his whip and stuff. Look, effort. They're trying. We see that our heroes are skilled, but they are outmatched by an even more powerful opponent. Oh, a trick! A clever trick to discombobulate our opponent and then struck him down. Our character's getting more desperate. Oh, geez, he's tough. Let us try alternative strategies. Up! A quick, embarrassing one-shot for our weakling Kairi. This shot in particular I really want to zero in on, because she basically does the Terra's block the sword with his bare hand trick with magic, except watch how this is edited. You understand exactly what happened. She did a forced block here, right? Watch this. Which is a skill we've never seen before, but you understand what happened immediately in this extremely tight cut, right? Uh-oh, hold on. I've detected copyrighted audio in my stream. My stream may be demonetized, taken down, temporarily blocked. We're gonna get taken down for this, boys. It was worth it. I'll mute it anyway, just to get us around this for a second here. Close up, impact. We only get like 5 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got it. That character's out. They're wounded. They're out. Now, you guys want to see a Zeta Flare moment that's been earned? After that huge fight where he's killed all these guys, now we get a Zeta Flare moment. Ah, oh, dude, freaking Kingdom Hearts 3. So, what a good ass video game, my guy. Oh, so good. Stream may be temporarily blocked. Wow. Thanks, YouTube. F off. I don't even care if they demonetize it. That's fine. Blocking it? Come on. Hold on one second. Let me check something within YouTube real quick. If I have to, I'll edit out that section of the stream. Because you can, like, mute sections of the stream. Maybe I mute it, and then YouTube doesn't care. I don't know. I think even without being able to hear what's happening, my point is made. Even without me hearing me talk about it, my point is made. Boy. Oh, boy. But no, animating fight scenes is hard. It costs money. People are only going to pay $60 for this, and we're only professionals. We can't manage anything as good as what Monty Owen made on his own in a basement with a box of scraps.
About to get killed, and they couldn't figure out how to get the characters out of that room. So they said, "Oh, and then all of the villains disappear because of the time." and then they just forgot about it for Kingdom Hearts 3. If the time juice is a thing, could Sora and friends like have gotten on a spaceship with Kairi, one of the princesses of Heart, and just loaded up on food and flown around for a couple of weeks until the Xehanorts clocked out again? But I guess even that doesn't matter, because then they could just teleport back in time. They could just do it again. They would just time travel. So what was the point of that rule? The point of that rule was for the one scene where it mattered. That rule only existed for the scene in which we had to get Riku and Mickey and Donald and Goofy and Axel out, which wouldn't have happened if we hadn't put them in a room with 13 people, especially considering that we didn't use any of the characters in that scene. The only people who even got out and fought were Xemnas and Ansem, and they jumped down, and then Axel showed up, and that was somehow a big escalation, and Braid goes, "What are we gonna do now, old man?" And then Xehanort nods, and Isa jumps out and attacks Axel, and it's like, oh man, oh dude, Xehanort, tactical genius. Braid didn't know what to do, but Xehanort figured out, there's 13 people in the room to fight them! Oh boy. Oh, I'm losing the plot. Okay, the point was complexity. Complexity in storytelling, using rules to actually tell stories that...
Drock Zero says, so over the years, do you think we will start getting behind-the-scenes drama about the development of these games? I don't think there's much behind-the-scenes drama to talk about that isn't going to be tied up in, like, NDAs with Disney. I think the cutscenes being bad is because they didn't have time or money, or the people at Osaka team don't know how to make cutscenes that are good. I don't know. It's just bad.
You know, yeah, that thing. When you make a really complex story, and you have a really complex rule set or whatever, you want to see the writer and the characters and the story. You want to take advantage of that stuff. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has absolutely bonkers, insane, ludicrous rules that don't make sense even to the author, King Crimson. It just works, don't worry about it. But they use those rules to create really, really interesting fights, really, really interesting narrative scenarios where you're trying to figure out what different powers are being used by which characters to accomplish what different things. Christopher Nolan films in general, I find that, even though I like Nolan as a filmmaker, his screenwriting is often kind of shoddy. But when you introduce...
Actual budget of the game went straight to level designs. Like, Cage 3 is hands down the best levels in the whole... Yeah, like, it went to textures and the environments and the levels and assets. And there was no money left over for cutscenes. Like, compare cutscenes in 7 Remake. Sure, so 7 Remake has a bunch of, Nomura already said he can't do shit he used to do because Disney's more involved now, says Nero with the thing. Yeah, sure. Does Disney say no fight scenes? Do not have good animation in cutscenes. Like, no, I mean, like, look at, like, FF7 Remake, and sure, the thing has a lot of, like, those, like, you know, the automated lip flap, you know, BioWare tech cutscenes that look bad, but they're primarily relegated to, like, unimportant side quests, and the character saying, where should we go next in this dungeon, Cloud? Let's go over there to where I see that, should we go pick up that optional materia? And all the real cutscenes are, like, beautifully mocapped with amazing facial animation, carefully placed cameras, the characters interacting and reacting to things. Nobody's ever just idling in the well-animated FF7 cutscenes. In KH3, someone is always idling or doing their default run cycle. There's never a scene where every single character is doing unique animations. It just doesn't happen in KH3. And it's like every real cutscene in 7 is like that. It's just, I don't want to say lazy because I don't know where their money was. I don't know what they were and weren't spending money on, but it seems pretty lazy to me. I don't know. And we're at 0 kilobytes per second and we are staying there. No data. Okay, data back. I was saying I don't want to necessarily assume that, like, it was laziness that led the cutscenes in KH3 to be this way. It may have been... I don't think the cutscenes were done by Disney, Nerozer. In fact, I think if they were done by Disney, they probably would have looked better, because Disney has a lot of really... I think Disney has a lot of really good cinematographers and animators, as I hear it. But, like... I don't want to say it's laziness, because I don't know where their budget was. I don't know. Maybe the script was done really late. Maybe they didn't finish writing the cutscenes until really late in the process, and there just wasn't time to animate good cutscenes. I don't know. Maybe whoever the animators and cutscene directors are at Osaka aren't that talented, but I don't know if that's true, because, yeah, Ninja Bunny just said there are some good cutscenes in KH3. They're just few and far between. It's like there's some effective bits in there. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Unfinished, says Circo Duck. Yeah, but, like, you know, I mean, Remind tries a little bit harder. Remind has some slightly better cutscenes, but it's not like this drastic night and day improvement. It's still pretty bad. It just has a couple of scenes where the characters swing their swords around and make contact with other characters. I don't know. What? Oh, you're not. Oh, I'm in the wrong window.
Like in Inception, even though I like Nolan as a filmmaker, his screenwriting is often kind of shoddy. But when you introduce, like in Inception, the wild rule set of Inception, right? And I haven't seen
I turned me
Tenet
way
yet.
down because we were looking at all that other stuff. Sorry.
Time, like, they could just do it again. They would just time travel. Like, so what was the point of that rule? The point of that rule was for the one scene where it mattered.
Nothing about KH3's cutscenes resembles Square Enix. Yeah, it's like, this is some of the worst cutscene work they've done in a long time for like a AAA console main franchise release. KH3 has some of the worst cutscenes we've seen out of Square in a while for one of their big budget games. I ain't talking like the Star Oceans or whatever, you know, that type of stuff, but the cutscenes in 3 are just not good. Like, even Nier, like the original Nier, the original PS3, Xbox 360 Nier kicks this game's ass in terms of cutscenes.
Rule only existed for the scene in which we had to get Riku and Mickey and Donald and Goofy and Axel out, which wouldn't have happened if we hadn't put them in a room with 13 people, especially considering that we didn't use any of the characters in that scene. The only people who even got out and fought were Xemnas and Ansem. And they jumped down, and then Axel showed up, and that was somehow a big escalation, and Braid goes, "What are we gonna do now, old man?" And then Xehanort nods, and Isa jumps out and attacks Axel, and it's like, oh man, oh dude, Xehanort, tactical genius. Braid didn't know what to do, but Xehanort figured it out.
Don't hurt with that Star Ocean truth, please, says Little Prince Kane. It's too late, man. Listen, the truth will set you free.
13 people in the room to fight them! Oh boy. Oh, I'm losing the plot. Okay, the point was complexity. Complexity in storytelling. Using rules to actually tell stories that, you know, yeah, that thing. When you make a really complex story, and you have a really...
Oh yeah, Ninja Bunny. Like, the Square's main animation team is baller. Their work is so good. But even, like, the nice FMV cutscenes in KH3 just feel so lethargic and empty. Like... The only one of them that's visually interesting to me at all is Aqua turning Castle Oblivion back into Land of Departure. What's up with the glow? Everybody has glowing eyes in the FMVs in KH3. Anybody know what's going on with that? Because it's weird. Yeah, FF10 like has lip flaps and stock animations, but like it's shot and paced better than this game. And like the nice animated cutscenes in 10 and the FMVs in 10, holy cow, man. Jacob, did you ever look at any of the mods of KH3 we can explore the rest of Twilight Town? I don't think I've looked at mods of Twilight Town specifically, but I've looked at a number of KH3 mods. The modding community for this game is absolutely going off the last year or so. There's amazing stuff since this game came out on PC.
Really complex rule set or whatever. You want to see the writer and the characters.
The Yozora cutscene is also pretsuya good, yeah, because the characters don't have the weird glowing KH3 eyes, and it was done by the cinema team, and Tetsuya Nomura cared about it. Tetsuya Nomura is really good at concentrated bursts of energy and theme. I want to communicate the vibe, and I don't have to have context. I just have stars saying dialogue, and I have a trailer that cuts to random imagery and sights and sounds. As soon as he has to figure out the context and how things string together himself, things start to get shaky.
You want to take advantage of that stuff. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has absolutely bonkers, insane, ludicrous rules that don't make sense even to the author, King Crimson. It just works, don't worry about it. But they use those rules to create really, really interesting fights, really, really interesting narrative scenarios where you're trying to figure out what different powers are being used by which character.
Ninja Bunny says the visual works are still really good too. Like the dream sequence for FF15, that stuff's so good. The dream sequence for FF15 is legit the only reason anybody ships Luna and Noctis. The imagery of that scene carries that entire ship on its back, whack, dude. Every single Luna Noctis shipper you've ever seen they don't have normal Lunafreya as their user icon. They have that Lunafreya getting sucked away by the mist and the flower coming out of her hand. That's what they use. Everything about that relationship is carried on the back of that cutscene.
To accomplish what different things. Christopher Nolan films in general, I find that even though I like Nolan as a filmmaker, his screenwriting is often kind of shoddy. But when you introduce, like, in Inception, the wild rule set of Inception, right? And I haven't seen Tenet yet, but like, but I have seen, and I didn't like Interstellar that much. It's like, all right, I guess I like Nolan in that, like, he's, for whatever reason, Hollywood has decided he's allowed to make these really weird high-concept movies, and they throw money at him, so at least his movies are always interesting to look at, even if the screenplays aren't always quite there. Anyway, that's beside the point. The point is that with, like, Inception, and possibly with Tenet, and with Interstellar, and with his earlier movies like The Prestige and whatnot, Nolan will introduce these really weird rule sets, and then he'll use them to do interesting, wacky things. In Memento, it messes with the structure of how the film is told. In Inception, it's used to create wacky fight scenes, like the zero-gravity and rotating hallway fight in the hotel, or just wild imagery and stuff like that that's throughout Inception. Interstellar does similar things, messing around with time, messing around with the physics of
Have not seen Tenet yet, Yosh. I don't care very much.
different planets and all kinds of different things. I haven't seen Tenet yet, like I said, but just from the trailers, it looks like there are fight scenes and action sequences that involve time manipulation. So you get to go and see these movies, and it's like, okay, we're gonna explain all of these weirdo rules to you now. And once the audience understands them, that then means that we can make a scene where the characters understand the rules and the audience understands the rules. So we get to do interesting things with those rules and create scenes that would otherwise be impossible. And within Kingdom Hearts, you have all these rules. You say, uh-oh, the Keyblade War, 7 lights and 13 darknesses. Here's all of this stuff. And it's just that they're gonna fight. You could have just said, when the planets align, Kingdom Hearts appears in the sky. Oh, the planets are gonna align in a few weeks here. We're gonna have to build as much strength as we can, and then go to the Keyblade graveyard and fight Xehanort and his team to stop them from claiming Kingdom Hearts when all the planets align. That's all you need, because the conflict is that simple. It's just the heroes are gonna fight the villains and kill them. If you're gonna make all these rules, then use them. And if you're not gonna use them, then don't make them. If you really like Kingdom Hearts because of how wacky it is, and that's totally fine. I'd love it if it was wacky.
Victor says, Tenet has almost no story, just rules and lore. So here's my question, right? Because I heard a lot of mixed things about Tenet, but here's my question, right? Even if it has almost no story, do the rules and lore facilitate tons of wacky, interesting imagery that looks unlike anything you've seen in a theater before, and some cool, exciting, dynamic action scenes? Because if so, then, like, I'm not saying that automatically makes it a good movie, but to me, that self-justifies, maybe not necessarily, it sounds like a lot of the movie is spent on explaining stuff, and maybe too much time was spent on explaining. Again, I haven't seen Tenet. But it's like, I think Nolan is kind of an amateur science nerd, and he likes writing about weird science concepts, and he likes using them as a vehicle for weird imagery. Hell yes, says Yush. See, to me, I don't know if the movie's good or not. I'm mixed on some of Nolan's work. But it's like, if you're gonna spend all that time telling me all that wacky crap, I'm like, all right, whatever. You're telling me all these rules that look nothing like the real world? Show me some wacky, crazy, outlandish stuff. It doesn't make the movie good, but it is surely a fun movie because of that. Yeah. Like, I think, like, I've seen people say stuff about KH, like, because, like when I or other people have complained about, like, the logic not tracking, and people being like, there's too many stories that operate on real-world logic. Fantasy stories shouldn't operate on real-world logic, so they can be unique and weird and wacky. There's nothing unique or weird or wacky in Kingdom Hearts. So I'm bored. Show me something cool and interesting, please.
I like Kingdom Hearts because of how wacky it is, and that's totally fine. I'd love it if it was wackier, because quite frankly, for most of Kingdom Hearts...
Ninja Bunny says, 10 also has a smooch scene, possibly the FF smooch scene, unlike KH. I would say that 10 has maybe the smooch scene of video games, not just of FF. The smooch in 10 is one of the most expensive smooches ever filmed. It's maybe the most magnificent smooch ever put to the screen. At least, I can't think of a better smooch in video games. I mean, like, there are smooches that are, like, I guess, you know, you care more about the characters that relate, like, you know, maybe the writing surrounding it's a little bit better, but in terms of the visual production, and, like, here's a scene that is about two characters smooching, I don't think anything has ever topped that 10 smooch. There's nothing better. There's nothing better than the 10 smooch. Definitely not in FF.
3 hours just bored out of my gourd. The reason... If you really like Kingdom Hearts because of how wacky it is, and that's totally fine. I'd love it if it was wackier, because quite frankly, for most of Kingdom Hearts 3, I was just bored out of my gourd. The reason that I have time to notice all the things that don't make sense is because I'm not engaged with anything that is happening. Primarily because nothing...
In my paper on visual works, I called the FF10 smooch scene what is possibly the most ego-boosting animation anyone has ever worked on. Like, you know what? Like there's three types of people. I was an animator on Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. I was an animator on the Final Fantasy X smooch scene, and everybody else.
Nothing ever is happening. Kingdom Hearts 3, when I was just bored out of my gourd. The reason that I have time to notice all the things that don't make sense is because I'm not engaged with anything that is happening. Primarily because nothing ever is happening. Kingdom Hearts 3, when you're not on Disney Worlds, is a never-ending parade of scenes of characters explaining how something happened off-screen or how something will happen eventually. And this lack of events means that characters really don't have many opportunities to make decisions and take action, which then that loops back around into, because this whole thing has gotten so wildly off track and unwieldy, the characters in the series being really bland and uninteresting at this point and not really having any individuality, honestly. It's the biggest thing that's weird to me about everybody complaining about Kairi and saying Kairi is useless is that Kairi is interchangeable with every single other character in the series at this point. The good guys who have Keyblades do one thing, the bad guys do other things, and supporting characters do their things. They all just kind of slot into archetypes. Sora, Riku, Kairi...
And supporting characters in KH games are just nerds who have information about how the world works and tell either the audience via cutaways or the main characters via Skype calls or boardroom meetings about the lore of the world. You have good guys who walk through Disney worlds, talk about friendship, fight bad guys, are confused about the state of things. You have bad guys, want power, appear and mock hero, fight hero at end of game. You have supporting characters, no mumbo-jumbo about replicas, hearts, light, and darkness, tell heroes, and audience. And those are the three characters. Kingdom Hearts 3 could easily be reduced to Sora, Xehanort, and Ienzo. And the story would be the same. Victor says, are there any good characters in KH now? Nominee, because she got out.
Every single other character in the series at this point. The good guys who have Keyblades do one thing, the bad guys do other things, and supporting characters do their things. They all just kind of slot into archetypes. Sora, Riku, Kairi, Axel, Roxas, Xion, Terra, Aqua, and Ven are all the same character. None of them at any point in Kingdom Hearts 3 take an action that the other characters wouldn't have taken, with the sole exception being that Aqua is more interested in Ven and Terra than, say, Sora is, right? They'll do the same actions, just towards different characters. Like, okay, to go back to Union Cross, because
we should probably stop here. We shouldn't get into the whole Union Cross thing. Wait, this is a really good place to stop for the evening, actually, starting at the characters section and then moving forward. Next time we can probably finish this. Probably. But I think we probably got to stop for the evening. I do wonder what YouTube's going to do. I wouldn't be surprised if it demonetizes the video because I included the Clone Wars clip. I hope it doesn't block it, though. The notification saying your video may be blocked has gone away now. To be fair, another notification came up that said you've lost it's no longer receiving a signal, so it may have just overwritten the previous notification. Hopefully, it said we've detected copyrighted. It may be blocked, because all it is just detecting it, and it doesn't know. I'm hopeful it won't be blocked. Hopefully, it'll just be demonetized. I don't care if it gets demonetized, as long as you guys can still see it. If it gets blocked in like particular countries or gets taken down entirely, I will try my best to I'll upload the VOD. It won't have the chat accompanying it, which sucks, but you know, it'll be better than nothing. Better than nothing. Oh, Crossman says he updated his fanfic. I definitely want to see it. Research Jacob Runs was a bold streamer. He readily staked his very... Oh, boy. That's good. I like that. Earlier today, I was thinking I should change my description on my profile description on Twitter to I staked my reputation on a digital smooch and lost. Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier today. I was like, I could change my Twitter handle to be my Twitter description to be like, I staked my reputation on a digital smooch and lost. Hype for the conclusion of sentence 2, Crossburn. I'm looking forward to it, man. This is almost as riveting as the Rigel Black Chronicles. Not quite, but almost. Honestly, Pooh is one of the more deep KH characters. He is always invested in how Sora feels about him. Frickin' Pooh is the only character in Kingdom Hearts 3 who, like gets to feel sad about something and feel that his relationship to another character is in jeopardy. Think about that. In a series where Tetsuya Nomura wants to write a story, and clearly he does because of the star thing and how he ends the game, about characters feeling sad about the distance between them and feeling dissatisfied with the cards that life has dealt them and feeling that they regret things that they failed to do before they died. Consider the only character with a face and a voice to say anything about, I'm afraid that my relationship to one of the other main characters is becoming strained, is Winnie the Pooh in an optional side quest. I like Gaslighter of smooches, personally. To be fair, I have a history of gaslighting people on smooches. I mean, I said, I'd only like KH3 if Sora and Kairi violently made out. And then, I kind of like KH3, and they didn't violently make out, so maybe that means that if somebody heard me say, all I want from KH3 is for Sora and Kairi to make out, and then I said, yeah, KH3 is all right, somebody may assume that Sora and Kairi made out in that game. So I guess that could be, I gaslighted smooches, plural. Yeah, why not? I'm the smooch gaslighter, everybody. I am the smooch gaslighter. Pooh is the true personification of Nomura. It's his fursona. I regretted that as soon as it started leaving my lips, but I couldn't stop it. Sarcastic one. Random comment, but honestly, Xehanort's motives would have been more satisfying if he just said, I have complex motives like Zero Time Dilemma and left it at that. Yeah, honestly, it would have... sure. Yeah, I would have bought it. That's your Dark Souls boss title? 10th, the 15th night Jacob, the gaslighter of smooches or whatever, right? That's good. I like that. Who can we trust on smooches if not Jacob? And you shouldn't trust me on that. Jacob, the gaslighter of the final smooch. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's a solid Dark Souls boss name. I like that. Make the description like those anime titles nowadays. Specifically, it's visual novel title, or rather like light novel titles. What? I staked my reputation on a smooch scene and lost? That's a great name for a romantic comedy visual novel, or for a romantic comedy light novel. That's really good. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl kiss, or boy kiss. I don't, as Mr. Plinkett once said, I do not care who kisses whom. I just want to see some love. I do not care who kisses whom. Are you saying that the fan animation in which Eeyore is Norded makes more sense than the actual game? Yeah, I'd say so. It tracks. It makes sense. It makes sense if you think about it, all right? It tracks. Alrighty, it's getting late, and Kiss or the Mouse gets it. It's getting late, and we should probably wrap up. That was fun. We made some progress. We talked about... I've been waiting for so long to talk about the frickin' Zeta Flare and that whole bit. I did not imagine it acting it out. I imagined like someday doing a review of Kingdom Hearts 3 and like either having multiple actors like getting a bunch of friends together and like shooting it in a field and having like 7 people just standing still as one guy punches 2 other people, run, and then we just do a hard cut and the person who's playing Aqua just vanishes. And have him run over to the Kyrie stand-in and go, ha. Have everybody stand still. Another person run over, hug the Kyrie, block the Kyrie stand-in, and then having Goofy run in, parry the attack, and then having someone run over playing. They wouldn't be dressed up, but just like the Donald stand-in, run over and like airsoft gun, pop, 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 and then pull out a knife and stab, and then at the end shoot themselves. And if I was paying an animator, have them do like full-on DMC air juggles. So acting it out wasn't exactly the same, was not the intended effect, but I don't know if I'll ever get to do that. So at least I had the opportunity to demonstrate the basics, because that's been bugging me for so long. And that Grievous scene is such a good example, because it's like the exact same scene. If we have a number of extremely talented swordsmen who all need to get their asses kicked in this scene. So we stage a really convincing, cool fight scene where we demonstrate through careful choreography and animation why this one guy is so much better than the rest of them and can keep up with all of them. And then we have the catharsis of 10 guys showing up and firing every bullet they have, firing every grenade they have, shooting every rocket they have, and then still calling in a gunship to shoot at the guy. And the payoff is so solid, the escalation is so clean, and just like that versus punch. It's oh god, it's so bad. It's so bad, dude. Did they run out of money? Did they run out of time? Did they think that was good? I don't want to think that they thought that was good. There's no way that they were like looked at that and said, yes, we are satisfied with the outcome here. This has turned out exactly as we envisioned. I don't believe that was their artistic intent was on full display. Make a 2004 style webcomic about it. Nah, because like if you don't have it playing out in real time, it doesn't make sense. If you play it out in still frames, you can maybe trick it. That's actually how you would trick an audience member to thinking that something's happening in that scene. Because the audience member would fill in the blanks of, oh, well, surely this is happening so fast the characters can't react. I always said the last sequence in Cage needed a Dissidia opening scene. Oh, precisely. It needed the huge big FMV of everybody fighting. But we don't have time and we don't care to do the team-up thing. Because part of it I think is they ran out of time and they ran out of money, and probably the ending of the game was written so fast that they didn't have time to do anything more. But I'm not sure, but I don't think Nomura cares. I don't think he wanted to write a team-up. I think he was bored. I think he wanted to kill Sora and get him to quadratum as fast as possible. And everything else was an obligation wherein he had to check the minimum boxes. And I don't mean that as like an insult to the guy. I think that he laid out a blueprint in 2010, 2012 that he lost interest in. I think that was his own damn fault, and he shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have set himself up to have that problem, but he did, and he lost interest. Now, I wish that he'd had he and his team or Disney or whoever had the integrity or creative liberty or budget or time to power through a lack of artistic interest and create something good anyway. Find something new to do within that framework. But maybe Nomura tried and couldn't because Disney said no, bad. I don't know. So I hate just saying that it's all Nomura's fault. But like it sucks that like we had this huge build up to like it's oh man Avengers and then it didn't, and then there was nothing. It's not even like about fan expectations. It's that the game we were given was centered around doing this one thing, and then it didn't do it because he wanted to write something else. It's weird. What most likely happened is that they were given like 3 days to do that scene, and they were working with animators that were living in 2 countries on opposite sides of the world. Like Disney or the writing team or someone else messed with the scripts near release in a way that made them have to redo a lot of scenes in a much shorter time span. Oh, like I said before, I suspect that they probably had a general idea of how the ending was going to go. Then they saw, we've talked about a lot, like it would make a lot more sense if the ending of the game was, you know, everybody shows up, they fight the 13 Xehanorts, then at the end, they all get killed by the Demon Tide. Sora fights Xehanort alone, and then he has to go into the realm of death and save everybody. but then like we saw Infinity War, and we wanted to, or just killed Kyrie and didn't kill everybody else, maybe, right? But then we saw Infinity War and wanted to do a cool scene where all the heroes died. Well, where do we put that? If we put it at the end, that would really distract. Well, yeah, like maybe just Kyrie was going to die, and then Sora was going to go in the realm of death to save her, right? At the end. But if we put everybody dying at the end, that's going to just detract the focus away from the Sora and Kyrie emphasis we want to draw in the final scenes. So we have to do our Infinity War scene earlier. And then, like, Infinity War came out in late April of 2018. So let's say Nomura saw this at some point in the week after release, was inspired. A few weeks later, he has a new idea for the ending and starts rewriting it. So by the end of May, let's say we have a rough draft, which is also the final draft for the new ending of the game, hypothetically. To be fair, he's also working on 7 Remake and who knows what else, so it probably took longer than until the end of May. It probably took until a little bit into, it probably took, I should have said, yeah, it probably took a little bit into June. So circa June, beginning of June, we have a rough draft, which is also the final draft for the new ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. And we need the game to be, like, finished by, because at this point, it's still scheduled for 2018. They don't delay, I guess, no, that's not true, because they announced that it's been pushed to 2019 at E3, which is in June. I doubt they delayed it because they rewrote the ending. They probably delayed it because they're having other issues with the game and it was taking a while to make. Maybe they delayed it because he rewrote the ending, but if they hadn't already been planning on pushing it back, there's no way they would have been like, Nomura, you're not pushing it back to rewrite the entire ending because you saw Infinity War. That's not happening. They probably pushed it back anyway. So we got the script done, but we're releasing in January of 2019. We really need to have the entire game like done for QA testing, bug fixing, and cleaning, and like final check. Because game needs to be playable front end to back end, and like voices need to be recorded several months before the release of the game. So we got to have everything done probably in like September. So we've got a new ending figured out in June. We spend June storyboarding everything, checking everything, rewriting everything, restaging things, creating new stuff. We're recording and filming by July because we have to have everything finished by like August, September. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't work in video games, certainly not in AAA video game development, so I don't know what the timetable is. But it would make sense to me if the ending of the game was very rushed because of a sudden rewrite. Because you can't, Infinity War was like almost a year before the release of the game. That's plenty of time. No, you need to have that stuff finished so far before the release of the game. Do you think there was a problem with working with Unreal Engine still when it came to working for cutscenes in KH3? I mean, I hope not. They had like 5 years with the tools. I seriously doubt it. That would be pretty weird if by the end of it, the animators didn't know how to work with directing cutscenes in Unreal. You know, the characters in KH3, just their animation, they're not very expressive. It's funny that, like, KH1 and 2 have, like, the doll faces, but when they're fully animated, there's, like, very deliberate care taken into the character animation. Expression work in 3 is so dull. Like, everybody's plastic smiles and gremlin teeth and weird faces. And it's all just very plastic and mechanical, the way that they move. Unless you're looking at, like, the Pixar characters or the Big Hero 6 guys. It's not great. Could it be that they wanted to give us a different fight scene and edited it badly? No, complete mystery, because that scene is already edited as best it can be to mask that bad fight scene. Like, that's why those characters disappear. All the characters in the background disappear. to detract from to distract, so that, because if we could see all the characters standing around, attention would be drawn to the fact they're all standing around doing nothing. I mean, I believe they wanted to give us sure. I'm sure that someone somewhere was like, let's do a really cool Birth by Sleep style, like secret ending of Kingdom Hearts 2 style fight scene. I'm sure that conversation happened, and someone said we don't have time. No, that scene is very deliberately, carefully edited to do not the best job possible, but it is deliberately, carefully edited to try and distract from how bad it is. So I wouldn't say that was supposed to be a good fight scene and then they edited it poorly. It was supposed to be a bad, cheaply and quickly produced fight scene, edited with fairly quickly, but with the intent of masking how bad the fight scene was. If someone told me I had to work on the same story for 20 years, I would just hate everything about it, says Demon King 45. Yeah. Why do you think Katase and Nojima wanted to change up the story in 7 Remake? Yeah, it's edited in a very, we have 4 hours left before the higher-ups want this done way. Yeah. They blew the budget on the beginning of the game with the music. They forgot about the ending. And they blew it on Let It Go. They blew it on Davy Jones's $6,000 squid face. They spent a lot of money in a lot of areas that it probably didn't need to be spent. Think about, this is something that was in my notes at the beginning of things to talk about that I was like, I'm not going to talk about this tonight. Think about, like, the game has 2 massive open world levels. It has the Caribbean and it has Big Hero 6. Imagine if they cut one of those. Just one of them. Because Big Hero, I mean, like I'll allow that, like, Pirates World is, like, small, concentrated levels with a fun, like, pirate ship combat mini game combining, like, connecting them, right? Big Hero 6, its large-scale structure works briefly in the game's favor when it's like, the other members of Big Hero 6 are all pinned down, and you have a time limit, and go find all of them, and go help them, right? Like, there, the scale of the level actually kind of helps. And you're like, I gotta go run, I gotta pick my targets, I gotta figure out who to help first, and I gotta explore this big map, and some of them are moving targets, they're moving around this big map, I have to figure out where they are and plan a plan to, intercept them. Like, that kind of works, but then you have that huge, like, cityscape. It's like, it feels like they were like, oh man, they talked like the reason they wanted pirates in there was like to show how much the graphics technology had improved. And it's like, God, like, yeah, your Jack Sparrow looks better than your PS2 Jack Sparrow, but like, he doesn't even look as good as like the Final Fantasy 15 characters. Go in there because you want to wow us with your graphics is a bad choice. And it's like, funny since wasn't Big Hero 6 World added last minute when it was announced in 2015? I don't know if it was added last minute. I would believe that was deliberately included. I don't know. Maybe you're right, Jason. Maybe I don't know anything about it. Maybe it was added in 2015 and so it was last minute. I'm not sure. But like, I imagine, like, Pirates, I have some respect for its intent, minimum, in terms of its like world design. The design of Big Hero 6 World is like, hey guys, I've never played GTA, but I've seen footage of it. What if we did that? But like no vehicles and like you just have the ability to teleport to... It was chosen in 2015? Wow, okay, I didn't know that. The last Disney World they decided to put in the game. I didn't know that at all. Wow. I didn't know that. Wow, okay. Shocking that Big Hero 6's like script came out as well as it did. As one of the best scripts of any of the Disney worlds. But yeah, from a gameplay standpoint, it's like you're given this massive sandbox with nothing of consequence to do other than your standard enemy encounters and hunting for chests which contain unimportant rewards you don't care about. You're only collecting to fill out Jiminy's journal. And like, navigation is uninteresting because your modes of navigation are running straight up walls, flying, and aiming your little shot lock thing at a little point that lets you warp to the top of a building immediately. So it's like navigating the world isn't even mechanically interesting. Like driving in GTA and helicoptering in GTA, like exploring Liberty City or whatever, is mechanically engaging. Walking around in Kingdom Hearts 3 is not mechanically engaging. And that's fine because most of the time you're just walking around between like fighting enemies. The navigation of the level is not that engaging. Walking around in Kingdom Hearts 1 is a bit more of an engagement, but it hasn't been, basically since then. Days kind of tried a couple of times. But, having this massive open world for Big Hero 6 that has nothing in it, and I think about how much time did they probably spend optimizing that to be all one load zone, to build all of the assets for that, and they were probably so proud of themselves for building that huge map, and it's imagine if they just cut that, and all that money went somewhere else. Imagine if they cut that, and Pirates became an even more substantial open world. Or they'd cut that and it went towards the cutscene budget. Or to, combat design budget or whatever else. Imagine if they'd cut Pirates and that open world budget had gone towards Big Hero 6 and then Big Hero 6 became a more interesting open world, right? Having both of those at the ending of the game feels really weird. I feel like you cut one of those and give it a ton of open world, post-game type content, and it's the last world in the game. And it's that's the world you're going to go explore before the final world or as your post-game content. Having both means there's not, both kind of suffocate each other. And you don't have much to do with either of them. Big Hero 6 World is easily the worst world in the whole game. The wow factor didn't come from Big Hero 6 or Pirates uniformly. Everyone gets wow feeling from Toy Box. I'm not sure what you mean by... Oh, do you just mean, in terms of, art design and, how neat the level is? Yeah, because, walking into, the video game store in Toy Box is neat. The intricate design of, going through the vents and all the different stores. Yeah. And no one who's played a video game... This is the thing, right, though? Kingdom Hearts fans don't play video games. They've heard of GTA. So maybe they were impressed by how big the city was in Big Hero 6 land. God, remember how this game is oh, but Jacob, stop complaining. It's a game for kids. Kids play Fortnite, dude. Imagine Fortnite Minecraft playing kid playing Big Hero 6 World in Kingdom Hearts 3. Who am I kidding? Imagine Fortnite playing, Minecraft playing, Grand Theft Auto 5 playing kid. Call of Duty playing kid. Playing a Beat of Lead Mech Assault and Big Hero 6 open world cityscape. And you're playing it because your grandma got it for you for Christmas because they saw Disney characters on it, or because your older cousin who played Kingdom Hearts when they were 13 back in 2005 got it for you as a gift, and you get to it and you're I could be chug jugging right now. I could be online with my friends with actual good shooting design, and I could be playing GTA and tearing it up and what's even the city? Los Santos? Yeah, Los Santos. But instead, I'm running up smooth walls and running around a big empty city with nothing to do in it. This was fun. This was fun for the couple of weeks after Christmas or my birthday that I played it for. Back to Fortnite. Kids also play Mario Odyssey, which has a city level that was way smaller than Big Hero 6 World and yet more impressive and also more fun, says Ninja Bunny. Yeah, the New Donk City is actually a phenomenal point of comparison because it's not more technically impressive necessarily than Big Hero 6 World, but it's just stuffed with stuff to do. It's chock full of things to do. Big Hero 6 World in 3 is just this lifeless, empty prop. It's an impressive set if you were going to film Big Hero 6 and you needed to build a big digital set for your scenes to take place against, but it's not a good video game level. I hope Verum Rex isn't open world, actually, says Jason. Well, hypothetically, if Verum Rex is 90% of the game, and they've talked about they've said in interviews, Nomura's we're going to try something really different, a completely new structure for the next Kingdom Hearts game after Melody of Memory. So if they do a single world open world game with brief interludes or whatever, and the whole thing is built around exploration and open world game design, then it could be more interesting. But as KH3 stands, it divides its attention between too many different tasks and comes out undercooked in a number of places. I don't even like Mario Odyssey or New Donk City. There you go, Ninja Bunny, with your bad takes. But I'll gladly play it over Big Hero 6 World. Yeah. I was I'm pretty sure you don't like Odyssey, but I'm not going to say anything. But you went ahead and said it anyway. Frozen 2 is a world in KH4. You know what? Frozen 2 is more aesthetically interesting than Frozen 1. So whatever, bring it on. Who cares? Go wander around some cool-looking autumn woods. It's better than the same white map for 2 hours. I think we gotta wrap it there, folks. That's it for the evening. It's late. I'm tired. We gotta stop. We'll talk more about world design in Kingdom Hearts maybe another day. I think it's fun to climb the buildings and try to find chests and Mickeys. I mean, like, I'm not saying there's no fun to be had. Sorry, we're not stopping. I'm going to talk about it more. I'm not saying there's no fun to be had in Big Hero 6 World Victor, but my point is that, like, I look at the budget, the amount of money that must have been spent on that, and then the output of fun factor, and I say to myself, I wish that budget had gone somewhere else. Like, the map was built as like it's so big, and then they didn't design the map for that. And it's too big to be a fun scavenger hunt. I don't know. That's enough. That's enough. I don't disagree. It's not like there's no fun to be had in Big Hero 6 World. But I feel like it's too big to be a satisfying scavenger hunt. And for me, like, chests don't mean anything in Kingdom Hearts 3. Chests are completely meaningless. I don't care about them. I don't care one bit. They don't matter. I don't give a crap about chests in KH3. Mickeys are fun. The Mickeys are fun. I like the hidden Mickey thing in Kingdom Hearts 3. I hope they keep that in 4, actually. The hidden Mickeys thing was like the best thing in KH3, honestly. That's it. I gotta stop. Good night, everybody.